Watching the continuous fireworks, Su Juanhao felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Something felt off. At first, he thought it was just a simple distraction, but according to records, the player slayer wasn't the type to use such tactics. Instead, he was someone who was extremely confident and extremely arrogant. If that were truly the case, then there was only one conclusion. It was an ability. Su Juanhao thought of a clone-type ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain simultaneous activity across the whole city. If someone like Nazid or Harlow were controlling a corpse army, then it would be a different story. If such powerful individuals had used magic, there's no way he wouldn't have sensed it, which meant that at least within this city, there was no Nazid, no Harlow, no contractors. Sharp Eyes seemed to notice something. He widened his eyes and called out to him. Su Juanhao slowly nodded. It was indeed clones. No. Split professions. Suddenly, magical energy surged throughout the city. In spaces where there had been no signs before, auras suddenly appeared. It was extremely dangerous. Although Su Juanhao was a top-tier player, he was still not a god. One hand couldn't block 10 hands. His inner anxiety caused his steps to quicken uncontrollably. Found it. When Su Juanhao sensed the mana of a suspected player slayer, he drew his sword. The moment he sensed the opponent, his throat was already slashed. Seeing the opponent dissolve into dust and disappear, he confirmed his judgment. Although it could inflict physical damage, it wasn't a true body. Su Juanhao scanned the surroundings. The spot where it disappeared was filled with dense magic, and the fact that the player slayer had never used this ability before, he quickly drew a conclusion. This is a demon trait. Some chosen monsters can use their master's unique demonic abilities. Su Juanhao frowned. Not good. Normally speaking, demonic traits are stronger than players' innate abilities. Footsteps were drawing near. As he was thinking, a new slaughterer quietly approached. So the rumors are true. This guy is more impatient than expected. He seemed completely unafraid of death, leaving many openings. Are you the player slaughterer? That's right, I am the butcher. The player slaughterer. The butcher showed a twisted grin. You probably didn't know, but I've been looking forward to meeting you. I heard you killed all of my men. Oh, so you're here for revenge? Su Juanhao sneered coldly. If they really mattered to you, you should have shown up back then. But instead, you ran away like a dog. The slaughtherer's gaze turned icy. Say whatever you want. Your arrogance won't last much longer anyway. If you're here for revenge, then stop hiding. Come out and face me. I'll kill you in one strike. Provoking me won't work. I'm just following orders. I came here today to carry out a mission, he said as he looked around Baghdad. Right now, Baghdad's population is around 8 million. Su Juanhao's eyebrows twitched slightly. From years of experience, whenever a demon mentions the population of a city or country, the next thing they say is usually awful. Aren't you curious? If all these people were to die overnight, how would people see humanity's heroes? You have that kind of power? See for yourself. The slaughterer chuckled lightly. A red line appeared across his neck. All right, I'll go confirm it. After the man's head fell to the ground, Su Juanhao closed his eyes. The number of sensed presences had already risen to 100. Just how many more would there be? His unease only lasted a moment. His body was already sprinting toward the nearest sensed aura. ****. While Su Juanhao was admiring the brilliant fireworks, other players were also gazing at the same sky. Han Shihao was one of them. What exactly is happening? All agents, respond immediately. As an agent of the Korean Player Association, he shouted loudly into the communicator to grasp the situation. Soon, various signals began coming through the dedicated channel. 4. There's more than just 1 or 2 here. The higher-ups misjudged it. 4. Player slayer spotted. Running rampant on the southern city roads. What nonsense are you talking about? That guy is in the northern castle right now. What? What on earth are you saying? He's in the west. The west. The information shared among the agents was chaotic and inconsistent. How to judge the information depended on each agent's own discretion. Han Shihao felt his mind in turmoil. Frowning deeply, there were 2 possibilities. Either the player slayer had hacked into their radio channel to create interference, or the opponent was very likely an Esper with clone abilities. This is H. I'll head south to regroup. After sending the message, he hurried through a dark alley. At that moment, a chill pierced through his entire body, forcing him to stop instinctively. The cold seemed to seep deep into his bones. It made him stop in his tracks unconsciously. Plop plop. The old street lamps flickered. They could no longer fulfill their duty to illuminate. He could barely make out the vague figures in the alley. Sure enough, Han Shihao swallowed hard. He slowly gathered his magic. Plop plop. As the lights flickered, a shadow seemed to appear at the end of the alley. Is it the player butcher? After a brief thought, he shook his head. This isn't the south, nor is it the north or west. Come to think of it, this is closer to the east, which means it's completely different from the places where the player slaughterer was reported. He slowly put his hands together and asked, I am Han Shihao from the Korean Player Association. Please state. The other person said nothing. Instead, he looked utterly bored, his body twisting around, his shoulders drooping. That movement didn't look human. It resembled a wild beast more than a man. I'll ask again. Please state. If you do not respond or make any move, I will attack. After asking according, Han Siho stared intently at him. Still no response. I clearly warned you. You ignored 2 warnings. According to association rules, in such a case, the target is to be considered a confirmed enemy. His clasped hands parted slightly, then slammed together suddenly. Shockwave, shockwave. Using air as a medium, layered waves rippled outward rapidly, filling the dark alley. Such an attack was simply unavoidable. Boom. A fierce shockwave storm swept through the entire alley. Momentarily blinded by the flying dust, Han Shihao slowly opened his eyes, slowly blinking. Pa. Under the flickering streetlights, the alley was a complete mess. However, there was no corpse. Then, where was the enemy? At the same time, cold sweat soaked the back of his shirt. Huff. A laugh filled with murderous intent, like undercooked meat, echoed. That voice sounded right next to his ear. Pig, you're going to die. In his mind, past memories surfaced like a panorama. The surrounding temperature plummeted. A dissatisfied voice sounded from behind him. He slowly turned his head. The enemy was standing stiffly, a huge shard of ice embedded in his chest. Player Butcher. At the same time, a familiar, low voice rang out. It was a voice he had heard countless times, on TV screens, a voice that inspired trust. Oh, it's Phantom, my lord. Han Shihao confirmed. Phantom. After slowly stepping into the alley, he revealed a delighted expression. But Su Juanhao didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze was fixed tightly on the enemy. You. The butcher was about to say something, but Su Juanhao, crack, exploding ice shards, instantly pierced through the butcher's body. After his death, he turned to dust and vanished. Wait, no, where's the body? Su Juanhao turned his gaze toward Han Siho, whose eyes were wide. Player from the association? Why yes, I'm Han Siho from the on-site team. Can we connect to the comms channel? We can. Good. Then notify everyone immediately. Su Juanhao looked up at the pitch-black night sky and muttered softly, evacuate as many civilians as possible from this city. Somewhere in Baghdad. The butcher sat comfortably. His eyes were closed, but a grin kept growing on his face. His clones were relentlessly slaughtering people, whether players or civilians. There was no difference in his eyes. The bodies of the slain were brutally hung on hooks, left scattered through. He could feel it. The growing fear of the people. The greater their fear of him, the stronger his power became. As fear increased, his strength grew infinitely. The deeper the fear of me, the closer your destruction is. Though the butcher had always focused on guerrilla warfare and assassinations, in truth, the way Shanho fights best. This is the method. A grand spectacle. In the midst of the spectacle, he manipulated and shook his opponents. As time passed, he became increasingly powerful, because his specialty was guiding people's fear toward him. Cruel displays and choreography, the corpses of the slain, were all for that purpose. It was almost time to begin. He started operating the prepared equipment. These were drone shots taken over Baghdad, footage of killings captured by drones. The butcher spread these brutal videos around the world. This was the fastest way to spread fear among people. Kim Mo once said, don't underestimate Phantom. Although he desperately wanted to fight immediately, this mission absolutely could not fail. In order to one day rebuild the association, now down to its core members, every ounce of combat strength was crucial. It was about time to stop slaughtering citizens. After all, fear only needed to be created as an atmosphere. If too many citizens were killed, it would actually reduce the fear toward him. He would wait until dawn, then absorb all the clones, and completely destroy him. The butcher closed his eyes, waiting for that moment to come. Please maintain 4 lanes. Do not cut in line. If there are empty seats, please pick up pedestrians whenever possible. Even at a time like this, someone was still robbing a convenience store. Who did it? Although Su Juanhao had told them to leave, the association's agents remained focused on rescuing civilians until dawn. Fortunately, over the past few hours, the butcher had not launched any attacks. While the agents fought to rescue people, Su Juanhao took down the 409th clone as it scattered like dust. He couldn't help but think, how long would this go on? No matter how many clones he killed, throughout the entire city of Baghdad, the rate at which the butcher multiplied far outpaced the rate he could kill them. There must be over 3,000 by now. The only strange thing was, they were no longer Instead, they were gathering in one place. Contractor. It seems they're all gathering where the butcher is. Su Juanhao nodded. Al-Qadamiyya Mosque. It was one of the largest and most magnificent mosques in Baghdad. At that moment, over 3,000 butcher clones were converging there. Dawn broke. Su Juanhao gazed toward the horizon. Slowly, the sun of a new day began to rise. Naturally, the blessing of the night hunter effect was lifted. At the same time, over 3,000 slaughterer clones vanished like a dream. Chapter 361, Player Slaughterer. 3. Magnificent. The slaughterer stared blankly at the temple filled with his clones. A total of 3,748 clones. This was nearly the limit of the number of clones he could ever create. A shame. Is this the end? The number of clones hadn't increased for over an hour. Clearly, as a demon. His trait, evil of the manticore, this is it. However, absorbing these clones. He licked his lips with his tongue, confirming the sun hanging over the horizon. He muttered softly, "Come here." So, 3,748 clones, dispersed like smoke. Thick mist filled the temple. The Slayer lightly waved his hand. The rising smoke rushed into his mouth, nose, and ears. The Slayer twitched slightly, clenching his teeth tightly. His whole body lightly trembled. Sweat poured down like a flood. About 10 minutes later, the Slayer exhaled softly. Huff. He opened his half-shut, blood-red eyes, and slowly raised his hand. He traced his hand through the air. Crack. The temple floor split open, and several buildings aligned in a straight line were also cut apart. Cough. Huh. The butcher burst into loud, his laugh shrill and high-pitched. With eyes full of excitement, he looked down at his own hands. Yes, power. This is exactly the kind of power I craved. Just like his lord Tianma, he yearned to possess the strength to fight the entire world alone. What a shame. The butcher sincerely felt regret. If this power could last forever, there would be no need to create a second demon association. This state would probably only last about a day. Although it was unfortunate, the current level of strength was already enough. Whether it was Ji Yuzhong or Shen Chengxian, no matter who came, he was confident he could easily subdue them. The butcher slowly closed his eyes. A suitable target was approaching. A powerful aura was rushing toward him. Even without looking, he knew exactly who it was. Phantom. If that brat hadn't kept destroying the clones, he could have moved much faster. What an annoying guy. The butcher waved roughly in Su Juanhao's direction. Well then, disappear. As Su Juanhao raced toward the temple, a sudden sharp pain pierced his temple. It was a warning from his survival instinct. He reflexively and repelled the invisible force. What? What was that? The Ice Queen, a step slower, sensed the ambush, and was visibly shocked. Su Juanhao looked intrigued. He glanced at his numbed hand. As a phantom, that's not bad. The enemy's aura swelled instantly, yet it remained within the temple. From a distance of about 2 kilometers. Just a burst of simple magical energy from that far away was enough to stop him in his tracks. It seemed the massive energy of the clones had been absorbed by him. Isn't that dangerous? Of course it's not safe, but if he were seeking safety, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. If he ran away now, the entire city of Baghdad would fall into danger. No, even nearby towns and countries might be The goal now is to pin that guy down right here. As Su Juanhao began moving again and arrived at the temple, he sensed an overwhelming magic presence. It was slightly weaker than the heavenly demon he'd faced before. Su Juanhao felt a tinge of tension. Although he had hunted countless monsters as the leader of the demon association, this was the first time he faced an enemy at the officer level. Moreover, the opponent was the infamous player slayer from over a decade ago. The opponent was standing in the center of the vast temple, waiting for him. Oh. Upon seeing Su Juanhao, he let out a soft exclamation. So this is the human hero, Phantom. Indeed, he's strong. But the feeling was completely different from encountering those blurred clones. At the same time, he felt a hint of relief. If he hadn't absorbed those 3,748 clones, he might have been the one in danger. He seemed to understand why Tianma treated this young man so specially. There was actually no special reason. It was simply because this young man was inherently extraordinary. To have such strength at such a young age. Right. How old are you this year? Shut up. You filthy demon. Su Juanhao, feeling awkward about his age, answered impatiently, thinking he was already 27 years old. Humph, be a little more tolerant. Tianma never learned how to swim anyway. It's normal for him to bark a few times. Normally, hearing such words, the butcher would have killed instantly. But now, he appeared merciful. After all, this brat would soon become a corpse. He didn't even feel like listening to his barking. Tianma really missed you. I'll offer your head to him as a souvenir. Who gave you that right? Your life isn't even something Phil needs. If I wanted to, I could take it any time. This was the logic of demons who pursued the survival of the fittest. The butcher pulled out his weapons from his backpack, his favorite tools for hunting humans, a hook chain and a short cleaver. Where is Tianma now? The butcher thought for a moment, then remained silent. Even though this guy was about to die, there was no need to say unnecessary things. Why aren't you talking? Where did that coward run off to? Su Juanhao's provocation made the butcher frown. Currently, Tianma was also a highly respected existence in the demon realm. Even after gaining such he didn't dare challenge this idol lightly. My patience ends here. From now on, choose your words carefully. Su Juanhao curled his lips. He wasn't much of a talker. There was no more intel to be gained. He could only extract it from the memories of the dead. He opened his inventory. As he briefly considered which weapon to use, a weapon in slumber, suddenly let out a piercing cry. That icy blue and snow-white spear seemed to question him. Why don't you go to the philosophy hall? Su Juanhao calmly drew the sword of ambition and said, let's begin. Let's go. Not bad at all. The butcher chuckled and began spinning the iron chain in his hand. Ah, sorry. That wasn't to you. It was to my true self. Asterisk chhh. Asterisk. Frost instantly froze the entire temple floor. No matter how skilled the player, a sudden change in battle conditions always takes time to adapt to. In that adaptation window, only one being can move freely. The one who created the new environment. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Su Juanhao's white knight armor quickly enveloped his body. Ice talons embedded in his soles locked him in place. Is that all you've got? Come on then. Let's see what you've got. Huh. The butcher suddenly flung the spinning chain forward. Dark magic energy wrapped around the chain, ripping the temple floor apart. Asterisk boom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. What a brute. Feels like I'm dealing with a giant wrecking ball from a construction site. Su Juanhao dodged left and right. He suddenly stomped hard on the ground. Crack. As the ice claws under his shoes gripped the ice surface, Su Juanhao shot forward like a bullet, swinging his sword. Crack. The butcher hurriedly blocked the strike with his slaughter knife, but because he was standing on ice, his body slid backward uncontrollably. In order to steady himself, the butcher stabbed his knife into the ground. Giant pillars of ice erupted from all directions, enveloping him completely. The butcher grinned viciously, opened his mouth, and roared. The released magic energy shattered the ice spikes like glass. Watching the scattering ice shards, the butcher asked, "Is this your way of fighting?" He slowly stood up, a hint of pleasure and deep regret appearing in his eyes. The opponent's strategy was indeed good. Using the slippery surface for coordinated movement was excellent too. An ordinary player would have been cleanly finished by that strike. But after all, he was just a player, still human. There was a difference in physique. With overwhelming magic power or magic energy, such small tricks could be crushed head-on. This kid's fighting style reminded him of himself. To be precise, of what he was like before absorbing his clones. The style of meticulously planning and arranging every battle. But it was meaningless. In the face of absolute power, these little tricks only looked laughable. Since you haven't experienced it yet, let me show you. The butcher dropped his slaughter knife. He gripped the iron chain hook with one hand, drawing in his magic energy. Humph. The surrounding air trembled violently, as if it was about to freeze. The intense shock shook the entire temple. This was something technique alone could never overcome. An overwhelming difference in power. The butcher's hook chain spun rapidly towards Su Juanhao. It wasn't just an ordinary hook. Enhanced by dark energy, countless hooks filled Su Juanhao. The Ice Queen, watching from the side, suddenly cried out in alarm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Recalling that terrifying time, Su Juanhao let out a helpless smile. Sorry. You're still far from being able to beat me. You'll need at least 1,000,000 more of those. You're finished. Su Juanhao's sword danced in a dazzling flourish. With each sweep of the blade, the demonic chains shattered one by one. He caught them all. The butcher looked on in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be weak in head-on combat? Just a trickster? But this guy didn't seem like one of those at all. At that moment, a deep sense of betrayal surged in his chest. Asterisk clank. Asterisk. Su Juanhao gripped the final hook chain tightly. Yeah. You're right. I fell into your trap for a moment, but you and I are nothing alike. You might be a trickster, but I'm confident in my strength too. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Right now, he had absorbed the power of 3,748 clones, and one thing was certain. There were only a handful who could match him now, perhaps only beings like the Heavenly Demon or Colonel Charbak. You, drunk on your own vanity, should be ashamed. The butcher's arm muscles swelled even under the chain's binding force. Humph. TCH. He shattered the ice beneath him, digging both feet into the ground, then began to pull the chain with force. What? Su Juanhao, gripping the other end of the chain, faltered for a moment. He truly couldn't comprehend the situation before him. Huff, huff. The butcher's facial veins bulged as he pulled at the iron chain with all his might. However, the iron chain in Su Juanhao's hand seemed rooted to the ground, completely immovable. Was he joking? But looking at the butcher's increasingly decaying face, it was clearly no joke. Shuangshua watched from the side for a moment and said in a low voice, "Contractor, Su Juanhao, are you already using your full strength?" No. Although he was exerting force, he was far from using his full power. Even after clearing the 4th floor, my stats had indeed improved significantly, but not to this extent, right? Su Juanhao was bewildered, muttering softly. Status window. His pupils trembled violently. Su Juanhao, level 195. Titles, Bringer of Spring and 7 others. Strength 695, plus 60. Endurance 649, plus 30. Speed 633. Compared to before level 195, 2 attribute values had changed significantly. Strength and endurance had increased dramatically. What was going on? Could it be? Su Juanhao hurriedly checked the message log. Title, Endurer S. Effect activated. Strength increased by 30 points. Title, Endurer. Title, Endurer. S. Effect activated. Strength increased by 30 points. Title, The Endurer. S. Effect activated. Stamina increased by 30 points. The Endurer. Earned after defeating the Floor Guardian, Erebor on the 4th floor. I know. The effect of this title is that the longer the battle lasts, the more your stats increase. But I thought, at most it would raise 1 or 2 levels. I didn't expect it would boost this much. After checking the logs, I found that roughly every 3 hours, one stat increases. Seems like the stat that increases is chosen at random, even though these boosts disappear after the battle. They're still incredibly powerful. Without a doubt, this effect is top tier. S-rank title. It truly lives up to its name. Wait. That means Su Juanhao's eyes fell on the one gripping the chain, like it was a tug of war. Su Juanhao stared at him for a moment. Then his eyes curved into a crescent smile. How cute. Just like a cat. That's found an amusing toy. Chapter 362. Player Slaughterer. 4. The butcher felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Everyone knows the Phantom is powerful, especially in the mines. Those who didn't know that are already dead. Even the executives of the Mining Association understood his strength the most thoroughly. After all, Tianma fought him personally and explained it to them in detail. However, this strength is far different from what Tianma told us. At his current level, he should be able to easily kill Phantom like playing with a child. He always maintained a composed attitude. Because of this reason, why? Why is this happening? The butcher's eyes darted around quickly. The only explanation he could think of was time. The battle between Tianma and Su Juanhao was nearly 5 months ago. But only 5 months had passed. No matter how angry, it should be impossible to become twice as strong in such a short time. What's more, he had already used the power of the Manticore, absorbing a total of 3,748 clones. As a result, his strength temporarily reached a staggering 570 points. And yet why? How cute. Phantom chuckled as he pulled the chain. His feet, fixed to the ground, were uprooted like stakes. Watching his body being dragged, humiliation, irritation, and anger surged within him. The scene was like an adult dealing with a small child. Damn it. In the end, the butcher let go of the chain. To avoid showing an even uglier scene, he abandoned his pride. You bastard. When you fought against Lord, you hid your true strength. No. That's impossible. At that time, Phantom was almost pushed to the brink. So, has he really become twice as strong? Though hard to believe, reality mercilessly forced him to accept it. Butcher's eyes finally showed tension. Alarms were blaring in his mind. I have to get this message out. No matter what, he had to let Tianma and the other executives know about this. Phantom's strength had already far surpassed what they thought they knew. He had turned into a monster close to the level of Tianma himself. As long as he escaped the temple, took a hostage, he might be able to return safely. Sorry. I'm late. Phantom muttered quietly. At the exact moment, he noticed tension rising in Butcher's eyes. He knew victory was within his grasp. That guy must be thinking about how to escape, huh? Monsters are always like that, but things won't go his way, because his opponent is Phantom. With a swoosh, a curtain of darkness unfolded in the air, trapping them both. You can't run now. Butcher, whose thoughts were seen through, gritted his teeth. He quickly moved his right hand hidden behind his back. At the same time, a burst of demonic energy enveloped Su Juanhao. It worked. A blood-colored mist began to rise. It was one of Manticore's abilities. By implanting fear, it renders opponents weak and powerless. However, when the mist cleared, what was revealed was Su Juanhao's completely unaffected face. Heroic X successfully resisted the mental attack. Those eyes were fearless, cold, and merciless. The butcher clenched his teeth tightly. Will this place become my grave? Players had always been his prey. The weak beings he could kill at any time. I am the slayer of players. The magic energy surging from the butcher turned into thousands of weapons, surrounding the two of them. I heard you're called a walking armory. When the butcher slaughtered people, he would almost use every weapon possible, because he wanted his victims to die in a more interesting and more painful way. I'm going to butcher you. The determined butcher lunged forward like a mad dog. A dagger in his left hand, a spear in his right. Su Juanhao swung his arrow, easily deflecting both weapons. But even though the weapons were broken, the butcher's assault didn't stop. He retreated slightly, grabbed a new floating weapon, and charged again, as expected. Su Juanhao softly praised. Although this method was very inefficient, it was highly effective in boosting combat tempo. Dozens of attacks per second, using dozens of different weapons. If someone wasn't extremely familiar with weapon characteristics, they would easily make mistakes. As a reward for showcasing your brilliant technique, at the moment the spear was about to pierce him, Su Juanhao's body turned into darkness, and instead rushed forward. The butcher widened his eyes. His body was being particleized. This was, up to now, a feat that no player had ever been able to achieve. This monster. In the terrified butcher's vision, a massive hand suddenly appeared. It instantly grabbed his face. His head was slammed hard against the ground. The intense pain didn't even give him time to scream. He barely opened his eyes. What he saw was a fist. Crack. The temple's stone floor caved in. A human head was deeply embedded in it. Ugh, ugh. You've got some stamina, huh? Su Juanhao murmured emotionlessly. He continued punching the opponent's face like a machine. After a brutal beating, Butcher's body began to twitch and finally collapsed to the ground. The so-called player slayer, who once struck fear into the streets, met such a pitiful end. The battle was over. The effect of the title Endurer has been reset. After checking his status panel, he found that the boosted stats had returned to their initial state. So I have to accumulate it from scratch every fight. In long battles like today, the effect is truly overwhelming. But if not, then the effect becomes a bit awkward. I need to study how to use it more efficiently. Let's keep that in mind, contractor. According to Shuangji's suggestion, Su Juanhao slightly moved his lips. Confession of the Dead. A memory projection appeared. After confirming the location of Tianma and the executives, Su Juanhao frowned. The Demon Realm. The demons say it's a place outside the world. Even though Tianma's location was confirmed, that was a place Su couldn't just go to on a whim, so that's where they were hiding. But it wasn't just hiding. Tianma and the executives seemed to have found an opportunity in the Demon Realm. They were growing rapidly. Take Butcher for example. He was also very strong. If I hadn't been stronger than when I fought Tianma, if I want to grow even stronger, today's battle will be quite tough. The demons. The demon's strength is pretty impressive too. Mid-tier demons are already this strong. How powerful must high-tier and top-tier demons be? Hua Quanhao briefly closes his eyes. Drawing on the Butcher's memories from before, he conducts some mental training for a while. Lowest tier and low-tier demons. I can barely handle them. Compared to them, mid-tier demons are about 1.5 times stronger than me. But starting from high-tier demons, the essence of their power is completely different. A single accessory could move mountains and fill seas. Given enough time and intent, destroying the earth wouldn't be impossible, even if I level up and become stronger. Can humans really grow to that level? Hua Quanhao gazes at the blazing sun, raising the ring on his left hand to his lips. This is Phantom. The situation is resolved. Static noise. Midnight terror. Player Slayer returns. Phantom dies. Massacre. 392 Baghdad citizens dead. 7 players from the association dead. The threat is not yet over. Korean Players Association President Sindagu warns. Iraq Prime Minister Makhan Abdul bows in gratitude to Phantom. The battle with the Butcher happened 3 days ago. During this time, Hua Quanhao has had to deal with a forgotten, hectic schedule. Ugh. This is why being a hero is always such a hassle. Who's forcing you to be a hero? Even so, how could you just stand by and do nothing? Don't you have a heart? After grumbling for a bit, Hua Quanhao heads straight to the training room. Can I rest for a bit? Humph. I've been resting for 3 days. Is that considered rest? Gemini thinks eating cake and sleeping is rest. He furrowed his brow. In that case, why not refuse all interviews and rest properly? Easier said than done. It's hard to pull off. The world needs a hero. To be precise, the world needs an ever-victorious, powerful hero. After fighting the Butcher, if I retire because it's too troublesome, what kind of rumors would spread? It's easy to imagine, since many people are dissatisfied with him. His words and actions must be especially cautious. In other words, it's best to avoid giving people any chance to criticize from the start. Asterisk, huff huff asterisk. Su Juanhao briefly stretched his body. After defeating the Butcher, his level increased by 1. He felt the need to quickly adapt to his enhanced abilities. Having confirmed the strength of the demon race, there's no time for leisurely rest now. He felt his body relax slightly. Su Juanhao immediately sat cross-legged and began vision training. Shinobi, Heavenly Demon, Erebor, Butcher. He recalled in his mind the powerful enemies he had faced. Su Juanhao fought them dozens, hundreds of times in virtual battles. Asterisk. Despite finishing training and taking a shower, Su Juanhao's expression remained uneasy. It's the Heavenly Demon. In vision training, Su Juanhao gained the upper hand against the Heavenly Demon. But that was the Heavenly Demon from 5 months ago. While I've been growing, he hasn't been idle either, has he? Though I really want to know the current strength of the Heavenly Demon. Even in the Butcher's memories, there's no such information. Humph. Is this mental training really effective? It is. Hua Quanhao turns his head. While watching his training, he eats a regeneration jelly. Aren't you going to train? You just evolved not long ago, didn't you? Train. Me? He widens his eyes, like 2 round buttons. Big Brother bursts out laughing. Even if I trained, I wouldn't be able to use it well. Why bother? Can't use it well? Because your mental strength can't handle it. Song asks with a smug smile. If I froze the entire world, could your mental strength handle it? Bragging again. No, it's not bragging. It's true. Hua Quanhao shakes his head as usual. He checks the time. Time to go, right? It's already this late. Song hurriedly eats his insect jelly. Preparations complete. The week-long agreement with the manager has already passed. It should be about time for the manager's shop to open. Let's go. The moment he tears the entry ticket, the space around them shifts. Huh. Hua Quanhao looks around, a surprised expression on his face. The shop is about twice as big as last time. Did they expand? Yeah. They did. All because of you, kid. The manager, with dark circles under his eyes, growls softly from behind the counter. If we had met Xiao last time, you'd definitely have swept up all the goods again. Haha. Su Juanhao gave an embarrassed smile. Looking around, all sorts of items had already caught his attention. In the admin shop, items cannot be appraised. From the start, the displayed goods are tailored for each individual. Choosing the most suitable items is also one of a player's skills. There's no separate catalog here, right? Would there be? Leiji let out a scornful chuckle. Last time, I recommended 2 bottles of elixirs suitable for him, but this time, he wasn't in the mood. Damn Su Juanhao, trying to make me work less. By using underhanded tactics to dodge more tasks, Leiji glared at the back of Su Juanhao's head, as if she could swallow him whole. Then she glanced at her watch. Hurry up and choose, then leave. It won't take too long. Your inexplicable confidence is really annoying. Su Juanhao gave a gentle smile, slowly closed his eyes, and then spoke. Intuition. Are you there? Chapter 363. How to make this person stronger. 1. Intuition is a highly vigilant entity, like a cautious stray cat. Sometimes, even if you reach out, it won't respond. Yet sometimes, it comes to you on its own. Are you there? If you're not asleep, please answer me. I'll keep waiting for your response. Enough. That's disgusting. Intuition replied, his voice filled with annoyance. Partner. Are you planning to use me again in such a boring place? Boring? Not at all. What you choose in this administrator store will directly impact your future life. For Su Juanhao, this was an extremely precious opportunity. It's not that hard. Just look around casually and pick a few things. Huff. Let's be clear. I'm not a god. I know. Even if we pick based on intuition, we might still end up with defective goods. I understand that. But even if I choose by myself, the result would be the same. Therefore, no matter what, it seems better to trust my intuition. Intuition gave a gentler instruction. Let's start from over there. Yes. Teacher. Su Juanhao opened his eyes, looking respectfully around the shop. His footsteps light. Meanwhile, Lei Ji rested his chin on one hand, quietly observing him. Teacher. What about this one? Not good. Then I'll put it back. Teacher. This spiritual medicine is glowing charmingly. How about buying it and trying it out? Just judging by appearance, it's really hard to tell. I actually thought of a good idea. What is it? He picked something up, then put it down again, muttering to himself. Leiji lightly clicked his tongue. Is he crazy? Sometimes, people like that really do exist. Not really. It's really players who went crazy for some reason. No, but after all, he is a hero. His mental strength should be strong. The moment he looked at him with a doubtful gaze, their eyes happened to meet in the air. What are you looking at, kid? Normally, Su Juanhao would awkwardly turn his head away, but this time was different. Instead, he casually walked toward the counter. Lei Ji put down the hand holding up his chin and asked, What's wrong? Already made your choice? Yes. Please give me this. He brought over a sleeping bag. This sleeping bag can completely eliminate fatigue during sleep, making one feel refreshed. It costs 100,000 points. You're okay with that, right? No problem. 100,000 points were deducted from Su Juanhao's account, but he still had 35.6 million points remaining. A sleeping bag, huh? Just looking at it makes me sleepy too. Lei Ji couldn't help but yawn. He had been busy expanding the shop these days, transporting goods from other dimensions and planets to stock the shelves. He had barely slept. Once I send this off, I should get some rest too. As he was thinking that, suddenly, swoosh, swish, Su Juanhao spread out the sleeping and quickly crawled inside. Seeing him looking like a caterpillar, Lei Ji asked curiously, What are you doing? Getting ready to sleep. Haha. Lei Ji couldn't help but burst into laughter. He brushed his hair back with his hand and growled softly. What? Sleepy already? Do you want me to put you to sleep forever? That's not it. There are just a lot of points, and a lot of items too. I want to take my time looking. Take your time. How long is that going to take? Facing Lei Ji's increasingly uneasy gaze, Su Juanhao gave a slight smile. A week at the shortest. Several months at the longest. Are you insane? Lei Ji screamed. Do you have a personality disorder? I think I have a great personality. However, are you thinking of hitting me now? No. You're the one saying weird stuff first. What weird stuff? The administrator store doesn't use a solid timeline, which means how long you stay completely depends on the mood of the visiting player. There should be enough food in the inventory. I'll take my time touring around at a leisurely pace. Lei Ji only moved her lips slightly. This guy? Is he doing this on purpose? Even for players. Administrators who are godlike beings still have various restrictions. That includes running the administrator store. When a guest visits, they must be taken seriously. No distractions allowed. There really is such a restriction, to be honest. Until now, I never really cared about it. After all, no one has ever dared to act so boldly in front of me. Not until now. Ow. My head. Lei Ji rubbed her throbbing forehead and glared at Su Juanhao. That guy curled up in the sleeping bag was looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. The World Tree once said that administrators wouldn't harm players. That damn tree. Anyway, no problem, right? Suit yourself. Lei Ji crossed his arms and replied coldly. He couldn't let himself be led by the nose. Instead, he needed to be tougher, to make it clear that these little tricks wouldn't work. Besides, since he's human too, he should get tired of it in a few days. This cute little guy. You underestimate your big sister too much. Lei Ji chuckled inwardly and snorted disdainfully. Although his common sense wasn't bad, as long as she kept persisting, she would definitely be the one to win in the end. That was what she thought. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Squeak. Drip. Click. Splash. The magic burner flared up with a burst of flame. Su Juanhao placed a pot on it and poured in water from a bottled water. He planned to have instant noodles for breakfast today. Lei Ji stared blankly at the scene. At the same time, Su Juanhao used a small mirror to check his messy beard and muttered to himself, time to shave. They had already been inside the administrator's shop for 2 months. At first, Lei Ji would angrily shout, asking when they could leave. Now, she had become much more docile. Honestly, Su Juanhao had no intention of leaving at all, because he had experienced it before. He knew that inside the administrator's shop, time barely passed at all. Although it was a method he came up with, but my partner is really ruthless. I thought this was your plan from the start. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have started at all. 2 months have passed. Su Juanhao had reached a point of no return. Recommendation list. At least not until he got the product catalog. He refused to leave. Hey. The moment the egg dropped into the ramen, Lei Ji, who had been silent for a week, finally spoke. Yes, Lord Lei Ji. You? Sigh. Forget it. Lei Ji let out a deep sigh, scratched his head, and asked, You said you've cleared the 4th floor? Yes. Then, how long did it take you to beat that level? Asterisk slurp asterisk. Su Juanhao slurped down his slippery noodles, and replied, It's been 17 years. Lei Ji's expression instantly darkened. He nodded, muttering under his breath, You bastard. You should have said so earlier. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Su Juanhao looked at the thing that smacked his face. It turned out to be the thick product catalog. Lord Lei Ji. Shut up. You idiot. Don't call my name. Because of sleep deprivation, Lei Ji's dark circles deepened. He stomped his foot in rage. Eat that. Buy everything within 3 hours. Then get out. You hear me? I'll do my best. MMM. Su Juanhao ignored Lei Ji, who couldn't suppress her anger. He pushed the instant noodles aside and began browsing the catalog. Let's check the elixirs first. His gaze quickly swept past the skill books section. He wasn't in a hurry to gain new abilities now. After all, he had plenty of money and ample time. Even though Lei Ji told him to leave within 3 hours, honestly, he could just let it go in one ear and out the other. Su Juanhao slowly and carefully examined the effects of each ability, making sure not to miss any details. First, the thing I need most. What I need most is an ability that can fully control the continuously rising stats. Unfortunately, there was no such effect among the skill books. Then maybe among the elixirs or herbs? As he quickly skimmed through the items, Su Juanhao's eyes suddenly grew intense. Found it. He immediately read the description. Zhu Yen fruit. Grade S. Effect. Always maintains the body in optimal condition. No discomfort when stats increase. Price. 13,000 pp. A sky-high price of 13 million pages. But after seeing its effects, he had to admit it was worth it. It was a treasure beyond value. Su Juanhao gave a simple evaluation of the red, peach-like fruit, the body always remaining in peak condition. In battles between experts, this kind of advantage was especially crucial, because life and death often hinged on one's condition that day. It even had the effect of eliminating suppression sensations. Even if one's stats increased, there would be no discomfort. I'll keep this too. After finding the item he desired most, Su Juanhao no longer had any hesitation. This one too. That one's not bad either. These two together. This one's pretty good too. He began unceremoniously selecting all the elixirs he could take. He tossed all the spirit herbs into the cart in one go. Now this is shopping. Even though the cart was packed full, he still had 6 million pp left in his wallet. At that moment, his intuition suddenly shouted urgently, Hey, partner. Look at that. Check that thing out. That. Su Juanhao stared blankly at the description in the catalog. Soul Collection Tool. Grade A. Effect. Collect souls. Price. 5.8 million pages. That's too expensive. That was his immediate reaction upon seeing the skill manual. It's only an A grade, yet its price rivals most S grade abilities. Is this really okay? Are you sure? That's what my intuition is telling me. Your partner needs this right now. Su Juanhao tilted his head in doubt. His intuition had inherited his personality traits completely. Therefore, unless it was absolutely certain, it would never speak with such confidence. The strength of its recommendation proved just how important it was. It meant it was completely sure of it. All right. Then that'll be the final item. The meticulous shopping spree finally came to an end. As he walked to the checkout, Lei Ji yawned and asked, Buying everything in the cart? Yes. Please give them to me. If you try to exchange, refund, or return anything after buying, I'll seriously kill you. Yes, ma'am. Just give them to me, please. That massive pile of PP vanished like the tide receding. It exuded the aura of a financial tycoon. Before the sense of loss could set in, the purchased items flooded into his inventory like a rising tide. This was a good deal. I'll remember this. Lei Ji's eyes were filled with deep hatred. He had always regarded leisure, relaxation, and sleep as the high, but now they had become his enemies. This wasn't good. He couldn't let their relationship end like this. Su Juanhao quickly spoke up. By the way, just to avoid any misunderstandings, do you know why I'm doing this? What? Lei Ji frowned in confusion and asked, what nonsense are you spouting? You don't know? I'm doing this to complete the strategy as soon as possible, even just one day sooner. I really want to rest too, but I'm enduring it with superhuman patience. Su Juanhao sighed. Didn't you say before that you would give me a push so you could retire sooner? Lunatic. You delayed my retirement by 2 months, and you actually think I would believe that? I'll return those 2 months to you as 20 years. Crunch, crunch. Lei Ji's ears, which had been unmoved, twitched slightly. After a moment of thought, he slowly uncrossed his arms, as if untying a knot. 20 years. Are you sure? I'm Phantom. The Phantom who has cleared the 4th floor. Indeed. Before Phantom's return, humanity had stagnated on the 2nd floor, but now, they had already caught a glimpse of the 5th floor, and all of this happened in less than 2 years. That kind of speed really is unbelievable. He had once seen that same glimmer of hope in the past. That's why he supported him with everything he had. Just as Lei Ji started to have doubts, Su Juanhao instead showed a trace of displeasure. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed this time. Aren't we supposed to be in a symbiotic relationship? You didn't just take my PP. You're not even giving me clues about the items. Do you really want the floors to be cleared that quickly? No, it's not that. It's not what I want. As an administrator, there are a lot of restrictions. Hearing his clumsy excuse, Su Juanhao asked with a slightly mocking look. So next time, will you help us more clearly? I really get in trouble just by opening my mouth. Su Juanhao stared at him, confused. Maybe he was just too tired, but that gaze felt a little heavy. In the end, he gave a slight nod. Very good. Su Juanhao said with a bright, radiant smile. Lei Ji suddenly felt a little weird inside. He waved his hand and muttered to himself. Forget it. Get out of here. The scene changed in an instant. From the now empty store counter, back to his familiar home. He checked the time. Only about 13 seconds. Oh, the contractor has returned. Su Juanhao proudly announced to Shuangli. The one and only is back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In that brief, 13-second reunion, Su Juanhao thoroughly enjoyed being with Shuangli again. Meanwhile, Lei Ji started tidying up the shop, getting ready to close for the day. TSK. That little lamb, seriously. On the floor lay a pot filled with swollen noodles, and a magic-powered burner. He had originally planned to chase down Su Juanhao and beat him up good, but in the end, he held back. 20 years. If I hadn't retired 20 years early, you would have been finished long ago. Still desperately wishing for retirement today, he squatted down to pack up the pots and pans. Chapter 3. How this person became strong. 2. Hurry up. Hurry, hurry. Shuangli sat leisurely on the sofa, tapping the table with her palm as she spoke. It meant she wanted him to show what he had bought from the administrator's shop. Got it. Just a moment. Su Juanhao began taking items out of his backpack one by one. Millennium River Handwool, Tear Stone, Rainbow Carp Core, Blue Humanoid Snow Meal. There were 24 types of elixirs purchased this time. Most were like the Umitba Holy Water, or the Jerson Dog Heart he had bought last time. Items with side effects. That's why he could buy them cheaply. Of course, these side effects didn't really matter to him. The elixirs, herbs, and pills emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance that filled the entire room. Just smelling it made him feel revitalized. Yeah. But that wasn't all. After Su Juanhao memorized everything, he pulled out the Soul Collector's skill book. This peach. It said to keep the body in peak condition permanently. Is this the ability that contractors were desperately seeking? And this book? This one? I don't know. It was just my instinct that told me to buy it, so I bought it on impulse. Su Juanhao admitted frankly. I really don't know. It was just my instinct telling me to buy it, so I did. Shuang's gaze turned cold. How much did you pay for it? 5.8 million points. That's really expensive. Just as he let out a small sigh, Su Juanhao pulled out something else. Oh right, I also bought this. You bought something else? A sharp glare shot towards Su Juanhao's hand. There sat a delicious-looking, mouth-watering cream cake. This is a cake used in imperial banquets. They say even the Empire serves it at events. 30,000 points. Oh. The Ice Queen, who had been as soft as a melted rice cake, quickly adjusted her expression. Humph. Looks like you're pretty good at budgeting your purchases. Let's have the cake first. I'd like some black tea too. After enjoying a lovely afternoon tea, they headed to the training room. New delivery, new delivery. This is something the guildmaster asked me to pass on to you. Thank you. Please tell him, I've received it. Yes, sir. It's my honor. In the training room, Su Juanhao received the package, and immediately tore it open. Inside was a This guy said before he couldn't find it. And now he suddenly has it. It's one of the few top-tier items on Earth that's ever been unsealed. An appraisal scroll. There's only one reason I had that kid Diju find it. To verify something. The core left behind by a Libo. He was afraid of accidentally absorbing it, so he never even took it out, worried that it might end up like last time, falling into a deep sleep for decades. Alright then. Time for the main event. Let the star take the stage. The core popped out of the backpack and landed on the prepared blanket. Phew. Based on the experience of absorbing 2 cores already, there were 2 types of cores. One type took a long time to absorb, but had excellent effects. The other type had a short absorption time, but slightly weaker effects. For example, the Frost Queen's core took an incredible 25 years to absorb, whereas Jean Nibi's core only took a mere 3 days to absorb. With different absorption times, the effects of the abilities were also vastly different. The effect of cell regeneration A was decent, but compared to Shuangdong EX, it was like a child's trick compared to a master's skill. Su Juanhao stared nervously at the scroll. Don't get your hopes up too much. Shuangdong immediately started to sound a warning. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If you don't expect anything, you won't be disappointed. What's wrong? Why are you so pessimistic? Su Juanhao stared at the core and closed his eyes to tear open the scroll. Please let it be S-rank. TSK. You think S-rank abilities are that common? In my era. The dazzling light from the scroll enveloped the core. Erebus's core. Legendary rank. Content. World Tree Initiator. The core left behind after Erebus was defeated. Effect. Forces 2 months of sleep upon consumption. Grants the skill clone S. How is this possible? Shuangdong exclaimed in shock. He originally wanted to lower Su Juanhao's expectations, but it actually came true. I told you so. This is impossible. Shuangdong stared blankly at the overjoyed Su Juanhao. S-rank wasn't supposed to be such a common level. In fact, less than 1% of players had abilities above S-rank. Just what kind of luck is this? This contractor has now obtained an S-rank or higher ability for the 7th time. What's even crazier is that 2 of them are EX rank. However, 2 months of forced sleep really was unpleasant. Yeah, no kidding. 2 months. No one knows when the executives from the Mining Association might act. In a situation like this, 2 months feels especially long. As Su Juanhao sank into thought, his intuition muttered something in a strange tone. Partner. What? A whisper. Huh? What did you say? Su Juanhao quietly listened to his intuition. He furrowed his brow. Then, he pulled out the pork marrow bone from his bag, eyes wide in shock. Seriously? Asterisk. Phew, finally done. Leiji tossed out the food trash, instant noodles, then washed the pot and the burner. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He may be lazy by nature, but he takes his assigned tasks very seriously. Time for me to get some rest too. Besides, the opening date for the administrator store hasn't been announced to players yet. He had more than enough time for a good nap, all because he pulled off those ridiculous stunts. I ended up working this hard. Once I've had a proper rest, I'll slowly post the notice and prepare to open. Click asterisk. Just as Leiji turned off the store lights, getting ready to return to his quarters, he received a trade request, a refund request, received a return request. Humph. What an arrogant little brat. His gaze turned sharp as a blade, as if ready to pierce straight into someone's heart. I've pampered him so much, and yet he dares to look down on me like this. The reason for his anger was obvious. There was only one person who could have sent that request at this time. I can't take it anymore. I can't endure this any longer. He had been holding it in for a long time. Leiji flicked his fingers menacingly. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Of course, it was Su Juanhao. Lady Leiji. He clenched his fist and roared at the grinning Su Juanhao. Your front teeth. Canines, old molars, wisdom teeth. I'll crush them all. If you don't want your teeth broken, behave yourself. Wait. Don't hit me. Su Juanhao, lying on the ground, grabbed his ankle, begging bitterly. Leiji raised his head and took a deep breath. Phew. Listen to me. Put the stuff down. Doing this won't change anything. Wait. Listen to me first. Let me hit you first, then talk. I clearly told you. If you submit another request for exchange or refund, I'll kill you. No. I'm not submitting any exchange or refund. Startled. The fist aiming to smash Su Juanhao's head paused. What? Then what's with all the requests you sent me? Well. Su Juanhao, sweating profusely, looked at Leiji who resembled a demon. It all started a few minutes ago, during his conversation with his intuition, about that core. That core. Can this be used inside the administrator store? It'd be great if it could, but how would I even get back there? I don't even have an entry ticket anymore. Unlike last time. This time Leiji warned me. If I request an exchange or refund, he'll kill me. Oh. That's true. He didn't say anything like that last time, but this time he clearly did. My intuition tells me, It's because Phil bought that pig and fruit. Pig and fruit. Su Juanhao checked the pig and fruit in his inventory and widened his eyes. A pig and fruit worth 13 million PP. Because it's so expensive, it gives you the right to request a refund or exchange directly with the administrator. So, after hearing the full story, Leiji sighed. In this place where time stands still, you want to destroy that core? Exactly. No. He answered instantly without even blinking. I'm exhausted right now. I was just about to sleep, but I held it in because I wanted to punch you. Alright, okay then. How about I lend you a sleeping bag? Su Juanhao smiled softly and quietly handed over a sleeping bag. Just let me absorb the core's energy here, and I'll help you organize the warehouse afterward. Organize the warehouse. Leiji crossed his arms and thought. Actually, sorting and organizing all the items in the warehouse is a real pain. And even if it's not that comfy, he can still get some sleep. It's not his soft bed. So he's a little annoyed, but there's no helping it. This sleeping bag cost 100,000 PP. It's a pretty good item. Might as well use this chance to earn a favor too. Leiji calculated in his mind. He nodded slowly. Then I'll just sleep behind the counter. You take care of the rest. Thank you. I'm going to sleep for 3 months. When I wake up, you need to have organized everything in the warehouse by category. Leave it to me. Absorbing Erebus's core energy would take 2 months, even adding the time needed to organize the warehouse. On Earth it would only be a matter of a few dozen seconds. Su Juanhao happily took out Erebus's core, then have a good rest. Yeah. After confirming that Lei Ji had crawled into the sleeping bag and was breathing evenly, Su Juanhao grabbed Erebus's core without hesitation. Asterisk. Absorption rate, 99.9999%. Absorption rate, 100%. Congratulations, you have fully absorbed Erebus's core energy. New ability acquired, Clone S. Su Juanhao opened his eyes. The ceiling that came into view looked unfamiliar. This is the administrator's shop. As his consciousness gradually returned, he felt a new ability taking root in his mind. Clone Grade S. Effect. Consumes mana to create a clone. The maximum ability value of the clone is 70% of the user's, up to 70%. Su Juanhao activated the ability without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his body, as if something had been forcefully pulled out of him. And right in front of him, a new Su Juanhao appeared. It was a very strange feeling, but oddly enough, he didn't feel bad at all. Normally, seeing someone identical to oneself would cause intense disgust. It's said that's why urban legends about clones exist. But this clone was different. It just felt incredibly wondrous. This clone inspired a blind trust, as if no matter what happened, he would never betray him. Perhaps this was the greatest advantage of the cloning ability. Su Juanhao asked, what should I call you? Whatever you want. After all, you're the original. Su Juanhao smiled faintly. Even the tone of voice is so similar. If I had a brother, I guess this is what it'd feel like. I'm heading to the philosophy hall soon. I'll ask you more then. Suit yourself. But personality-wise, there are some basic differences. If Su Juanhao is proactive and driven, then the clone is more relaxed and passive, and also far less timid. How amusing. I'm exactly like you, and you call me timid? Can you read my thoughts? Not read. I'm just a part of you, that's all. The clone gave a disdainful look. If I had to explain it, I guess I'm freer. Freed from your hypocrisy. That's who I am. That's odd. I've always been known for being sincere. What you're showing right now is hypocrisy. The clone sneered. Then started doing push-ups. After about 300 of them, he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Ugh. Nice. That's probably 1/50th of your actual strength. True. Is it just a difference in skill proficiency? The clone's max potential is 70% of the original's, but it doesn't start out using that full power. It needs constant training to gradually reach its peak. Next time I create one, I'll try injecting more mana. Sounds good. So you can only make one clone at a time? That's a very good question. Oh, let me try it right now. After using the skill again, the existing clone vanished, replaced by a new one. Looks like only one is allowed. Yeah. Kind of disappointing. Both wore the same disappointed expression. But only for a moment. Su Juanhao stood up. Alright, while Miss Lei Ji is still asleep, let's go organize the warehouse. You're really planning to do it? It's what we agreed on. You're seriously way too trustworthy. Although grumbling in imitation, he still quietly followed Su Juanhao. The so-called warehouse was actually a place almost as big as a logistics center. Su Juanhao clasped his hands behind his back and gave orders. Alright, let's start organizing now. Why are you looking at me with that dumbfounded expression? I'm just looking at your face. No wait, why aren't you working? I want to be the administrator. You're really something. Although the clone muttered, he still quietly started organizing. As time passed, his movements became increasingly skillful. It was obvious. By the time the warehouse is mostly sorted, he should be about 20% as good as me. Su Juanhao leisurely sipped his coffee while sitting on a chair, thinking to himself. Chapter 365. How this man became strong. Part 3. 30 days passed. During this time, the clone worked tirelessly, while Su Juanhao idled away. Whenever he got hungry, he would eat a spirit medicine. Now there should be 6 left. Of the 24, he had already consumed 18. Among the 6 remaining, he didn't plan to eat 5 of them, because they were meant to be gifts for his friends. This one's for Gilbert, this one's for Maishu, this one's for Skaya, and for Ramatut and Che Shuren. Although the total value was only 3 million pp. For them, it was more precious than anything else. They'll definitely be thrilled. Su Juanhao showed a satisfied smile, like a proud father. As his stomach started to growl, he took out the last elixir. Bamboo saddle fruit. This was the one he found most delicious, so he deliberately saved it for last. After gazing at the tempting peach for a moment, he opened his mouth wide. Asterisk crunch crunch asterisk. He slowly chewed the peach, savoring its deliciousness. As if by a miracle, his body suddenly felt different. Oh, 866. System. It looks like the subtitle file you provided is incomplete, as it cuts off mid-sentence at line 899 and doesn't include timestamps for some entries. I'll complete the translation for the provided lines and make reasonable assumptions for the last line to ensure coherence. If you have the continuation of the subtitle file or additional context, please share it, and I can refine the translation further. Below is the translated subtitle file in the requested .srt format, with timestamps preserved, no watermarks or extraneous characters, none were present, and gender handled appropriately. Su Juanhao is male, consistent with prior context. I've also stored the new term bamboo saddle fruit and the character stats context in memory for future reference. SRT. They'll definitely be thrilled. Su Juanhao showed a satisfied smile, like a proud father. As his stomach started to growl, he took out the last elixir. Bamboo saddle fruit. This was the one he found most delicious, so he deliberately saved it for last. After gazing at the tempting peach for a moment, he opened his mouth wide. Asterisk crunch crunch asterisk. He slowly chewed the peach, savoring its deliciousness. As if by a miracle, his body suddenly felt different. Oh, this sensation. The feeling of every hair standing on end. This is a sensation he could only feel when his physical condition reached its peak. Normally, he'd need at least a month of strict discipline to barely achieve this state. Who would have thought eating a single fruit would sustain this state? Though it felt somewhat surreal, Su Juanhao immediately stood up and moved his body. There was no discomfort anywhere in his body. Having absorbed 19 elixirs, it seems this kind of enhancement no longer requires special adjustments. Is this the power of 13 million pp? He checked his status window. Su Juanhao, level 196, title, Herald of Spring, plus 7 others, strength, 677, stamina, 685, speed, 693, magic, 717. Compared to before consuming the elixirs, all attribute values have increased by a total of 225 points. In this state, even facing 3 guys like the butcher, he could still win. Su Juanhao couldn't wait to start training. His body was itching for it. Although now every attribute increase didn't need to be manually adjusted, training still had to continue. It was simply a matter of fact, because the more he trained, the more efficiently he could use his body. After clearing his mind, Su Juanhao turned his head. It was the 10th consecutive day. He had seen his clone busily organizing items in the warehouse. Most importantly, the clone. This ability was truly useful. During this time, he had been trying to maintain the clone's ability. As time passed, he liked the skill more and more. First of all, general instructions didn't even require speaking. Hey, shouldn't that thing be over there? Move it to zone D32. You go do it yourself. He could even read the clone's thoughts when concentrating. It wasn't just one-way thought sharing. The clone's movements also became more and more fluid. At first, the clone could only utilize 2% of his attribute efficiency. Now it had reached an impressive 16% efficiency. Although the growth was slower than expected, for now, it was pretty fun to train this guy. Hey, what exactly are you training? I just don't have clone abilities. Stop tormenting me already. No way. It's way too convenient. How could I not use it? He even started thinking. From now on, he could leave all the troublesome tasks to this guy. You're talking crazy. Seriously. The clone, who was moving items, suddenly foamed at the mouth and started convulsing. Regardless, Su Juanhao organized the information he had on this guy. 1. Su Juanhao and the clone can share thoughts. 2. When the ability is cancelled, he can absorb the clone's memories, emotions, and experiences. 3. Currently, his mana can only sustain a clone for about half a month. Less in combat. Very satisfying. Compared to the cell regeneration core he got from Zanawai, Alibo's clone was far more enticing. Phew. Due to the lack of strength and stamina, he even struggled with organizing items, which made him look oddly cute. This guy is unbelievable. He actually thinks I look cute when I'm exhausted. Well, I don't usually look at myself in the mirror. Seeing myself from someone else's perspective, I realize I'm actually pretty handsome. Insane. Totally insane. The clone shook his head and walked over. Hey, original, I've finished everything you asked. Can I take a break now? Sure. Cancel summon. After the clone disappeared, his experiences, memories, and emotions all clearly flooded into Su Juanhao's mind. It only took about a minute to absorb it all. Was I being too harsh? From the clone's point of view, I really did seem kind of heartless. Su Juanhao gave one last look at the neatly organized warehouse, then went to find Leiji. Lord Leiji. Lord Leiji. What is it? The warehouse has been fully organized. Then you can leave. Leiji waved his hand, signal, but Su Juanhao didn't get up and leave. What? Still want me to praise you? No. That's not what I meant. Su Juanhao smiled awkwardly and said, please give me back my sleeping bag. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? Shuang tilted her head in confusion at the contractor, who returned after only a few dozen seconds. Contractor, you've got a bump on your forehead. It hurts. Although he still got scolded in the end, Su Juanhao thought, how can someone be this difficult? Of course, she still returned his sleeping bag. How's the core absorption going? The clone ability is really useful. Want to take a look? Normally, the curious Shuang would have agreed immediately, but this time she hesitated, her expression turning serious. What's wrong? Don't want to see it? It's not that. If a clone looked exactly like the contractor and treated the original me badly, what should I do? That would be terrifying. Su Juanhao burst out laughing at her adorable reaction. Why are you laughing? I'm being serious here. No. You're just really cute when you react like that. In the end, Su Juanhao decided to demonstrate the clone ability another time. You finished all the spirit medicines? How did you know? Because your aura has changed. The stronger a master becomes, the less presence they reveal. Su Juanhao was the same. Now, he looked as ordinary as a regular person. At first glance, it was nearly impossible to sense how extraordinary he was. Even a skilled fighter would struggle to gauge his strength. So what are you planning to do next? I want to check out the second layer. Second layer? You mean the frontline zone? Hearing that long-forgotten term, Shili's eyes widened. Is there still something left to take care of there? Su Juanhao shook his head. This trip to the second layer was part of his training plan. There's someone. I want to spar with him. Heart. The knight who guards the emperor. His aura is overwhelming. He's the strongest person I've ever met. His strength even surpasses that of the former Tianma. In other words, if I can't defeat him, then I won't be able to defeat Tianma now either. Still, would someone who rivals the emperor so easily agree to a sparring match? You never know unless you try. After tidying up briefly, Su Juanhao headed straight to the second layer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The long-forgotten Jillian city had nearly been fully restored. Humans are incredible. This place was practically ruins before. Yeah. People really are amazing. Once reduced to rubble by the Miners Association's assault, Jillian City had now regained its former prosperity, bustling with people. This was the result of people enduring pain and grief, while clinging to hopes of a better future, and continuing to persevere. How nice. With a satisfied smile, Su Juanhao headed straight for the capital. He expected to be stopped by the knights at the gate, but instead, upon seeing Su Juanhao, they opened the gate. Looks like the rumors about him being a phantom have already spread like wildfire. That went a lot more smoothly than expected. In fact, this is better. I've always felt that Borderlanders greatly admire the legend of the 5 heroes. Perhaps because these heroes once successfully stopped the disastrous gate invasion. Please, this way. Although he hadn't explained who he was here to see or why, the servant led him somewhere. After walking deep into the inner city for a long time, he began to hear shouts and sounds of training. This place is the Royal Knights' training grounds, specifically where the Royal Knights hone their skills. Su Juanhao looked at the servant in surprise. Why bring me here? His Majesty instructed, if Phantom visits, he must be looking for Phil Hart, Sir Hart. So please bring him here. Wow. Su Juanhao couldn't help but exclaim, an emperor of the empire really isn't someone just anyone can become. Hold your ground. Group training was underway at the training grounds. A young Hart stood atop a platform, giving orders to other young men and middle-aged knights. His demeanor fit the scene perfectly. The knights are one entity. Repeat it. The knights are one entity. It's not just your own hard work. Your comrades are struggling too. No complaints. Understood. A guest has arrived. We'll end here for today. Even though they were out of breath, the knights still sat properly as they rested. Hart's gaze turned towards Su Juanhao. What business do you have, player? A light breeze blew. His red hair fluttered in the wind. At the same time, the overwhelming aura Hart emitted created a huge sense of pressure on Su Juanhao. He's really strong. If it had been during the time I was still on the second floor, he didn't even have the courage to respond. At that moment, he once again felt how much stronger he had become. Back then, Hart had seemed utterly unreachable to him. Just being looked at by him would make him break into a cold sweat. But now, he could see it clearly, where Hart stood. Why even a powerful being like Tianma couldn't invade the empire? Su Juanhao looked him straight in the eyes and said, I'd like to fight you. The usually composed Hart slightly curled his lips, revealing a faint, fleeting smile. Then it vanished again. Follow me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hart's private training arena was very spacious. However, Hart didn't stop there. Instead, he walked straight out of the castle. Where are we going now? Hart stopped in his tracks. He turned and looked at Su Juanhao. Didn't you say you wanted to fight? Yes. The palace is far too small and dangerous for us. In that moment, Su Juanhao understood. This man had no intention of going easy on him. The two of them traveled via teleportation to the vast eastern plains. Let me ask you something, Hart asked while putting on his armor. In this battle, what is it you want? Possibility. Is that so? Hart nodded. Then said, let's set one rule. We do not stop until one of us surrenders. Does that mean anything? No. Then let's begin. Across the vast grasslands, every drifting breath of wind vanished in an instant. Even the fierce and oppressive pressure that had weighed down on Su Juanhao quietly disappeared. It left me slightly. And so, he became even more nervous. An unseen enemy is far more terrifying than a visible one. It's a simple and obvious truth. Su Juanhao drew the sword of ambition, an equipped white knight. If even a heart couldn't be broken, then even the heavenly demon would probably struggle against it now. Currently, his strength was definitely not inferior to Hart's. It might even be higher. If he failed here, it would purely mean his combat skills were still lacking. Ever since Su Juanhao decided to meet him, he had already set a clear goal. If he could defeat him, he would ascend to the 5th floor. Hart should be the only obstacle now. An existence capable of withstanding my power attacks. I'll be troubling you for a while. Whatever you want. I've already taken special leave anyway. The first battle on the deserted grasslands lasted for 2 full days and nights. Chapter 366. How this man grows stronger. 4. Wild and reckless. The man lying on the grassland gasped for breath. A monstrous physique. I really can't withstand it anymore. First knight of the empire. Captain of the royal knights, Hart. His once noble and pristine armor, now battered and damaged in many places. Congratulations, player. Your victory is well deserved. Although it was a pure congratulation, Su Juanhao still looked down at him with an unpleasant expression. Only an indescribable emptiness wavered in his eyes. He won, yet he lost. The Frost Queen commented calmly. She was right. He won, yet he lost. There was only one reason why this contradictory statement made sense. If my stats weren't so much higher than Sir Hart's, I would have been the one to lose. That face seemed to carry all the discontent in the world. Hart silently gazed at that face. Then he sat up and drank a potion. That's not the expression of a victor. I think it's a shameful victory. Was this not a battle? There's no such thing as a shameful victory, nor a righteous defeat. I know. No matter how you sugarcoat it, victory is still victory. Defeat is still defeat. But it still doesn't sit well in my heart. You should have more confidence. You're strong. If this were a real fight, could I still have one? Sir Hart didn't answer that question, but it didn't really matter. His silent attitude had already given the answer. Player, you are still young and growing rapidly. No need to rush. Is this really considered rapid growth? Su Juanhao said with a wry smile. Although I look young, I've actually lived quite a long time. How amusing. Hart took out a clean cloth and wiped his sword. He said with a smile. What's amusing? The more exceptional a person is, the more they believe the path they've taken is unique. He hesitated for a moment. Su Juanhao thought for a while, then cautiously asked, may I ask how old you are? I've long surpassed 100. Goodness. That face is over 100 years old. Su Juanhao couldn't help but glance at the Ice Queen. He used to think she was just showing off her age, but maybe she really meant it. Why are you staring at me like that? It's really unpleasant. No. It's just, say one more word, and I'll slice the contractor in half. Sorry. Su Juanhao quickly apologized, then looked back at Hart. How could something like that even happen? Asterisk swish swish asterisk. The knight wiped his sword, and spoke casually. With time, my swordsmanship improved as well. Then one day, I obtained a certain artifact. From then on, I gradually became younger. What kind of artifact was it? Hart put down the dirty cloth, picked up the gleaming sword, and stood up. His eyes seemed to reflect a lush green meadow. There used to be a small hill, though it came out of nowhere. Su Juanhao still remained calm, looking in the direction of his finger. Only endless grasslands stretched out, not a trace of a mountain in sight. It was a dead mountain. Nothing grew there, completely useless. Naturally, His Majesty disliked the mountain. He even joked about it. Might as well chop it down. For a general like me, chopping down a small mountain shouldn't be a problem, right? Crack. Hart pointed his sword straight ahead. A gust of cold wind swept through. No way. The moment Su Juanhao voiced his doubt, it felt as if the world's sound suddenly cut off, as if someone pressed the world's pause button. A strange sensation welled up inside him. He felt that any small move, or any sound would be inappropriate. In that frozen moment, 1 second later, even the sunlight shining on them quietly disappeared. What is that? Whoosh. Blow. Just blowing. The grass that once filled the plains now danced in the sky, as if it would fill the entire sky. Faced with this bizarre sight, Su Juanhao simply opened his mouth, unable to say a word. That's probably the kind of feeling it is. I haven't done it in a long time. Feels a bit rusty. Su Juanhao, looking bewildered, turned back to glance at Hart. His dry face seemed to be asking, why are you looking at me like that? No, you clearly have such incredible power. Why let me win? Let you win. Me? Hart shook his head. You won. Don't deny that obvious fact. But Sir Hart, you just split the plains apart. So what? Being able to split the mountain moon at my level. You should be able to do that easily too, right? Just as Su Juanhao firmly believed, Hart was trying to teach him something. Calm down first. Take a deep breath, exhale, and repeat. That's it. Hart was trying to help him relax. Once he confirmed Su Juinhao's breathing was steady, he began to speak. About your earlier question, if this were real combat, to be honest, I don't know what the result would be. You can be honest about it. This isn't modesty. I really don't know. Hart shook his head again. There's no doubt. I'm powerful. Maybe even stronger than anyone you've met. That's just a fact. Until now, I've always believed that Lord Hart was stronger than the Tianma from 5 months ago. But that strike just... With this level of strength, maybe I really can defeat Tianma now. No matter how strong a player is, can they truly withstand the power to split the mountain moon? But you're also stronger than anyone I've met. What I said earlier, I meant it. That monster-like body of yours, no ordinary person could withstand it. Not a single word of that was exaggerated. No matter how hard something is, it eventually breaks. But I still haven't managed to break your body. Players are blessed with special traits and attributes. Since Su Juinhao's stats far surpassed Hart's, no matter how much Hart attacked, he couldn't force Su Juinhao to yield. May I give an honest evaluation? Go ahead. First of all, your body has already reached a perfect state. It's more outstanding than any knights I've ever seen. It proves that while you've been leveling up, and he had always focused on fundamental training. Su Juinhao nodded slightly. He felt genuinely happy to be recognized by Sir Hart. It has always been one of the things I cared most about. From the moment he became a player, he worked hard to build a solid foundation. Every time he leveled up, he habitually adjusted his body. All thanks to the habits he developed back then. Even Lady Lei emphasized it. The most important thing is to value the basics. However, no matter what you do, if you want to stand at the peak, a solid foundation alone isn't enough. No matter how good the basics, they are still just basics. Su Juinhao's eyes grew deeper. Then, what should I do to become stronger? Whether it's swordsmanship or marksmanship, go seek higher-level martial arts. Martial arts. Take for example a skill you've used multiple times. The heart-shaped sword danced elegantly. The moment he saw it, he immediately understood what it was. It was a form of attack he had never managed to achieve. Do you know why you couldn't block it? Su Juinhao shook his head. The heart-shaped sword wasn't so fast that he couldn't see it with the naked eye, yet he still couldn't fend it off. Honestly, I don't know why. I thought I had blocked it. That's because the move contains the mysteries of change. That's the fearsome thing about advanced swordsmanship. Hart gazed toward the other side of the grasslands. Whenever the wind blew, the weeds swayed with it, like waves at the seaside. 1,000 years ago, our ancestors failed to stop the invasion through the gate. It was a different ending than on Earth. Orcs, ogres, trolls, elves, they all had far stronger physiques than humans. Therefore, our predecessors had to develop something that surpassed natural physical differences to survive. After countless rigorous studies, swordsmanship was eventually born. And not just swordsmanship, magic, spirit arts, spear techniques, and more. Various martial and magical systems were gradually established. Thus began the glorious age of humanity. People in the frontier honed these skills, transcended racial boundaries, and became the rulers of the continent. Su Juinhao fell into deep reflection. He used to think, techniques like commercial swordsmanship and spear arts, to be honest, weren't worth learning. Because he had the skill-less master skill, S rank, no matter what weapon he used, he could wield it better than ordinary experts. In any case, he believed, his combat core was the Dark Watcher and dual wield. But for someone strong like Hart, raw stats weren't everything. He might become the strongest offensive spear, but in battles between the strong, he couldn't be the ultimate shield. Without realizing it, he had been repeating only what he was good at. When Su Juinhao first became a player, he also suffered from severe thirst. But as his magic power accumulated and he used the Dark Watcher, that thirst gradually faded. I can't stop here. To stand at the top, whether it's the Dark Watcher, dual wield, or martial techniques, I must train them all without exception. His once foggy mind suddenly became clear. Thank you for your guidance. It seems I've found the path forward. If I could help you, then I'm glad. By the way, do you have any sword techniques you'd recommend? Hart shook his head. I heard you players can ascend floors. The higher the floor, the stronger the enemies you encounter. That's right, then there's no need to search here. There might be higher level sword arts on the upper floors. Would it be hard to learn? It won't be too difficult. Hart immediately replied. I can't tell that you've systematically learned any. It seems you're just instinctively using basic sword skills. So no matter what martial arts you learn, you'll pick it up quickly. A blank sheet of paper can show different colors, according to the patterns drawn on it. Hart worried that Su Juinhao's perfect body would be tarnished by low-level sword arts. He must master advanced martial skills. Understood. The feedback about the battle ended. Su Juinhao took out food from his backpack. As he prepared to cook, he asked, but, besides swordsmanship, my combat techniques do have room for improvement. Is that so? Indeed it is. Although the body is already perfect, the way you control it is often too simplistic. This body hasn't been fully formed for long. Normally it should still be in the adjustment phase, but thanks to Zhouen's help, that process could be skipped entirely. Now all that's needed is to think and figure out how best to utilize this cheat-like perfect body. I made the right decision coming to Hart. He's someone who, even if I give it my all, won't even bat an eye. He's someone who can split mountains. No matter what I do, I can't beat him with technique. So, I have to learn as much as possible. Everything that can be learned. Combat awareness, movements, instant decision-making. These are all things worth learning. Moreover, training to fight alongside Xuanxue's clone must also begin in advance. Initially, he had planned to go straight to the 5th floor after defeating him, but in his current state, he didn't feel like moving up. I'm still far from enough. There's always a higher sky, and stronger people out there. Su Juanhao stared intently at Hart, who had just devoured his meal, gazing at him without blinking. Why are you looking at me with such a scary face? It's not that. I just wanted to see if you were full. So we could start round 2. Another round? Hart looked slightly displeased, but under Su Juanhao's puppy dog eyes, Hart finally sighed and stood up. No choice. Since I now know your strength, I'll go a little more serious this time. When he noticed that next to Su Juanhao stood another Su Juanhao, his brows furrowed. Did you put some hallucinogen in the food? No, I didn't. That's my clone. This guy is my real body. What a show-off. Looking at the two Su Juanhao, Hart's gaze turned toward the place where a mountain once stood. He thought it might be better to slice the mountain again. Chapter 367, Shadow Teacher, 1. Hart's pupils swiftly scanned the darkened grassland. Left side, and behind, with a light swing. He perfectly blocked both directions. At that moment, asterisk swish, swish, swish asterisk. Weeds covered in dew turned into sharp daggers and flew at him. Even time delay attacks. Not bad. Once the fight began, he didn't dare let his guard down for even a second. This kind of combat truly chills one to the bone. Slope. Hart's sword light slashed diagonally like lightning. Crash. Within the torn space, Su Juanhao's clone's left arm was included. Damn it. My arm. Hold it in. No good. I really can't. It hurts too much. Even though the clone kept gasping, he never stopped swinging his sword. Indeed, the clone's body wasn't as strong as the main body. Of course, the main body wore the exceptional white knight armor, while the clone was clearly inferior in level. However, even considering that, the tactical advantage the clone itself provided was almost explosive, a clone capable of real-time, shared thinking. It was both demanding and unsettling. Attacks always came from the directions you least wanted to be hit. Sudden strikes. Add another. Rip. Hart stomped the ground and retreated backward, quickly deflecting the flying weapon. Even this little devil is secretly probing for my weaknesses. The battle temporarily Hart let out a bitter smile. To force a man to this extent, it must surpass the strength of several Imperial Knight orders. Just one person's fighting ability was already this terrifying, truly chilling. What's worse, the severed clone's arm was gradually regenerating over time. Rumble. The ground trembled. A giant ice wall rose up from the underground, blocking off Hart's rear. His eyes sharpened. Looks like I made a mistake. With my back against the wall, I can now focus on attacks from the front. No, that's not a mistake. This isn't a mistake. It's a killer trap. Be careful. Thousands of sharp spikes grew out of the ice wall, like icy spears. The entire wall began to press in on him, as if he were in a living hell. This is ridiculous. Even mages from the magic tower would struggle with this. Yet this elf pulled it off like it was nothing. So, focus and strike the wall. It took great effort to collapse it. Seeing this, Hart sheathed his sword. Let's end it here. No, Teacher Hart, I've been on the receiving end the whole time. Can we train a little more? Just 3 days. The clone pleaded with a pitiful expression. Hart looked at Su Juanhao. Is that how you really feel? No way. You should take a break first. Wow. So I wasn't the only one thinking that. As the clone was dismissed, Su Juanhao furrowed his brows. It was because of the pain in his left arm. It's manageable. The clone made such a fuss over a minor injury. How embarrassing. Su Juanhao looked around at the mess that had become of the grassland, then asked, You're not going somewhere else to get beaten up, are you? Is there something wrong with my hearing? Hart rubbed his ears. Say that again? I said I'll go practice properly somewhere else. Oh, now I heard it clearly. Su Juanhao smiled quietly, his face showing an apologetic look. I wonder if I've taken up too much of Lord Hart's vacation time. You already know the answer. Looking at Su Juanhao's awkward expression, Hart smiled slightly. Just kidding. Hara. Fighting against a knight is the fastest way to deepen friendship. Su Juanhao and Hart fought 5 times, spending a full 10 days. In the end, I still couldn't completely defeat Sir Hart. As long as you persist like you are now, you will achieve it one day. Even after days and nights without sleep, Hart showed no sign of fatigue. He was truly the embodiment of a knight. After packing his gear, he immediately prepared to depart. I'm planning to return directly to His Majesty's side. Would you like to come with me? No. I have no reason to make a special trip to the capital. Then let's part ways here. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Likewise. I'm glad to have met you in my twilight years. After parting with Su Juanhao, Sir Hart immediately returned to the capital. He submitted a reinstatement request. Upon learning that Emperor Gauss had summoned him, he hurried to the sword advancement chamber. Hart, how was your vacation? Thanks to your concern, everything went smoothly. Is that so? And how do you feel? Hart nodded, lowering his head slightly. Forgive me, I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm talking about Phantom, the hero of Earth, the protagonist of the 5 Heroes legend. You personally tested his swordsmanship. How did it feel? Hart recalled his brief vacation and answered, extremely strong. Very, very strong. That was beyond my expectations. That was truly unexpected, to hear such praise, coming from you. I originally thought, at most I'd get, a not bad from Emperor Gauss. He said sincerely impressed. Your Majesty, I have a confession to make. Let's hear it. Hart slowly raised his hands. In front of Su Juanhao, he had maintained a calm demeanor, but now, his hands trembled involuntarily. I didn't want to seem weak in front of the younger generation, so I kept forcing myself to endure. You care that much? That's unexpected. No, it actually makes me happy. Seeing your fighting spirit still strong, I'm truly relieved. Take a few more days to rest. Gauss chuckled and muttered to himself. But still, it's surprising to think that the clone's strength had reached that level. The last time we met, he wasn't nearly that strong, which means, in such a short time, his growth was that rapid? Yes. And he will only continue to grow stronger. Gauss rested his chin on his hand and asked curiously, I really wonder, just how powerful can a person become? Watching the pondering emperor, Hart spoke up. May I speak freely? It'd be a problem if you didn't. At any time, you are welcome to share your thoughts. Go ahead. Hart closed his eyes and recalled that annoying player who took away his entire vacation. Just as he said, he would continue to grow stronger. It's hard to imagine, when he reaches his peak, what a colossal being he would become. The motivation that drives him to achieve that might be the same belief that the ancestors of this land had 1,000 years ago. It must be the determination to save their own world. Indeed, the determination to save a world on the brink of destruction. Emperor Gao smiled, as if finding the idea amusing. He truly is a hero. He is a hero. The two old retainers thought of the same person and smiled. Asterisk. Su Juanhao, returning to Earth from the first floor, stepped out of the elevator as usual. He suppressed the urge to immediately press the button for the 5th floor. He had to settle things on Earth before moving on, landing on the artificial Pacific island that he had visited. He saw the players from the association. Everyone who met his eyes nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but something felt off. What's going on? Why is it like this? Every glance directed at him was filled with pity and sorrow. Heart-wrenching, but it wasn't over yet. Lord Phantom, we've always supported you. Don't push yourself too hard. You've already done enough. These are potatoes our grandma sent from the countryside. They're really good. You can boil them to eat. Thank you. Feeling an inexplicable pressure, Su Juanhao fled back to the Korean Player Association building, as if being chased along the way. It's the same everywhere. DGU, I just experienced something really strange. Juanhao. Su Juanhao hurried into the association office, only to see DGU looking at him with red eyes. He couldn't help but ask, DGU, have I gone mad? No, from what I can see, it's Earthlings who've gone weird, right? Hearing their conversation, DGU gestured and said, don't overthink it. Come take a seat. If I get too close, will you suddenly eat me? Do I look like a monster? Scarier than a monster. Now, Su Juanhao sat in a chair and asked seriously, what's going on? People are giving me strange looks. They're not looking at you strangely. Dakue skillfully projected several holographic knights into the air. The man who carried the world. Asterisk lonely 4th floor. Asterisk. 2 weeks in a row at the top of the bestseller list. The whole world moved to tears. A man's 17-year story without tears. He stood alone. Phantom's 4th floor clear. 1 million copies sold in 10 days. 3rd reprint confirmed. Publisher KW celebrating with joy. Asterisk lonely 4th floor asterisk. Will be adapted into a movie. Directed by famed Hollywood director Michael Beckley. What is this? Asterisk lonely 4th floor asterisk. Just hearing the title gives me goosebumps all over. What an embarrassing name. DGU, are you talking about my strategy book? Yes, that's right. Su Juanhao let out a deep sigh. Fine. Even if I take 10,000 steps back, it's still pretty good. But who came up with that title? I came up with it. Looking at the slightly hurt middle-aged man, Su Juanhao unconsciously scratched his neck. Looking again, it's actually not bad. You did a good job. Thank you. Su Juanhao quickly changed the subject. But why are the book sales so high? I thought it would sell maybe tens of thousands but it exceeded 1 million, and it's still reprinting. We didn't expect it either. The readership turned out to be much broader than we thought. Why did it have such a broad readership? This book was originally written to help players conquer Su Juanhao's difficulty on the 4th floor. It's a guidebook. Of course, it was mainly intended for players preparing to challenge the 4th floor. More broadly speaking, if you weren't about to challenge the 4th floor, you wouldn't need to read it. Yet even non-players enjoyed it. Why? Because normally, you have to pay to even glimpse the stories of heroes. These heroes who are always fighting on the front lines. The public knows very little about them. As a result, people became more curious. This lonely 4th floor book happened to satisfy that curiosity. It detailed every day of Su Juanhao's life within Shuangshua's memories. How much hardship he endured, how miserable he once was, and how he overcame it all. Seems like it's actually quite moving. People realized this human hero was actually just a 27-year-old young man. They began to understand the immense weight he carried during his silent climb. That's why when Su Juanhao returned to Earth, he received such attention and admiration. Unbelievable. Su Juanhao snorted dismissively. Why sympathize with a normal person? Don't be so pessimistic. At least now, Climb doesn't dare act out. Yeah, that part I'm satisfied with. By the way, where did you go just now? Su Juanhao told DGU about the duel he had on the second floor. DGU listened with great interest, then asked, a clone? What's that? It's the cute version of the contractor. Wait, did you say cute? Are you insane? Su Juanhao looked at Xuanxue in shock. That unpredictable little ball of chaos, called cute. I think he's nice. At least he's honest about his feelings. Unlike you, always pretending to be mature. I'm not pretending. I am mature. Su Juanhao pouted. DGU, who had been quietly listening, asked, when did you get that ability? When else? I got it after catching Dr. Ellie. You without the fake maturity. Actually sounds kind of fun. Oh, really? Then experience it yourself. Su Juanhao snapped his fingers, and the clone appeared. Whoa, you two look exactly the same. Of course we do. It's my clone, after all. Oh, DGU. The clone looked around, and recognized DGU, suddenly reaching out. Hey, that's a really well-made wig. Technology these days is amazing. Watching his wig get snatched away, DGU turned to Su Juanhao. Alright, that wasn't funny at all. Thanks for always acting like an adult. Good thing you're around to keep things rational. Su Juanhao shrugged. ****. So, you're planning to head to the 5th floor now? Yeah, gotta go clear it. Su Juanhao nodded. In fact, DGU had postponed quite a few appointments. Of course, they were all interview requests from various newspapers and magazines. All interview requests from many newspapers and magazines. Just reject them all. Thanks. He's a player, not an entertainment celebrity. Although he was grateful for the public's attention and support, he didn't want to be swayed by it. Before leaving, I need to see the kids. A bit Yeah, they're all currently challenging Su Juanhao difficulty on the 4th floor. The elixirs prepared for his friends. The sooner they take them, the better. Unless they had special talents like Meishu, they would also need to adjust their increased stats. At that moment, the clone, drinking orange juice and pacing around the room, spoke. Main body, if you want to see your friends, why not go to the 4th floor too? Didn't you hear? They're currently clearing Su Juanhao difficulty. Simply put, Su Juanhao difficulty is like a single-player game. It must be completed alone, without interference from others. Hardcore mode with only 3 chances. Then why not ask the World Tree for help? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you did, it wouldn't work. Su Juanhao replied vaguely, because he hadn't completely ruled out the possibility. After a moment of thought, he stood up. DGU, keep an eye on this guy for me. You're going to the 4th floor? Yeah. It doesn't hurt to check it out. If it really works, maybe I can lend a hand to some friends. The clone smiled and waved. Safe travels. Main body, don't cause trouble. I warned you. Hey, I'm just not pretending to be mature. Everything else is the same as you. Don't worry. That sounds reliable. But why do I feel uneasy? If you have time, go to the Philosophy Pavilion and find Lingxiang. Come up with a new name. Honestly, it's too much trouble. Can't we just keep calling it Lingxiang? No. When we caught a labor, we promised to give it a name. Su Juanhao pulled Lingxiang from his backpack and asked doubtfully, can you really do it? Leave it to me. Under the clone's gaze, Lingxiang trembled slightly. For some reason, it felt like it had just met someone very strange. Arthur, Chapter 368, Shadow Teacher, Part 2. A few hours later, Su Juanhao returned to the Pacific Artificial Island and took the elevator. He pressed the button for the 4th floor. Another world. When the door opened, a familiar forest greeted him. Oh, he thought he would be teleported straight to the first city, but it turned out to be this forest instead. Moreover, he already knew where this place was. The World Tree Forest. Walking along the path, a giant tree gradually came into view. Player Su Juanhao, we've reunited sooner than expected. The dense leaves swayed happily. Are you well? Thanks to you. Do you have business with me today? Su Juanhao scratched his cheek and asked, excuse me, is there a way for me to meet the players currently challenging Su Juanhao difficulty? Are you trying to interfere with their challenge? It's not exactly interference. I just have some things I want to give them. The World Tree fell silent, as if deep in thought, like completing the challenge for them. Absolutely not. Su Juanhao said firmly. The friends challenging Su Juanhao difficulty here. They are pursuing growth. He would never personally ruin their opportunity to grow. I just want to hand over some items to my friends, and maybe serve as a conversation partner. Because when he was clearing the 4th floor himself, the hardest thing even worse, was the endless repetition of the same conversations. If it's just that, it's no problem. Oh, really? Yes. You can consider it a reward for the challengers. Tens of thousands of cards slowly unfolded before Su Juanhao's eyes. Each card had the name and photo of a player on it. Who would you like to meet? Oh, start with Gilberto and Skya, then Ramadat and Meishu, Miss Cha Sharun, and might as well check on Mr. Ji Yuzhong too. I just wanted to meet everyone I know, and somehow I've gathered dozens of business cards. Player Su Juanhao, are you really planning to visit all these people? That's quite a list you've picked out. You're quite a sentimental one. You really are. Su Juanhao said awkwardly. It won't take too long. Go on. His finger picked up Gilberto's business card. *****. Transition. Su Juanhao stepped into another world. While his clone headed for the philosophy hall, Shin Dijiu sat at his desk, as if waiting for someone to appear. The Ice Queen, for some reason, even though his contract partner had left, he remained there, unwilling to leave. Even more surprisingly, he was building snowmen on the expensive mahogany desk. That thing is worth a fortune. Come here for a second. Why yes sir. Looks like you've got way too much free time. Xian Dagu finally realized. He had been waiting for someone to buy him snacks. Looking at his expression, he couldn't help but laugh silently, then asked, Your Majesty, the Queen, what would you like to eat? Why don't you recommend something? What's popular around here? Do you like ice cream? But the contract says I'm not allowed to eat it when he's away. It upsets my stomach. Probably afraid I'd overeat and get sick. But if I'm here, it should be fine. The Frost Queen, who had been staring at the snowman, turned her head to look at Zendijiu. Very thoughtful. Gratitude. Thank you for the compliment. Zendijiu lightly tapped his chest after being praised. In that case, I'd like to offer you something you probably haven't tried before. How about fried ice cream? What? Fried ice cream. The Frost Queen furrowed her delicate brows and scolded sternly. The contractor said the same thing. Do you think I'm a fool too? Ice cream is a cold dessert, and fried foods are cooked in scalding oil. You have to cool them down before eating. I understand that much. Sierra thought Zendijiu was making fun of her. According to her common sense, fried ice cream simply couldn't exist. I also know that so-called dinosaur nuggets aren't really made from dinosaurs. No, but fried ice cream does exist as a dessert. Absurd. If you put ice cream into hot oil, it would melt instantly. Angrily, Sierra crossed her arms, crossed her legs, and even turned her head away. Faced with this tricky situation, Shindijiu began sweating profusely. Juanhao, what kinds of battles do you usually take part in? He hurriedly grabbed his phone and made a call. Sorry to bother you. I know you're working right now, but could you help me buy some snacks? I need to entertain a very important guest. Finally, after requesting help from someone with teleportation ability, he managed to get some snacks. Your Majesty the Frost Queen. This is a dessert called fried ice cream. She glanced at it lightly. The Frost Queen looked at the plate on the table. From the outside, it just looked like ordinary fried food. But when you cut it open inside, let me show you myself. No, I'll do it. I want to cut it myself. As he spoke, Su Yinghao eagerly took the knife and fork. His eyes sparkling, he sliced open the fried treat. When he saw the cross-section filled with vanilla ice cream, his eyes gleamed like jewels. Wow, it really is fried ice cream. Please, have a taste. You'll definitely like it. The Ice Queen elegantly cut the treat into small pieces with a knife and fork. Her body trembled slightly as she took a bite. It's delicious. Eat slowly. Don't upset your stomach. I will. Watching the Ice Queen happily enjoying the snack he prepared, Shindijiu smiled gently. He seemed to finally understand how Juanhao usually felt. Scene transition. Myeongdong Philosophy Hall. Su Juanhao's clone stared at the signboard, then gently tapped it with a staff wrapped in cloth. Let's go. An elderly philosopher welcomed him inside. How did you find this place? I'm here to get a new name. For myself and for him. You're changing your name? Then please write down your date of birth here. One moment. Wait, are you Phantom? Sir, people say that often, but you really look just like him. The philosopher tilted his head in thought. After gathering various details, he wrote two characters, Jun, which means excellence, Ji, which means to hold firmly. How about the name Juanji? Sounds a bit formal. Does it have a special meaning? It means even if what you plant is just a sapling, and someone capable of nurturing it into a towering tree. Oh, the meaning behind this name isn't bad at all. Since the main body's surname is Su, put together it becomes Su Juanji, right? Su Juanji, Su Juanji. The clone repeated the name over and over, a look of disdain on his face. So tacky. But it doesn't matter. After all, the only one using that name would be the main body. So be it. What about this then? Is it the name of the spear? Is it the name of the spear? Many players did come to ask for names for their weapons. It's not about naming the gun. Anyway, just make something up. The philosopher thought for a while longer, then said, from the sound of singing, lie. From thrush hawk, ing hawk the, spear, spear. How about calling it lying spear? Are you trying to rearrange the store names? All these names sound so weird. Lungxiang doesn't like the name either. Think of another one. Then how about Shuangwen, double pattern? In Korean it would be, change to something else. Then how about crystal soul window? Soul crystal window. Soul crystal window. Uncle, be honest. Are you just finding naming things annoying? Afterward, the philosopher thought up over a dozen more names, but none satisfied Lingxiang. Sigh. The pain of creation always exhausts me. Let's take a break before continuing. While the philosopher went to the bathroom, Su Juanji warned Lingxiang. Hey, I think this guy's a fraud. Ugh, but it's a hassle to go elsewhere for a name. Ugh, so if the next name still sucks, let's just stick with Cold Gun. Ugh. Cold Gun seemed a little embarrassed to keep resisting, so he just gave a reluctant little nod. Ridiculous. Just then, the philosopher burst in excitedly, shouting loudly. Listen up. While I was on the toilet, I suddenly thought of the perfect name. Ugh, gross. What is it? A spear as long as a dragon, with the power to freeze all things. Let's call it White Dragon. Absolutely brilliant. Why not just say it looks like an ice spear? Even an elementary school kid could come up with something better. Seriously, how is this name any good? Even if we let a kid name it, it wouldn't be much worse. The issue is, Cold Gun had a completely different reaction this time. His expression turned serious. Wait, don't tell me you actually like this name. Ugh. See, even your weapon agrees. Unbelievable. Whether it's Cold Gun or White Dragon, honestly, they're basically the same. If I'd known this earlier, I would have just named it Ice Spear or something from the start. Well, fine. If the owner's happy with it, then whatever. Su Juanji shrugged, picked up White Dragon, and stood up. It felt like he'd finally finished a long overdue assignment. His steps felt much lighter now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Scene transition. Gilberto Green quietly opened. Alert number 148. He had no idea how much time had passed outside. He had already experienced 147 deaths. Although the system protected his mind each time he died, he could feel his mental strength gradually draining away. He realized that his mental power was nearing its limit. What should he do? Even though he had read the guide written by Shuangdian thousands of times, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the million thorns. In the first city, Erebus clone was defeated with the Oath Repeater handgun. The roulette in the second city wasn't too difficult. Su Juanhao's difficulty level adjusted automatically according to the player's level. But Erebus' main skill, Million Thorns, was not like that. It didn't consider his level at all. It was exactly the same as Su Juanhao's experience, as if making him personally relive the despair Su Juanhao had gone through. He couldn't help but wonder how far his other friends had progressed. They must all be working hard to figure out a way to overcome the thorns. The only one who couldn't even find a method, and had already given up hope, was probably him. A strong sense of guilt enveloped him. The accumulated fatigue pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. Gilberto closed his eyes. So tired. Giving up a challenge opportunity, and leaving here directly, might also be an option. Exhausted both physically and mentally, he even had such a thought. Yeah, you do look really tired. A familiar voice. But in a place like this, it's a voice that shouldn't be heard. It made Gilberto open his eyes. He instinctively gripped his gun. The muzzle was already pointed at the other person's forehead. Come on. Are you really going to shoot me? Gilberto's expression fluctuated violently. Had he really gone mad? Should he let go of his obsession now, and leave this place? Looking at him, Su Juanhao shrugged. I asked Lord World Tree for a favor, to temporarily come in here. I just wanted to chat with you. You're saying? I'm not a ghost. And you're not crazy either. Humph. Su Juanhao casually sat down beside him, and looked out the window. It's been a long time, since I sat here looking at the scenery of the second city. It hasn't been that long, has it? At some point, I stopped sitting here. Probably when I started desperately trying to break through the million thorns. It's not easy, huh? Breaking through the thorns. It's not something that can be simply defined as easy or hard. Gilberto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately still voiced his confusion. I feel like I might never be able to clear this level. Why do you think that? Because it's the million thorns. A full million of them. Even if you condense magic into magic bullets, and shoot them like a machine gun, the first thing to run out would be your mana. Even the most powerful repeating oath pistol only destroyed 400,000 thorns. I gave it everything I had, but I still failed. Of course you failed. Su Juanhao smiled bitterly. Those thorns aren't something that current power can break through. Only by surpassing your limits and creating something new can you truly break through. The repeating oath pistol. What's the most times you've bounced a shot? We tried 300 ricochets. In the end, it only pierced through 400,000. Wow. 300 times. And still not enough? Though we say 300 times, once the bullet is fired, we can't control its trajectory anymore. In other words, Gilberto calculated all of it from the start. Every trajectory before the 300th bounce. Then let's go for 500 ricochets. Su Juanhao responded with confidence. If that's still not enough, then make it 1,000. Are you serious right now? Of course I'm not just saying it. The other person looked at him calmly, and he could read the trust and encouragement in their eyes. Gilberto pressed his lips together. He really will do it. The sniper guarding my back. I still need you now. Fail. After a long silence, Gilberto let out a deep sigh. He pulled his hat down tightly. Damn you. I'm doing all this for you. Su Juanhao chuckled and handed over a small wooden box. This is a spiritual potion I bought from the administrator's shop. Consider it a gift for you. When he opened it, inside was a ginseng emitting a refreshing aura. Without hesitation, Gilberto chewed the ginseng and said, Thank you. I will repay you. That dry response matched the equally dry gratitude perfectly. Chapter 369. Teacher Muse. 3. A white-haired man stood on the 5th floor, overlooking the neon-lit night city, the streets of Neo City. A man in a purple suit approached him. The shadow brought news. The butcher seems to be in trouble. Is that so? His gaze fixed on the night scene, showing no regret or disappointment. The speed of Phantom's growth is terrifying. I heard the butcher couldn't even last a day. That's why I warned him early on. He is a special existence. Yet he still failed. Which proves he was not strong enough. Even someone I paid attention to couldn't manage it. How pathetic. Should we summon Nazard and the others as well? Why? They might die meaningless deaths. Don't you think that's a waste? A waste? The demon lord finally turned his head. His calm face seemed to ask, why should I feel regret for their deaths? No, I misspoke. Isaac Dewar smiled faintly. Facing the demon lord's abyss-like gaze consumed by void, Isaac couldn't help but shiver. Right. This is the kind of master I serve. He realized once again, the demon lord would never feel regret over anything. Even if he were to die right now, There would not be a single ripple on the demon lord's face, because that's the kind of person he is. The shadow said there would be action today. Is that so? Yes. They say this time won't fail. It said that Tianma granted me Medusa's poison. Medusa's poison, huh? With that, the assassination is bound to succeed. What a pity. I still wanted to test myself against that man more. This is the first time I've felt such regret. Sending someone off. When regret rises up in my heart, it quickly turns into irritation. Humph. Let's move out. Where are you going, sir? Tianma turned around and said, I heard there's a place called the Demon Sect here. All its members are demons. Might as well go take a look. At your service. 3 officers followed behind him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kneel before absolute power. A million spikes suddenly erupted from Alibo's body. But Gilberto's gaze pierced through the spikes. He stared at the shards of 1,000 emblems, glittering like stars. His eyes and brain began to work furiously, because he had to find the only path to link all those shards together. Have you been paralyzed by fear? Can't even move? As Alibo mocked him. The spikes crept closer, emitting a piercing screech. His heartbeat quickened, pounding loudly. His mood grew more agitated. His field of vision narrowed. Damn it. Gilberto angrily pulled back the bolt and cursed aloud. In the end, the bullet could only ricochet 400 times, far from the 1,000 they splurt. The feeling of being pierced all over by spikes. No matter how many times it happens, it's hard to get used to, especially since now, because of the system, his sense of pain was dulled. Compared to what Juanhao endured, this was nothing. Alert 211. Gilberto didn't waste even a single second. He even reduced his sleeping time, carefully observing the thousands of badge fragments scattered in the air. No one knows myself better than I do. Thus, he could boldly conclude that with his current talents, he would not be able to reassemble the thousands of badge fragments. It was impossible by conventional means, but as long as he could reach the destination, what did it matter which road he took? Thus, Gilberto decisively gave up on calculations. Instead, he began practicing other skills. Raising ability levels was the only solution. He had mastered many abilities, but only 4 were truly useful for sniping. First, making bullets transparent through object transparency. B. Second, completely silencing gunfire through suppression. A. Third, curving bullet trajectories with curveball. C. Fourth, detecting objects clearly from tens of kilometers away with sound eye. B. Gilberto decided to focus on 2 abilities, curveball and sound eye. I will level up these 2 abilities. He repeatedly fired that handgun symbolizing his oath, leaving everything to fate. There was only one reason. Because bullets were simply too fast. So fast they were impossible to catch with the naked eye. I had vaguely thought about leveling up abilities before, but he had never succeeded. Because leveling up abilities wasn't something that could be done just by wanting it. Memories surged up. Back then, Su Juanhao treated him like a dog, and he could only live like a dog. Those days were so bitter that even recalling them was disgusting. It was the memory he least wanted to remember, and yet now, he was trying to relive those hellish days. Because he had always given me everything. Next time, I must help him. I must really help him. But these promises always remained in my heart, never put into action. Every time a friend pulled him out of the garbage heap, they were always a few steps ahead. They never stopped. Even before he could reach out. The friend had already taken care of everything neatly. This time it's my turn. Having made up his mind, Gilberto focused on training 2 abilities. Endless cycles of reincarnation continued to pile up. Although the system protected his mind, it was only to prevent him from going insane. For the sake of the player's mental health, we advise ending the challenge. For the sake of the player's mental health, we advise ending the challenge. For the sake of the player's mental health, we advise ending the challenge. No matter how many messages popped up, he continued the challenge. You're not going to stop him? Asked the world tree. Seated in the forest guest seats, Su Juanhao nodded as he watched Gilberto die again and again. This is the path he chose himself. What I should do now is not stop him, but believe in him and wait. Stricter than I imagined, this teacher. Su Juanhao smiled bitterly and clenched his fist. You can do it, Gilberto. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Phew. Xindgu loosened his tie and let out a tired sigh. Amidst the isolation of the 4th floor, Su Juanhao kept receiving invitations without end. I can't even tell if I'm the president of the Players Association or the CEO of an entertainment company. After brewing his coffee, Xindgu looked out the window. The streets were packed with people getting off work, heading for drinks with coworkers or friends. A simple, everyday scene. No matter how exhausting the work, seeing something like that, he felt re-energized again. Asterisk click asterisk. The sound of the door opening made Xindgu turn around. Ah, Juanhao. No. What? Is it my clone? Su Juanji stood by the window and saw Bailong leaning against the wall. He asked, You're acting kind of weird. Do I look that unfamiliar? Maybe a little. After all, it's my first time experiencing a clone. No wonder. Su Juanji nodded in agreement and asked, But isn't it your off-duty time now? I always finish my coffee before clocking out. Did you come looking for me for something? No. The main body told me not to cause trouble and to stay by your side. Xindgu chuckled lightly. So that's what it is. That's what she meant. When the Frost Queen said the clone was cute, he hadn't understood what she meant. It really is a little cute, just like how Juanhao behaved obediently, except for when he was a child. He had never seen it. Thinking about it this way, the slightly awkward clone also felt more endearing. That brat Juanhao always said it was troublesome. He never wanted to eat with me. Why don't we go out for dinner? I also think going out to eat is troublesome. Seeing him frown. It was obvious he had inherited Juanhao's traits, but even while grumbling, Su Juanji still stood up from his seat. Well, it can't be helped. The main body told you to stay by my side, right? Put on a mask and sunglasses. With your face. Walking around outside won't be easy. Is there a good sushi place nearby? I know one. Oh, then let's have sushi. And a bowl of hot fried udon noodles. The two of them simply disguised themselves and left the building. A group of people were protecting them from afar. Were they the elite members of the Korean Players Association? On the rooftop of a nearby building, a man whispered. Will it succeed? This man, the Shadow, was thinking. He was following the Demon Lord's orders to create chaos within the player faction. Of course, the target is Su Juanhao, because his death would cause the greatest chaos. He had already grasped the guy's strength through one of his abilities, Eye of Shadows. He had watched the duel between Phantom and the Butcher. Therefore, he could easily conclude that a head-on clash would end in defeat. But if it were an assassination, the success rate would be over 90%. His confidence came from Medusa's poison. Once this deadly venom enters the bloodstream, it instantly turns the body to stone. There's no antidote, and resurrection is impossible. After mentally preparing himself, Shadow closed his eyes. Lord Tianma, it's an honor to serve at your side. Su Juanhao and Xin Dgu were surrounded by dozens of layers of player protection. Clearly, assassinating him and escaping would be impossible, but if he could die alongside Phantom, it would be a worthwhile trade. Moments later, Shadow entered the Japanese restaurant the two had gone into. Players were guarding both the entrance and the back door, yet he remained undetected. Fools. He followed a server whose path he had memorized beforehand. A platter of assorted sushi and fried udon was being carried. Asterisk clack asterisk. Following behind the server, he entered the room where Su Juanhao was seated. Please enjoy. All right, thank you. After the server left, Su Juanhao picked up his chopsticks, at that very moment, when his guard was lowest. Now, Shadow, having lifted his stealth, fired a syringe. So, the magically enhanced needle instantly pierced Su Juanhao's skin. The toxin spread extremely fast. Su Juanhao's body gradually stiffened. I looked at him blankly, with a foolish expression. How satisfying. As the assassin who destroyed the human hero, he would leave his name in history. The Shadow showed a satisfied smile. Let's leave this stage together. Su Juanhao, damn it. Su Juanhao cursed, as he was about to turn to stone, muttering in grievance. I'm Juanshi. What? Juanshi. Who is that? But Su Juanhao, who had already turned to stone, could no longer answer. Juanshi. Xin Dgu screamed, his face twisted. The Shadow's smile disappeared. No. Who did you say Juanshi was? But instead of an answer, he was met with a sword. An elite player storming the room, chopped off his head with a single strike. But he had no regrets in life. At the very last moment before death, the Shadow sent a message to the Demon Lord. Mission accomplished. A photograph. The photo captured Su Juanhao, turned into stone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A strange memory surged up. Su Juanhao blinked his eyes. The tree leaves fanning him temporarily stopped. What's wrong? No, it's just. Su Juanhao answered with a puzzled expression. My clone died. Seriously. He died from poisoning. The clone, in the philosophy hall, had absorbed the memories of a boy named Su Juanji, and the pain of death. The pain of death wasn't that intense. After all, on the 4th floor, he had already experienced hundreds of deaths. The problem lies elsewhere. No. Why is the name like that? A name that's called so often. No matter how you read it, it's Juanshi. Su Juanhao hurriedly used his clone skill again. The clone has been recalled. It can be used again after 72 hours. So there's a penalty mechanism. After death, it takes a full 3 days to use the skill again. Learning this new information, Su Juanhao began to trace the killer's memories. This is the face from those memories. To be precise, it was seen in the Butcher's memories. The killer's true identity is a high-ranking member of the Magic Energy Association, and also the leader of the Dark Moon Pavilion. Shadow. He is a magic energy user skilled in assassination. Asterisk. Sitting in a chair, Su Juanhao, deep in thought, muttered to himself. What great luck. Don't even mention it. I really thought my heart was going to stop back then. Zendijiu described how it felt at the time. I was about to eat. But then I saw you. No. Someone was standing behind Juanshi. You must have been startled, right? Completely freaked out. And even more outrageous, Juanshi turned into stone. At that moment, I even wondered if I was dreaming. Just thinking about that moment, his face turned pale. Clearly, he was still shaken. The body. That was the confession of the dead. DGU's expression darkened. Sorry. Because of the Demon Lord, I disposed of the corpse directly. It's a bit regrettable, but it couldn't be helped. You did the right thing. Compared to letting the Shadow revive again, This was 100 times better. It was definitely the better choice. After all, its stealth skills were truly threatening. If it were me, maybe I would have noticed some movement. But for the clone, it was obviously impossible. DGU asked, what about the 4th floor? How was it handled? I just exchanged a few words and returned. Everyone is training hard to get stronger, grinding their bones and souls alike. When are you planning to head to the 5th floor? In 3 days. I was still hesitating about how to proceed, but this assassination attempt made my direction clear. Indeed, doing nothing is the most dangerous thing. 3 days later, when the clone ability recovers enough to be used, I think I'll leave Juanchi here. It will ease my mind. At least, if something happens to him, those memories will be passed to me. Didn't you say last time we could share thoughts in real time? Maybe it's an issue of proficiency, or perhaps the distance was too great. When I was on the 4th floor, I couldn't hear anything at all, probably because it was too far. They were on the 4th layer, and even in another world. It's unclear where exactly in the universe it was attached. But are you really sure about this? What? The 5th floor. Surely there'll be a lot of troublesome enemies again. I mean, won't Juanchi feel the need for Feier's help? It's fine. If we need Feier's help, we can summon him again anytime. Su Juanhao spent the remaining 3 days carefully preparing the strategy. *****. 3 days flew by in a flash. When Juanchi was summoned again, he looked extremely wronged and irritated. So wronged and annoyed. What? What's got you so upset? Listen to me. That day, I didn't get to eat a single piece of sushi. Wow. And yet that frustrates you more than turning to stone. Su Juanhao looked at Juanchi like he was observing some strange creature. Then he spoke. What's wrong? You know what you're supposed to do, right? In short, increase your skill proficiency while keeping a close watch on Earth. Exactly. Based on the Butcher's memory, there are 4 high-ranking officers in the player-opposing faction. The Butcher is already dead, and that scumbag Shadow is gone too. That leaves only 2 now, right? Right. The remaining ones are Colonel Charbak and Nazit. Harlow. Su Juanhao's gaze turned serious. Among them, Nazit. Harlow is an especially dangerous one. You know that, right? Of course I do. And he doesn't get along with you either. He even killed my disciple, Alma. He even stole the buff aura ring I gave him. How could I not hate him? Both of them are very strong. For you, they are difficult opponents to deal with. Such a pity. If only the proficiency was a bit higher. The maximum ability of the clone, Juanchi, is 70% of the main bodies. But because the proficiency is still lacking, right now he can only display about 35% of the ability. This will need time to resolve. After coming to this conclusion, Juanchi's expression became serious. Also, the main body. You need to be careful too. The demon lord giving such orders to the officers might mean he's about to start moving again. Maybe we'll encounter the demon lord on the 5th floor. This was the shared opinion of the 2. Don't push yourself too hard, you know? I can only maintain myself for about half a month anyway. I know. From the moment Juanchi was summoned, he possessed independent magic power. If he doesn't use magic, he can stay manifested in this world for at most half a month. I'll come back within half a month to check the situation. Alright. Bring me some Melono when you come back. After leaving Juanchi behind, Su Juanhao and Shirley headed straight for the dimensional elevator. Phew. This moment always makes me excited. Indeed, it's something to look forward to. Entering a new floor means discovering a whole new world. They are players, can find a new version of themselves. It means I can become stronger. Let's go. When he pressed the button for the 5th floor, splash. The sound of a flushing toilet suddenly echoed nearby. This smell. Shirley screamed and covered her nose, frowning deeply. Su Juanhao was also completely confused. What's going on? I clearly pressed the button for the 5th floor in the elevator, but now they were standing inside a filthy bathroom stall. Still, it wasn't like they'd ended up in the wrong place. This really was the 5th floor. Title Spring Unleashed activated. All attribute values increased by 30. System log clearly stated. This was indeed the 5th floor. Zia, after stepping out of the restroom, found herself in the middle of a noisy bar. Pour me a drink. Haha. Shut up and enjoy yourself, you rusty buckets. Su Juanhao and Shirley observed the bar interior, their eyes subtly trembling. Contractors. Something's off about this place. Yeah, definitely strange. Is it the rowdy bar atmosphere? No, bars are always lively, no matter where you go. What felt strange was something else entirely. Hey, do you have a spare battery? My left eye's not working. Quit playing games. Return the battery you borrowed first. Damn it. Don't tell me I have to buy my own. I don't have much credit left. One arm, one hand, one eye. No, if it were just that, they wouldn't find it strange. They were machines, cybernetic beings, contractors, machines, or rather, cyborgs. Unless this was the world's most elite cosplay convention in progress. The bar was packed with cyborgs that seemed straight out of a sci-fi movie. At that moment, a few cyborgs noticed Su Juanhao. Hey, that kid over there, is he a pure human? Pierre, be serious. In this brutal world, how could there still be pure humans? Well, not impossible. Most people in the Central District are pure humans. Sigh. At least those people wouldn't come to filthy alley. They probably had skincare treatments and the like. If he draws any more attention, It'll be troublesome. After making a judgment, Su Juanhao took Shirley and left the bar. As soon as they turned into a filthy alley strewn with trash, cars raced across the sky, and neon lights flashed in colorful streams. Huge holographic dancers swirled fiercely under the night sky. Welcome to Neo City. Welcome to Neo City. Airships with banners floated across the sky. All of it was a sight Su Juanhao had never expected. Why is that? I originally thought every floor would be connected to a fantasy world. The monsters coming out of the portals generated from Earth were like that. The frontier on the second floor was the same. The third floor's Valboten was a land of magma. Only the fourth floor's another world. Another world had a cityscape similar to Earth civilization. But because I was too busy fighting cockroaches, I didn't have time to think about it carefully. True. Shuangman nodded and said, the worldview here is science fiction, or more specifically, cyberpunk. Cyberpunk. What? How do you know that so well? I've seen it in plays and movies. Usually in such places, the mastermind behind the scenes is an AI controlling the government. Just as he said, the background of Neo City looked exactly like a cyberpunk world. But the reason Su Juanhao was truly surprised was something else. What kind of place is this? There really wasn't a trace of magic in the air. Magic. He couldn't sense any natural energy in this world at all. That means, used mana won't regenerate. To recover mana, he'd have to descend to the lower floors again. Su Juanhao let out a then suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. It's not completely devoid of magic, is it? As proof, two powerful presences were walking toward him. Asterisk clank. Asterisk. Two cyberpunk cyborgs, with mechanical arms and a chrysanthemum emblem on their chest, were approaching him. Their heads emitted a glowing red light, like Dyson vacuums with scanning lasers. Target confirmed to possess significant internal energy. No registered citizen code for new city detected. Target confirmed as Imperial Bounty Hunter Su Juanhao. Crime Index, 0. No issues. After mumbling to each other, the two cyborgs emitted a mechanical sound and vanished. Eyes widened. He murmured to himself, wow. I always thought cyborgs only existed in the imagination of Earthlings. Same here, at least until 10 minutes ago. He never imagined the fifth floor would have a setting like this. Su Juanhao felt the importance of information more than ever before. The first priority is intel. Gathering information comes first. He carefully reviewed the system log, worried that he might have missed something. And as expected, just as he thought, there were a few missed messages. This is the fifth floor. Spring Unleashed, title effect activated. All attributes increased by 30 points. You will operate in this city as a bounty hunter. Find and eliminate the floor manager to advance to the next level. You've received 100 credits in support funds. You can read, write, and speak the language of New City. Just as expected. Here, his identity was that of a bounty hunter, literally meaning he would be hunting down and capturing criminals with bounties on their heads. Find and eliminate the floor administrator. The strategy itself was actually quite simple. Alright then, in that case, let's go take a look. Su Juanhao lightly leapt onto the roof of the tavern building. Although he couldn't see the entire city at a glance, he got a rough idea of the city's scale. It was about the size of Yui Island. Compared to the forward, this place was unbelievably small. If the floor administrator deliberately hid, finding him would indeed be a challenge. There should also be an information guild similar to the forward here for contractors. That's a good idea. Su Juanhao re-entered the tavern, heading toward a table where 3 cyborg men were sitting. Hey, what do you want? I'm working as a bounty hunter in this city. There are still a lot of things I don't know. Could you introduce me to a place where I can get information? It's not impossible. The mechanical fingers made a cash-counting gesture, making a rustling sound. Su Juanhao nodded. 3 credits per person. If you agree, don't go to another table. 3 credits each, huh? Not bad. The cyborg chuckled darkly, extending his palm. In this city, you pay first and get service later. Got it. Hold on. The system did give him 100 credits, but Su Juanhao hadn't learned how to withdraw them yet. Seeing Su Juanhao flustered, the cyborg's expressions turned impatient. You're not trying to scam us, are you? No, that's not it. I really have credits. I just don't know how to take them out yet. What a bumpkin. On your home planet. Does your mother still have to feed you to keep you from starving? The cyborgs burst into laughter and picked up the joke. So what does a machine that stores credit points look like? It should be this one. Su Juanhao shook the bracelet on his left wrist. What era is this thing from? Though it's a relic, it's still surprisingly well preserved. Alright. Put it in the palm of my hand, and let's see. When the bracelet was placed in the man's palm, a holographic window appeared. Would you like to pay 3 credit points? Su Juanhao nodded. The cyborg smiled with satisfaction. You're not a scammer, huh? Now you know how credit transactions work, right? Thanks. Su Juanhao sincerely thanked them and asked, so, if I want to gather information about the city, where should I go? Hearing this question, the 3 cyborgs responded in unison. Of course, the Wooling Alliance. Wooling Alliance? Chapter 371, Neo City Bar. Wooling Alliance. Wooling Alliance. Willing man. That word made Su Juanhao furrow his brow slightly. Wuling Alliance. It was the name of an organization he had read countless times in the wuxia novels of his student days. No doubt about it, this name clashed completely with this cybernetic world. To be exact, the intelligence department of the Wuling Alliance holds the second most information in this city. Second most? Then what's first? Hey. The man was startled, worried someone might overhear. He lowered his voice. Of course, it's the royal family, but that's not a place commoners like us can just stroll into. So after the Wuling Alliance comes the royal family. Su Juanhao slowly nodded. Got it. By the way, does the Wuling Guild teach swordsmanship? Of course they do. It just requires some payment. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger to show the shape of a coin. As long as you have enough credits, you can learn anything from third-rate grunt skills to the top sword techniques of the 9 great sects. Swordsmanship, huh? A few days ago, Officer Hart had also suggested that he learn advanced swordsmanship. Maybe this city is a good place to find sword techniques. Alright. Then where is the Wuling Guild? The second tallest building in the city. That's the headquarters of Wuling Corporation, also known as the Wuling Guild. Thanks for the information. Just as Su Juanhao was about to leave the tavern. Hey, Bumpkin, one last piece of advice. Creak, creak. A man with a rusty mechanical arm holding a cigarette between his lips said, Don't be fooled by the city's glitz and glamour. I'll keep that in mind. With those meaningful words, Su Juanhao walked out of the tavern. A luxury car was parked in a nearby alley. We've been waiting for you. Bounty hunter Su Juanhao. The speaker was an old man dressed in white. Su Juanhao carefully sized him up. Powerful. Because of the loose clothing, it was impossible to tell if his body had been mechanized. But one thing was certain. He could sense pure magic power from the old man. Judging from the aura he felt, his strength was about 2 or 3 levels below that of the butcher. Su Juanhao asked, Do you know me? Of course. By the way, this is who I am. A brand new business card floated in the air and drifted toward him. Vice President of Wuling Corporation, co-leader of the Wuling Guild, Xianbai. Xianbai turned out to be a remarkable figure. However, how would a master like you know me? And even find me? This explanation will be quicker. The old man chuckled heartily and continued. Player Su Juanhao, we are the ones who invited you to Earth. Su Juanhao was stunned. This was the first time he'd encountered something like this. How unexpected. It's nice to exchange ideas once in a while. Faced with eyes like twin snow, he nodded slightly. Please, lead the way. The car carrying the 3 of them glided swiftly through the air. Asterisk. Unlike its modern exterior, the interior of the Wuling Alliance building was filled with Eastern style. Xianbai led him into his office. This is a tea called Baihao Engine. Not sure if a young man like yourself would enjoy it. Fortunately, I quite like it. Young people who understand tea culture are rare these days. Xianbai smiled with satisfaction and began to speak. You must have a lot of questions right now. I won't deny that. Then where should I begin? Xianbai gently stroked his long white beard and slowly began. Let me start by introducing this city. That's exactly what I wanted to know. How did such a distorted world even come to be? Xianbai gazed at the dazzling nightscape outside the window, and with a trace of bitterness, continued. 700 years ago, this region, Zhongyuan, was a beautiful land. It was rich with inner energy, a world that revered martial arts and chivalry, a vast continent, layer upon layer of green mountains and clear waters. But disaster struck in the blink of an eye. Red beams of light descended from the sky. The world was engulfed in flames. Mountains, oceans, land, and living beings, everything was destroyed. With nature's destruction, the once abundant energy vanished without a trace. All that was left to us was a small piece of land, about the size of one district from the past. It was the Iwan Empire that reached out to us in our despair. The Iwan Empire. That was the name of the largest nation in the universe. Xianbai sighed lightly. They designated this planet, ZY410, as one of their outposts. What does that mean? Simply put, they made this place a vassal state and provided technological support. The empire hired martial artists and mercenaries who had lost their livelihood. At the same time, they built a city here. That city is the current Neon City. After hearing this brief history, Su Juanhao asked, I have a question. If there's anything you want to know, feel free to ask. There's no sense of magical power here at all. Does that mean it's impossible to cultivate new martial artists? That's a very sharp question. Xianbai nodded. As you know, this planet once died. As a result, it can no longer generate any aura on its own. 3 holographic chips slowly floated up before him. Considering that, the Iwan Empire provided us with these 3 chips. Following Su Juanhao's gaze, the chips floated forward one after another. The first chip is the system chip, operable only by His Majesty the Emperor. This chip holds supreme authority over managing everything in the city. It is practically omnipotent. Incredible. If used with malice, it could even reduce the entire city to rubble. What about the second chip? It is called the Martial Origin. The source of martial arts. Chip. It contains all martial arts recorded from the past Central Plains. That's right. Because of this, many lost sect martial arts have been restored. However, This chip can only be accessed by the current leader of the Martial Alliance. That's amazing. Martial origin, the source of martial arts, the very root of martial arts. Such immense power contained in a single chip. It's definitely far too dangerous. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel curious. So what kind of power does the final chip hold? Internal energy. Xianbai of the Li family chuckled calmly. To cultivate new martial artists, they need internal energy. Therefore, the Iwan Empire gifted us a chip containing vast internal energy. But still, even so, how much energy can a single chip hold? A full 3,000 jazi worth of internal energy. Su Juanhao furrowed his brow. Is that a lot? For a martial artist with average talent, it would take 60 years of cultivation to build up just 1 jazi of energy. Then 3,000 jazi would take an average martial artist 180,000 years to achieve. Su Juanhao's jaw dropped. That's an astronomical number. His Majesty the Emperor established limits on how much internal energy could be purchased. 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, top tier, and ultra tier. Wise decision. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. Xianbai of the Li family suddenly sighed. But 700 years have passed. The national treasury is gradually depleting, and the replenishment rate is negligible. Indeed, even with a chip containing 3,000 jazi, it's still a consumable item. Without a replacement, it will eventually be exhausted. However, in recent years, a strange rumor has been circulating in the city. What rumor? About the system chips, the 5 yuan chip and the internal energy chip. They say the internal energy chip, originally, it was made in 2 separate pieces. This rumor seems a bit abrupt. Su Juanhao showed a skeptical attitude. When people are in desperate situations, they tend to cling to a sliver of hope. The Willing Guild thought the same at first. Xianbai lowered his voice. However, some recent events have made people doubt that rumor. Did something special happen? Have you ever heard of an organization called the Demon Sect? First time hearing of it. As for the Demon Association, I'm already quite familiar. They were a mercenary company, founded a few years ago in the East District slums. Based on powerful illegal martial arts data, they quickly grew in strength. Couldn't the Willing Guild stop them? We've tried multiple times, but each time we failed. Su Juanhao frowned. That's strange. The Willing Guild has so many martial artists and techniques. They should be stronger, right? Indeed. Then how were they able to withstand the Willing Guild's elites? As I said, that's why we started doubting the rumor. Could it be that the 4th chip has already fallen into the hands of the Demon Sect? That's our current assumption. After a moment of thought, Su Juanhao asked, is there no reaction from the government? The government? Oh, you mean the authorities. That's another issue. He sighed lightly. Since ancient times, the authorities and the martial world have not interfered with each other, avoiding contact as much as possible. But if civilians are harmed, the emperor would always dispatch troops to restore order. But now the emperor is bedridden. Is there not even an acting regent? Because he once wielded supreme power, there was no need for a proxy. In short, this is the calm before the storm. If the Willing Alliance's assumptions are correct, and the demonic sect has obtained the 2nd internal energy chip, then it's extremely dangerous. Are illegal martial arts techniques stronger than those of the Willing Alliance? Though it's hard to compare directly, illegal martial arts grow much faster. One reason many young people join the demonic sect is because it lets them grow stronger. A mysterious force rising rapidly. Su Juanhao slowly nodded. So, what is the real reason you invited us Earthlings here? Bounty hunters? No, players. Su Juanhao. We ask you to eliminate members of the demonic sect and uncover the truth behind the 4th chip. So this is the main mission of the 5th floor? Besides capturing bounties, I also need to investigate the 4th chip. After a brief moment of thought, Su Juanhao slowly spoke. I have a question. You may ask anything. The floor manager. What exactly are they? I want to confirm whether this... After thinking for a moment, Selection Li shook his head. I don't know. For now, we only know about the demonic cult and its CEO, the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord. He was the one who founded the demonic cult a few years ago. Su Juanhao closed his eyes. He understood. That person couldn't be the same one. But when he heard that name, he couldn't help but clench his fists. I will look into it. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. There are already a few hunters from Earth carrying out missions. You can work with them. He knew that other players had already reached the 5th, but he didn't plan to team up with them. I prefer to act alone. After shaking his head, Su Juanhao asked, if my inner power runs out, how do I replenish it? Follow me. All right. Earthlings don't need to implant chips. Instead, they use something called Vita. Let me see it. After extending his hand, a holographic window appeared before his eyes. This is a wanted notice. I'll tell you who you need to capture. A wanted notice. Target, Lightning Lien Shintian. Realm, first-rate dancer. The image was blurry. It looked like it was shot with CCTV. Only a blood-soaked figure and a twisted smile could be seen. The man in the photo was covered in blood. His face twisted in a gruesome smile. Chapter 372. Neo City 3. Su Juanhao had just stepped out of the 50 Dragon building. The Demon Lord was standing at the top floor of the demonic cult company's East District building. A squirming sound came from beneath his feet. A twisted surprise. A wave of excitement came from beneath the demon lord's feet. A wave of excitement came from beneath the demon lord's feet. A wave of excitement came from beneath the demon lord's feet. Twisted metal fragments and shattered screws were dyed with bright red liquid. Tianma silently straightened his clothes with his hands behind his back. Surprisingly, he came to the demonic sect purely out of curiosity. To be honest, he didn't expect the Tianma here to be that powerful. Yet the opponent completely shattered his expectations. So strong. So strong his hair was a mess. His clothes were in tatters, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Just where does that magical power come from? Tianma asked. The cyborg in front of him harbored a power even he didn't dare provoke lightly. Without that power, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Speak. Go to hell. He briefly met the sect master's hate-filled gaze. Bang! The door burst open. Hundreds of dancers appeared. Sect master, it's an intruder. Recall all drones operating outside. Idiots. Everyone run. The sect master, now left with only... But his voice didn't reach the ears of the frenzied crowd. Hey, why is everyone so excited? You all look pretty fierce. Want me to take care of them? Isaac. Dewall said mockingly. Tianma nodded. Kill them. As you command. Only 4 people, after all. Don't be afraid. Do you even know where this place is? You damn Wallene Alliance bastards. Those unmanned combat drones with mechanical limbs emitted inner power and charged forward. In this situation, only Isaac. Dewall stepped up alone. This ability. Haven't used it in a while. Pretty fun. His eyes curved gracefully like stars in moonlight. Meanwhile, the demonic energy inside him, unraveling like tangled threads, gently stirred the What is this? The soldiers running toward him fell down like fish struck by electricity. They collapsed stiffly, lying on the ground. They clearly had no idea what had just happened. Isaac. Dever calmly walked among them and spoke. This is a property of my blood. It looks like magic, doesn't it? The blood of pixies can disable all nearby electronic devices. This ability is only truly useful in places like Earth where electronics are everywhere. Otherwise, it's not very useful. I thought I'd never have a chance to use this ability again. I didn't expect it to come in handy here. Isaac. Dever's tongue quickly swept across his lips. This is a beautiful city, as if a stage prepared just for me. He sneered at the struggling demons on the ground. From his bosom, he took out a magic knife and cut off the breath of those powerless demons one by one. Such a hollow end. How pitiful it was for demons who were at least first class or higher. The demon lord turned and asked, Your magic power. We can talk about it now, right? You're too arrogant. You'll never hear that secret. Humph. It seemed that getting information out of him would take longer than expected. However, the demon lord laughed instead. You should be happy. After all, there's plenty of time. A hand wrapped in fierce demonic energy slowly reached toward the cult leader. Come accompany me for a while. All right. Why? Su Juanhao suddenly looked in a direction and shook his head, answering Shuangli's question. It's nothing. He was just distracted by the sight of demons rushing her. By the way, what do you think? How do you feel after arriving at the East District? I thought the tavern and alley I first visited were the dirtiest places in the world. Me too. But I heard there's a basement underground. Scattered vomit everywhere, emitting strange smells. Even in the streets and alleys, many ragged beggars huddle and sleep. This is the civilian district of Neon City. Luoxing Street, isn't it? The hope that once shone like stars has now all fallen on this street. This is a place for those driven to desperation. People unable to hold any dreams. Their only refuge. What a great place to hide a secret base. It has to be like this. Compared to the central area where the Martial Alliance is, the security here is an absolute mess. I heard even the guards rarely patrol here. Let's start searching from the last place that guy was seen. As the two stepped deeper into Luoxing Street, the contractor signaled with their eyes toward a certain direction. Long ago, in a very distant ancient time, there was a woman with a loosened left shoulder from a mechanized surgery, surrounded by children in the middle. There was an era when you could look up and see as many twinkling stars as grains of sand on a beach. Big sister, what's a beach? It's like a soft, cushy bed by the sea. What's the sea like? Asterisk. A place with lots and lots of water. Isn't that just like a toilet? Though they couldn't grasp these concepts, the children's eyes widened, listening intently to her words. But when the demon race attacked this planet, they stole our dreams, along with those stars. Why are you all so calm about it? Probably because they can't steal our dreams. After all, we were born centuries. No. They stole your dreams in advance too. What? What incredible thieves. The woman smiled gently at the stomping children. But don't worry. The Emperor back then drew the legendary bright sword that could pierce the sky, defeated all the demons with the heavenly sword, and reclaimed our dreams. Then why couldn't the stars be brought back? Well, that's because the stars are too heavy. They can't be brought back. As the children's questions grew more numerous, the woman became flustered. She quickly wrapped up the... Anyway, when the people's lives became difficult, His Majesty said he would once again draw the sky sword. So cool. So everyone must strive to live well and nurture the precious dreams that His Majesty reclaimed for us. Su Juanhao took another step forward. Behind him, Xuangjing reluctantly followed. Contractor, contractor. They say the sky sword can pierce the heavens. Do you believe that? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's just a typical hero story told to children. It's the same all over the world. But even if it's a made-up story, isn't it still cool? My sword shall pierce the sky. Xuang the mercenary fashioned a sword, and swung it a few times in the air. I especially liked the part where, when the people were in trouble, he would draw his sword. That's what a true monarch is. Maybe so. But if he was going to draw the sword, he should have drawn it long ago. Though only a few hours had passed, the new city already felt abnormally distorted. The rich and the poor. The strong and the weak. This social structure was as distinct as water and oil. It probably wouldn't change for years. Contractor, you can be quite extreme sometimes. Is it adolescence? You're the one hitting adolescence. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. The Frost Queen shrugged her sharp shoulders. What we should take from this story is the message not to lose hope. Yeah. The story of the 5 heroes also gave many people strength. That's pretty much the end of the story too. Here it is. Su Juanhao stared at a particularly dark alley in the slum. This was the last place Lightning Jintian was seen. An old CCTV camera hung on the wall. That camera probably captured an image of him. If it was taken there, then this must be the place. Comparing it to the photo on the wanted poster, they confirmed the location was accurate. Su Juanhao's eyes scanned the ground and walls. There had been a fight here. The lingering smell of oil and blood was pungent. Although Jintian had won and left in a hurry, he hadn't erased all traces. We need to move. We must catch him before he vanishes. Su Juanhao began tracking the dried blood and oil scent. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at a place where all partner. An instinctive voice echoed in his ear. That house over there. I have a feeling about it. Are you sure? It's just a feeling. That's good enough. Drawing his sword, Su Juanhao inspected the rundown house. All the doors were locked, even the windows too. What are you going to do? There's always a way. Due to how old the house was, cracks were visible everywhere. These cracks were more than enough. Darken. Darken. Su Juanhao's body flickered like candlelight, transforming into his shadow form. He slipped through the cracks swiftly, then reformed his human shape. What an unbelievable ability. Even he felt amazed by it. Looking around, he realized he was in a bathroom. Su Juanhao became more alert, and gently pushed the closed door open. Suddenly, in the dim living room, he made eye contact with a child filled with fear, just as he was about to explain that he wasn't a bad guy. Edit. Accompanied by a strange mechanical noise, a giant mechanical arm grabbed the child. Su Juanhao's gaze sharpened. Lightning Lien Chintian. He looked exactly like the man in the photo. The bandages wrapped around his body were stained deep red. It was because blood and machine oil had coagulated together. Su Juanhao raised his sword. Put the child down. Edit. Ignore extraneous symbols. The opponent's arm tightened. The child's frail body seemed like it could break at any moment. Let go. He rushed forward recklessly. Crack. Crack. Sparks flew as the scythe stabbed into Su Juanhao's shoulder. Crunch. The sound wasn't like stabbing into flesh, but more like piercing an ice sculpture. Startled, Jintian staggered back. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao seized the chance to lay the unconscious child down. As expected, no matter where you are, a monster is still a monster, an existence that should disappear. Ignore extraneous symbols. Jintian's body, except for his head and upper torso, had been replaced by mechanical parts. Electricity emanated from his entire body, covering his weapon and lighting up the dim room. The screech echoed across the room. The wildly swinging scythe slashed towards Su Juanhao's neck. Jintian showed a surprised expression. Normally, when facing an electrified weapon, no one could block it head-on. Even if you blocked the attack, the current would travel through the weapon and paralyze you, causing paralysis. But the opponent didn't care at all. He blocked the scythe directly, and he didn't even flinch. He had endured far stronger lightning attacks before, even thousands of times. The current from a mere machine was nothing to fear. Die. The darkness from his ambition surged up like flames, engulfing the sword of ambition. A ferocious black sword light, a fierce lightning attack. The ferocious lightning, along with the scythe, sliced diagonally through Jintian's body. Yes. The fallen cyborg gave off the mixed scent of blood and machine oil. Su Juanhao stared at the guy for a moment, then approached and reached out. Confession of the dead. Skill failed to activate. Su Juanhao frowned. What? Even though most of Jintian's body had been replaced by machines, he was still considered human. However, there's only one situation where the skill can't be used, just like Ereber's spiritual body, when someone else is controlling them. Jintian. Su Juanhao's eyes deepened with suspicion. Chapter 373. Neo City, Part 4. Su Juanhao, having cleaned up Jintian's body, waited for the child to regain consciousness. You're awake? The unfamiliar voice made the terrified child suddenly open his eyes wide. Don't be afraid. Big brother is a good guy. The child cautiously studied him, then finally asked, if you're a good guy, are you from the Su Juanhao showed an amused expression. This child, who looked about 5 years old, could ask such a question. Under these circumstances, it was truly surprising. I'm not a member of the Wolin Alliance, but I was sent by them. You could say we're working together. Seeing his confused face, which means, I'm on the same side as the Wolin Alliance. Oh. The child's expression instantly brightened. Su Juanhao handed the child a sweet piece of candy. He asked, "What's your name?" "Dongqi." "Alright, Dongqi. How did that guy get in just now? Can you tell me?" Trembling. The child shivered slightly, raising a hand to point toward the door. I was sleeping. When suddenly I heard the door open. When I opened my eyes, he was already standing there staring at me. "You must have been really scared, huh?" "Yes." I wanted to scream, but he covered my mouth. Then he said something. What did he say? I couldn't understand. It sounded like a strange language. Su Juanhao nodded. Indeed. When he faced him earlier, he too had heard him mutter strange words. Maybe it was a problem with his mechanically replaced vocal cords. Standing up, he carefully inspected the door. Just like when he tried from the outside, he couldn't open it. There were no signs of forced entry on the door. Since the door uses an electronic lock, he probably used some kind of hacking program. Maybe he intended to hide here and heal, then escape later. Returning to the child, Su Juanhao asked, "Do you live here alone? What about your parents?" The child's expression dimmed. "My mom went to heaven." "I'm sorry. What about your dad?" "Dad is a dancer of the Martial Alliance, but because he has to catch bad guys, he can only come home 3 times a week." Su Juanhao looked at the child with pity, then stood up. "After going through all that, I can't leave the kid here alone. Big brother, let's go together. I'll take you to find your father." Daddy said not to go outside. "Then do you want to stay here alone?" The child, who had been silently watching the room, finally stood up. "Okay, I'll go with you." No matter how mature they act, they're still just a child. Su Juanhao held the hand of the child carrying a big candy and stepped outside. When they returned to the Wolin Alliance hours later, the place was unusually busy. Not only were there many martial artists, players were also everywhere. "Please wait. It's best not to provoke them. Please understand." I said, "Just wait. Wait until the Alliance leader gives the order." "Understood." The sharp-eyed man, having been repeatedly reminded, left with his subordinates. Alliance leader Xianbai let out a long sigh. At that moment, a young man walked in. "Huh? You're back already?" "Player Su Juanhao. Just a few hours ago. He said he was going to capture Jintian. Now he's returned. And he's holding the hand of a child no one has ever seen before." "Who's that kid?" "This is Dongqi." "Dongqi. Say hello." "Hello." "No, what I meant was..." Su Juanhao sat Dongqi down on a nearby sofa and began to explain what had happened. "Oh, I see. That was almost a disaster. You did very well. It was right to bring him back." Xianbai ordered his subordinates to bring some sweet pastries. Then he spoke. "This child's father is from Mengli. Send him back. And give him a few days off." "Yes, sir." Dongqi, who received lots of snacks, happily waved his hand and left. Watching him leave, Xianbai turned back around. "Tonight, you saved 2 lives. 2 lives. Losing one's only family, especially for a young child's father, would make life not worth living even if he survived. Thank you again." Facing Xuanbai's repeated thanks, Su Juanhao rubbed his cheek and changed the subject. "By the way, is something going on? You seem very busy. You noticed?" It would be strange not to notice, seeing so many people rushing about with serious expressions. Sigh. "It's because of the demonic cult." "The demonic cult? Their headquarters is in the Eastern District. They are rumored to possess the 4th chip. Is there a problem?" "There definitely is. A few hours ago, all the miners in the city gathered at the demonic cult's headquarters." Su Juanhao's eyes sharp. "Is today some kind of anniversary celebration or something?" "No. It's precisely because we don't know the reason that we're so troubled." "You still don't know the cause?" "If we knew, would I be this anxious?" Xianbai let out a deep sigh, his face lined with deep wrinkles. "If this continues, it might trigger the legendary Great War between good and evil." "Surely not. In such a small city, if a full-scale war breaks out, everyone will be annihilated. Let's hope it's just the old man's concern." "I hope so too." "Ah, right. There's also this." Receiving Raiden from Su Juanhao, Xianbai looked at Zhentian's corpse and couldn't help but praise. What clean and precise swordsmanship. In his mind, he pictured Su Juanhao's fight with Jingchuan. So he really has that kind of strength? Judging from the wound, it seemed Jingchuan didn't even manage a proper defense. Keep in mind, Jingchuan was capable of instantly releasing 50,000 volts of electricity, a top-tier dancer, which means, at the very least, Su Juanhao is elite, possibly even top level. Xianbai reevaluated Su Juanhao's strength, a gleam flashing through his eyes. "Although, you just got back and must be tired. Would you mind helping with one more thing?" "What is it?" "Would you be willing to go to the Eastern District and check on the situation? If we send one of the Alliance's dancers, it might provoke the demonic sect. That's what I'm worried about." It's not that difficult. You just need to walk around the demonic sect's surroundings and get a sense of the atmosphere." After a moment of thought, Su Juanhao nodded. "That's not a difficult task. I'll take care of it. Thanks a lot." This is a private commission. I'll pay the deposit first. Jingchuan's bounty was 1,500 credits, plus 1,000 credits for the information gathering commission. After receiving 2,500 credits, Su Juanhao smiled and walked out of the building. So, what do you think? I'll withhold judgment for now. When he answered, the smile on Su Juanhao's face had completely disappeared. He recalled what Director Xianbai had told him. Tonight, you saved 2 lives. Their only family, a young child. Losing such a child, even if the father survived, he would be a living corpse. Thank you again. It was clearly meant as praise. In fact, when he heard those words, a warm feeling, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of mission. But I never said that Donchi's mother was already dead. So why was Director Xianbai so sure to say only family? Su Juanhao slightly curled his lips and muttered to himself, for now, I'll just follow their instructions. That way, they'll trust me more and rely on me even more. ****. The eastern district where the demonic cult's headquarters was located had a completely different atmosphere from the slums. The streets were filled with a tension like a taut string. From the demonic cult's building, things kept coming out. Just as Shirley had said, dozens of trucks carrying large trailers poured out in a steady stream. What do you think those trailers are carrying? I don't know. Precisely because we don't know, we have to find out now. In the dark night, Su Juanhao moved silently. He climbed onto the top of the last truck. Creak, creak. The line of trucks wasn't heading into the city, but out of it. The contractors just leaving like, we have to follow. Even though the air outside is said to be thin, there's no way we're stopping here. The rear city gates slowly opened. After passing through a long tunnel, the scene suddenly changed. The bustling urban scenery had completely vanished. In its place was a landfill, piled high with mechanical parts and scrap metal. Rumble. A roar echoed. After dumping their cargo, the trucks drove off. The contractor? Is this, Su Juanhao gazed at what the trucks had dumped. His expression gradually calmed. Mechanical arms, mechanical legs, mechanical torsos, mechanical heads. The sheer number of parts was enough to assemble thousands of complete humanoids. Could it be that an internal conflict broke out in the demonic sect? Maybe. But even if there was a fight, killing over 1,000 people in a single night is just too brutal. Even the notorious Moinoi wouldn't go this far. Su Juanhao climbed the mountain of broken mechanical remains and knelt on one knee. Before him was a middle-aged man, his face resolute, as if unwilling to die, his expression full of grievance. Su Juanhao placed his hand on the man's head. Confession of the dead. This skill hadn't worked earlier on Qintian. But this time was different. Speak. What injustice do you carry? ZZ. The memory image stretched like a magnetic tape. The video quality was blurry, and it was very short. Hundreds of unmanned bodies were seen rolling on the ground. Everyone obeyed this man's orders. A dull sound echoed. Each time a scream rang out, it felt as if you could sense the man's heart-wrenching pain. This is truly interesting. It felt like becoming a god. The bizarre man in the purple suit moved among them, killing them as if playing a joke. It felt strangely familiar. That Isaac. Dever. The surprise was brief. A new thought flashed through his mind. Wait. If that guy is here now, then that means, at that moment, a voice rang out by his ear. This is the inner power chip of 3,000 cycles. So it's true. This was the secret to endless magic power. His heartbeat grew faster. Su Juanhao held his breath. His heart pounded wildly, even without deliberately slowing down. The video gave the illusion of slowing. He knew whose voice it was. It was. How could he not know? How could he ever forget? It was the owner of the voice he had dreamed of meeting, the one he had longed to kill with his own hands countless times. The protagonist in the video weakly lifted his head. A white-haired man was holding a small chip in his hand. Su Juanhao's eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, that man slowly turned his head. A moment later, their gazes met in the air. A cold smile. Make good use of it. The final frame froze on. His angelically radiant smile. The memory projection ended there. Su Juanhao remained dazed for several minutes. Every time he became even slightly conscious, he would rewind the video and play it from the beginning again. Make good use of it. That's right, it's him. No doubt about it. That stunning face that doesn't match his cruel methods. His arrogant tone that looks down on all things. He really is the Tianma he knew. Found him. The sworn enemy of the Thunder Emperor. Su Juanhao turned his head toward Neo City, covered by a transparent shield. At this very moment, in that city, was the Tianma he had searched for so tirelessly. Contractor, don't act recklessly. I know. Su Juanhao replied calmly. He stood up. He had no intention of acting rashly. This once-in-a-lifetime chance. He couldn't afford to miss it. Only when the enemy shows a gap can he strike at their vital point. He couldn't let him escape again like last time, or let him resurrect again. For that, he first had to confirm one thing. Did that guy really obtain the 3,000 Jiazi internal power chip? If that were true, his own chances of victory would approach zero. Su Juanhao's thoughts were tangled as he bit his lip tightly. Rude. How disrespectful. Move your foot this instant. A childish voice came from beneath his feet. Chapter 374. Little Tianmo. 1. Shuangli, who was squatting down, looked at Su Juanhao's foot with a protective gaze. Contractor, your foot is talking. Sorry. My foot doesn't have that feature. As he stepped back, that childish voice tinged with a mechanical tone. The image became clearer. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get this body out. Su Juanhao gestured to Shuangli. Shuangli, let's go. MHM. Ah. They immediately stopped. Stop. Over there. Wait. Please stop. The voice, mixed with sobbing and desperation, tried to stop Su Juanhao from leaving. Shuangli raised his head and said with a blank face, what a hassle. Probably going to talk a lot too. Su Juanhao swallowed. You're saying the same thing. Turning back around, he decided to hear the voice out. Since it was a survivor of the demonic cult, they couldn't just leave him behind. After clearing away the surrounding mechanical parts, they finally uncovered the owner of the voice. A ball. A lot of spherical parts. It was a metal sphere about the size of a basketball, with a cold, hard metallic surface. The LED eye on the front of the sphere flickered, staring at Su Juanhao. I'm watching you. What an interesting toy. Shuangli chuckled lightly. The ball turned toward him. How dare you? How dare you call me a toy? Hey, that's amazing. How come you sound exactly like someone I know? I am not that rude. When I do it, it's romantic. When others do it, it's cheating. A slightly embarrassed Shuangli lifted the ball with both hands. How bold. Put me down. Speak. Who are you? Warning you. If you don't want to regret it. He respectfully put the orb down at once. Shuangli furrowed her brows. Contractor, this ball's tone has been offending my lady's mood. Yeah, the tone is kind of annoying. Shuangli stared at Su Juanhao, deliberately shaking the orb up and down. Humph. Stop shaking. My great brain is going to fall apart. Incorrect. Your brain is fixed inside the orb. You ignorant woman. Ignorant woman. Shuangli's gaze turned cold. She shook the orb even harder. Woof woof woof. You. When that machine incapable of vomiting made a gagging sound, Shuangli finally stopped shaking it. Hey, contractor, this iron shell is really heavy. My arms are done for. Even with just a plastic bottle. If you shook it like that, it'd still hurt. Taking the orb from Shirley, Su Juanhao asked. Enough with the jokes. Who are you? Hey, wait a sec. I feel a bit dizzy. Pat, pat. He gently patted the orb's back. The orb came back to its senses. Phew. All right. Are you asking who I am? Su Juanhao's cold stare seemed to say, if you're just some nobody, I'll crush you. The orb quickly replied, I am Little Tianma. Little Tianma? The orb's LED face turned toward the Tianma lying nearby, the one filled with deep injustice. That man lying there is my father. I see. So you are Little Demon Lord. Little Demon. The sphere looked at Su Juanhao again, and pleaded. Could you please close my father's eyes for me, please? It's a small matter. Su Juanhao gently closed the grieving Demon Lord's eyes. Little Demon looked at him with a sorrowful expression, and spoke honestly. Thank you. As thanks, I'll allow you to ask. You are permitted to ask. Even though the Demon Lord's body was mechanical, he was still human. Then why are you a sphere? Little Demon closed his eyes in thought, then answered in a lonely voice. I'm sorry, but please bury that question in your heart. It's better not to know for now. Shuangli and Su Juanhao exchanged glances. That sounded like a voice carrying a story. Although curious, they felt that asking further might drag them into trouble. Sorry. Better not to pursue that matter. Su Juanhao decided to ask about the beta inner power chip instead. Partner, I personally really want to hear this person's story. Instinct's plea came right after. Hey, Longing. The contractor is busy with revenge. Don't drag her into personal matters. What? What a strange woman. Who are you talking to right now? Go home and eat cake. Stay out of grown-up business. Elves, Instinct, and the mechanic whispered to each other. It was all a mess. Su Juanhao felt mentally exhausted. He hurriedly made a decision. Enough. If even Instinct says so, that's worth believing. He gently shook Little Tianma. I don't know what your story is, but please speak honestly. It's just us here anyway. You might regret it. Even if I do, it would be my own choice. People like you, so blind and stubborn. Tianma sneered coldly. After a brief silence, he slowly began to tell his story. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was a curse. A curse so cruel that people believed it was the god's envy of his overwhelming talent. Is there really no way to cure it? I'm afraid not. To cure this illness, you would have to replace every vein, heart, bone, and dantian. The entire body would need to be rebuilt. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. Another clang sounded. It was a death sentence from the demonic sect's top physician, like a nail, driven deep into Tianma's heart. Leave us. Yes, sir. After the physician left, he looked at his only son and said, Did you hear that? Yes. You can no longer use martial arts. It's not over yet. Little Tianmo responded with a voice full of anger. Didn't the doctor say? Just replace my whole body and it'll be fine. Tianma lowered his and said, You should know better than anyone. This isn't just some simple mechanical procedure. Just implanting a few mechanical parts won't solve anything. You'd have to replace your veins, your heart, and your bones. This was a major surgery that such an operation could only possibly be done in the Yeo Empire. But even so, 98 out of 99 people would die. Then I'll become that one survivor. It's said that even that sole survivor would suffer terrible side effects. Why do you keep trying to persuade me? Little Demon felt deeply betrayed, staring at his father with resentment. Weren't you the one who said you would change this city, change this world? Little Demon silently turned his head away. Outside the window, colorful neon lights and holograms intertwined, showcasing this prosperous city. My resolve to change it has never wavered. This city is rotten to its core. It's decayed to the extreme. It even missed its best chance for self-repair or surgery. This city devours everyone who dares to dream. A few monopolize all the wealth and power, plus the most advanced medical technologies. Even death shies away from them. In this way, hope has not been born. For over 100 years. In other words, taxes kept rising, without end. Ordinary citizens without martial talent had to replace their bodies with machinery, just to avoid death from overwork. Even so, they still couldn't withstand the growing debts, working until the day they closed their eyes forever. And all of it was because of the emperor. The emperor, who was supposed to care for his people, had gone mad. The government and the Martial Alliance supposedly stayed out of each other's business. What a joke. He controlled the Martial Alliance completely, and committed atrocities at will. Breaking this entrenched chain of corruption isn't easy. It's hard, but someone has to do it. Rather than wait for inevitable destruction, I will shatter the sky myself. He had made his decision. The Demon Lord possessed the overwhelming talent to dream such a dream. The Demon Lord closed his eyes. I'm sorry, child. People believed little Tianma inherited his mother's constitution, weak and frail, but that's only half the truth. You inherited the weaknesses of both me and your mother. Please don't say that. Little Tianma frowned. I'll undergo the surgery. I'll become healthy. Then I'll change this world with you. Father, what a filial and thoughtful child. I'm truly grateful. But to force a child to walk toward death for your own, what kind of parent would do that? Tianma pleaded. Let me be the one to change this city. I also know your illness worsens by the day. Little Tianma wasn't a fool. Just like this city has rotted beyond saving. Beyond healing, needing amputation. Tianma's condition had also progressed past the point of cure. My father's dream is not his alone. It's the collective wish of the millions in Yaneo City. A city where everyone can envision the future and embrace hope. Please let me carry on and realize father's dream. A parent who loves their child, thinks far into the future for them. Tianma was a father too. A kind-hearted one. After hearing all this, Su Juanhao's expression darkened. Shirley, meanwhile, was already sobbing. Sob? I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going through so much. And I kept clinging to you. But a gentleman should forgive the faults of others. Don't cry anymore. You've also made me sigh. Perhaps moved by emotion, Tianma also began to shed tears. Amid the noise, Su Juanhao silently sorted through his thoughts. Ultimately, little Tianma's body was still in the IOWN Empire. If the treatment succeeded, his body would be delivered here. If it failed, then it wouldn't really matter anymore. It just means being stuck in this orb for the rest of my life. The IOWN Empire used to feel like a distant name, but now I finally understand. It truly is an astonishing medical advancement. To minimize the shock to the patient, they transferred only little Tianma's soul. I never imagined such unbelievable technology existed. Maybe the IOWN Empire is even capable of cloning someone. Su Juanhao spoke up. So by your logic, the Wolin Alliance and the Emperor are the bad guys. It's just a matter of differing positions. They simply want better lives for themselves, even if it means sacrificing others. The happiness of the few, built upon the suffering of the many. By the way, is there anything else wrong with the Wolin Alliance? You mean, the bounty notices? Yeah. From what I've seen, they've been paying the bounties on time. But still, times are hard. That's why villains keep popping up, right? Yeah. When it came to matters involving Jin Tian, Su Juanhao found the Wolin Alliance suspicious. It was just a gut feeling. But unfortunately, his instincts were often accurate. Something definitely felt off. But he couldn't base his judgment solely on little Tianma's words. Su Juanhao decided to blend into the city himself and experience the people's suffering. Anyway, if I'm going to kill Tianma and his officers, I need to make some preparations too. Lying low for a while and observing would be the wisest move. Oh, one more thing I wanted to ask. What is it? The 3000 Jiazi internal power chip. Little Tianma's LED face flickered rapidly, clearly in a panic. Where did you get that thing? I accessed a portion of your father's memories. Such terrifying martial arts exist. Strictly speaking, it's not martial arts. Su Juanhao said calmly. Just tell me one thing. Is that thing real? Without a doubt. It's the genuine article. Where did you get it? Little Tianma let out a deep sigh. You could say it was a twist of fate. Feeling the injustice of the world, my father stumbled upon it in the royal library by chance. Wait, the royal library? You didn't know? Before founding the demonic sect, my father was a soldier in the royal palace. There, he came face to face with the injustice of the world and was filled with disgust. So hidden in plain sight. To think something like that was in the royal library. If the emperor found out, he'd have a serious headache. Do you believe what I'm saying? I'll reserve judgment for now. Su Juanhao slowly turned around. Right now he needed to verify whether what little Tianma said was true, and prepare to face that city. He had to be ready. If the little Tianma he knew really had obtained the beta version of the 3000 Jiazi internal power chip, then using normal means would never be enough to defeat him. The only way to significantly raise the odds was to obtain the alpha internal power chip, jointly held by the Royal Palace and the Wulin Alliance. That was the only chance. For that, he had to confirm one thing first. If in the end, he reached the same conclusion as little Tianma, then at that time, he would not hesitate to take the internal power chip from the palace and the Wulin Alliance. Su Juanhao asked, by the way, are you little Tianma? I haven't asked your name yet. Don't you have any manners? In situations like this, you should introduce yourself first. You really remind me of someone. My name is Su Juanhao. Remember it. Su Juanhao. The little demon repeated the name a few times, and cautiously spoke up. Wei Susu. Wei Zhao Zhao. That's my name. Got it. Susu. Zhao Zhao. It means bright and radiant. Su Juanhao smiled gently. Nice name. Chapter 375. The Little Demon. 2. Wait. Just as they were about to leave the landfill, Wei Susu, who was being held in someone's arms, called out. The introduction of this work is over, but your identities haven't been explained yet. My identity? I'm Su Juanhao. I'm the Frost Queen. I'm not asking for your names. I mean your statuses or something. Wei Susu scanned the two of them, and asked. At first glance, she didn't look like a criminal either. How should I explain it? First of all, I'm the Queen of Nibelheim, and currently an elf. Q Queen. Elf. Wei Susu murmured, in a fuzzy voice. I don't really understand what an elf is, but I know what a queen is. I don't know which planet Nibelheim is on, but you must be royalty. No wonder. Even though she looks young, she carries herself with noble grace. So that's the reason. Shuangxue made a request. Listen, I've already revealed my identity. Why are you still being so curt? Try again. Was I not clear enough? I'm sorry. Shuangxue shook the little demon gently, while repeating her request. Again. Sorry. Please stop shaking me. Shuangxue finally gave a satisfied smile, and gently patted the little demon in her arms. What a clever little lump of iron. Keep it up from now on. After being scolded by Shuangxue, the little demon, with nowhere to vent, turned his attention to Su Juanhao, who had been quietly observing. Who are you? Are you Her Majesty the Queen's Knight? Su Juanhao answered calmly. No, I'm Shuangxue's master. No, you're not. Shuangxue strongly objected. Say it clearly. Why would a contractor be my master? Then are you my master? Even if. Is that okay? Is it? Shuangxue immediately drooped her head, and her shoulders slumped down. Anyway, our ratio is 8-2. I'm party A. He's party B. To place a foreign queen under your heel. What kind of identity is that? Wei Susu's LED eyes trembled slightly. If that's the truth, then this man is definitely not someone she can deal with lightly. Where are we going now? Wei Susu asked respectfully. To investigate the demon sect's movements at the mine, and also gain the trust of the Martial Alliance. Is there such a perfect place? Yes, there is. Only one place. Su Juanhao and Shuangxue turned their heads at the same time. Clearly visible, even from dozens of kilometers away, was the second district of New City. We're going to the Martial Alliance. Asterisk. A human, an elf, a mechanic, and a sense of intuition found the Martial Alliance. After confirming Su Juanhao's identity, the guard immediately introduced him to Counselor Xianbai, although only twice. You're always 2 or 3. I'll take that as a compliment. Su Juanhao sat down and began to recount the dozens of trucks that left the demon sect building, and the countless mechanical parts they unloaded. Upon hearing this, Counselor Xianbai's expression turned grim. He projected several holographic photos. Have you seen these faces? Wait a moment. Su Juanhao carefully examined each photo. He already knew these people were dead, but that was only because he had accessed the heavenly demon's memories. If he acted too confidently, it might arouse suspicion. I've seen this face. And this one too. I haven't seen this person. Let me take another look. Are you sure you've seen these faces? I may look like this, but I'm quite sure. I don't mean to doubt you. If I made you uncomfortable, please forgive me. Counselor Xianbai muttered with a confused look. His mind must have been a mess at this point. After all, Su Juanhao claimed to have witnessed the heavenly demon's death. Sorry, I need to step away for a moment. He left in a hurry, and didn't return until an hour later. He spoke seriously. I've sent people to search the landfill you mentioned. It was true. I told you, I have a good memory. Let me stress again. It's not that I didn't believe you. It's just that this is too important. Elder Xianbai continued. Get up. We're going somewhere. Where are we going? Su Juanhao asked as he followed him out into the hallway. Su Juanhao, listen carefully. The man you saw earlier was the heavenly demon. Huh? Really? Su Juanhao pretended to be shocked. Wait. So that man was dumped in a landfill. Seems like there was a storm within the demonic sect last night. Is that good for us? He deliberately used the but Xianbai didn't notice anything odd, and shook his head. I don't know. It could be an internal rebellion, or interference from a new force. Either way, it's not good. Exactly. Asterisk psi asterisk. Xianbai stroked his beard, and continued. Next, we're entering the Alliance Leader Conference. The Alliance Leader Conference. Only the leader of the Martial Alliance can summon that, and only directors and above can participate. Why me? You're the first eyewitness. We need your testimony. The two walked up to the upper floors of the building, heading down a long corridor. The hallway was so quiet that even the noise from the city outside, just a light pressure. As Su Juanhao stepped into the conference room, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. 33 people. Fewer than I expected. Each one radiated a powerful aura. Most were wearing loose clothing, clearly to conceal the mechanical parts on their bodies. In this world, which body parts had been replaced with machinery was important information for players. It was like hiding one's abilities. Among the 34 martial artists, including Counselor Xianbai, only 11 were truly worth the leaders of the 9 great sects. First were these 10 people, then the elderly scholar, sitting at the upper seat, tall but frail-looking. He was the Martial Alliance leader. Dangerous. This old man exuded a dangerous aura. On the surface, he seemed too weak to even hold a spoon. However, there was no aura detectable from him. At the very least, he was at my level, a realm where one could suppress their aura to that of an ordinary person. Su Juanhao quietly released a slight trace of his aura. He hoped the other would see him as an immature youth. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Counselor Xianbai bowed to the Alliance Leader. Welcome. Counselor Xianbai, and the Martial Alliance Leader turned his gaze to Su Juanhao, the one who completed 2 commissions in just a few hours. Is it that young man? Indeed. My name is Su Juanhao. Humph. How surprising. He looks just a little over 20. Su Juanhao smiled slightly. I'm 27 this year. You look younger than your actual age. More like approaching 30 instead. The Martial Alliance leader nodded and laughed. I am Nangong Jintian, leader of the Martial Alliance. I'm Su Juanhao. Due to the urgency of the situation, I couldn't properly welcome you. My apologies. Let's get straight to the point. Can you describe what happened at the time? Of course. When I was heading toward the Eastern District, Su Juanhao explained the situation in as much detail as he could. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted into chatter. There was no doubt. It matched the information confirmed by the Xuanwu group. Someone had attacked the demonic sect, and the purpose was obvious. It was, geez, that guy really says whatever comes to mind. Everyone quiet down. Namgung Jintian restored order to the room, and raised a question. You said you secretly followed the truck from the demonic sect. Can you describe that moment in more detail? So sharp. On the surface, he looked like a kindly old man listening. But in fact, he was extremely perceptive. Su Juanhao chuckled to himself, because he had deliberately been vague, to see how they would react. Seeing is believing. I'll demonstrate it for you personally. With that, Su Juanhao's presence vanished in an instant. He had activated the Dark Guard skill, Night Walker's effect. Where did he go? The room instantly descended into chaos. Only 11 people in the room showed subtle but intrigued expressions. As expected, this stealth technique is truly advanced. Probably only people of our caliber could even detect it. If the legendary Phantom Thief really exists, Phantom Thief, if he's real, this must be what it feels like. The room soon filled with praise. Namgung Jintian nodded slightly. That demonstration is more than enough. When he reappeared, he asked, truly surprising. Are all players like you? I'm a bit embarrassed to say. I'm just a little special. That makes sense. If everyone were this strong, it wouldn't be realistic. Nangong Jintian gave a bitter smile, and said, thank you for telling me this. Do you have somewhere to go next? Somewhere to go? Su Juanhao shook his head. I'm still looking. Then, how about this, Su Juanhao? Faced with the sudden direct question, several executives showed slightly surprised expressions, but thinking back to the abilities he just demonstrated, it wasn't too strange. Letting him stay as a guest, and occasionally asking, wouldn't be a bad idea. If you are willing to take me in, I would be very grateful. Thank you for not rejecting this old man's request. Nangong Jintian gestured to his men to arrange accommodation. Take him to the top-tier guest room. Yes, sir. You're Su Juanhao, the young hero, right? I'll contact you again at another time. I'll be waiting. After Su Juanhao left the room, everyone's eyes turned to the alliance leader. Clap clap. Nangong Jintian calmly faced their gazes, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, and spoke. Counselor Xianbai. Yes, alliance leader. You're the one who brought this kid, right? Then I'll leave the task of monitoring him to you. Monitoring, huh? Xianbai showed an expression of confusion. Unless Su Juanhao goes crazy. Otherwise, he would have no reason to betray the 5-0 alliance. TSK, man. With that kind of skill, he could move freely through critical alliance departments, couldn't he? So the leader is worried he might steal intel. Better to be cautious than sorry. What level of alert should we set? Namgung Jintian responded without hesitation. Heaven class, heaven class, heaven class. That's undoubtedly the highest alert level. Counselor Xianbai reconsidered. On second thought, It's not so strange. It's actually the most logical response. Aside from the 9 sect leaders and the Alliance chief, everyone else was fooled by his stealth. If he wanted to, he could enter and exit buildings freely, as if it were his own home. He's practically a ticking time bomb. We'll place him under 24-hour surveillance. I trust you. After finishing that matter, Namgung Jintian quickly wrapped up the concealment ritual. As you all know, the demonic sect has been destroyed. No need to say more. Dong dong. The Alliance chief knocked on the table, issuing the 4th chip. No matter what, bring it to me. Asterisk new signal, asterisk. The guest room was extravagantly luxurious. Even compared to a top-tier 7-star hotel, it was just as good. Feel free to rest. After the servants left, he was just about to enjoy the grand view of the new city. Asterisk asterisk. That hurts. The little demon, cradled in Sheely's arms, suddenly discharged electricity. It let out a sharp cry. What are you doing? What? Since you have such powerful stealth abilities, why didn't you just hide from the beginning? Hide. Su Juanhao chuckled lightly. You should work on your ability to read people more. If he were lying, the Alliance leader would see right through it. He has that kind of intuition, which makes him even more believable. People generally believe what they see, hear, and experience. Therefore, he deliberately demonstrated his night-walking ability in front of everyone. Phew. You really don't understand anything. Let me tell you something. From the moment you left that room, you were going to be under 24-hour surveillance. That's a given. He had already anticipated that his every move would be watched. Su Juanhao stared at the closed door, more cautious than expected. There were 3 in the corridor walls, 2 on the ceiling. He could sense faint traces of energy. A magical force so subtle that even high-level masters would struggle to detect it. Phew. If you had asked for my advice earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Sharpe, why is this guy so unhappy? Because you're being watched, your actions restricted, so he's worried. Listen, Sharpe, I'll just tell you one thing. Su Juanhao held up 3 fingers. Are you worried about the emperor? Are you crazy? Who would worry about him? What about the nobles? Even if nobles fall for 3 generations, they still survive. There's nothing to worry about. Then I guess there's no need for me to worry either. Why that conclusion? Because that's the rule of the country, though no one knows who made it. But this is part of the international rules. Phantom types are beings who don't need others to worry about them. Besides, I only showed a small part of my abilities. Even so, you can't use your stealth technique anymore, right? Who says that? Su Juanhao slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, a tide of new memories surged into his mind. He slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you ready?" Humph. Of course. Wrong. Juanshi crossed his arms and responded confidently. Chapter 376. Little Demon Scatters. Oh. An unimaginable sight. When Wei Susu saw 2 Su Junhaos, she completely lost her composure. Wah. What is going on? This one is Su the young hero. That one is also Su the young hero. Are my eyes broken? Do I need replacement parts? Naturally. The experienced Sheely casually raised a hand. Juanshi. Hey. Schwanger. See you later. Su Juanhao absorbed the memories of his clone, just like how the clone inherited all the memories from the original body when it was created. When a new clone is formed, it also appears with the main body's memories. Juanshi asked, "So, you want me to investigate the 5-0 Alliance?" "Yes. Pay special attention to anything suspicious." Just as he was speaking, Su Juanhao suddenly shut his mouth. Wait, is it really okay to send this clumsy kid out to gather intelligence? I feel a bit uneasy. Idiot. I heard everything you were thinking. Our minds are linked. If that kid says something wrong, I'll get dragged down too. Huh? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Rather than that, it'd be better to leave the kid here and go myself. The main body is really an idiot. In the end, Juanshi spoke up after getting smacked on the forehead. All right. Your judgment was right, main body. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes drooping sadly at the corners. I also want to go out and travel to different places, but it probably won't happen. If we're going to act, at least we should make it convincing. This is so lame. Su Juanji immediately frowned, sitting on the sofa with an unhappy face. Forget it. I just want you to handle this for me. All right then. You go. Faced with the unexpected reply, Su Juanji widened his eyes. Why the sudden change of mind? Right now, I'm under the Alliance leader's suspicion. If I get discovered, I have to be prepared for it. If I personally go out to gather information and get caught, everything would be ruined. But you, Juanji, you're different. He can summon you back anytime and even share thoughts constantly. That makes it much safer. Sigh. What's going on? Suddenly, I don't want to go. Feels like I've become a meat shield. Meat shield? Nobody thinks of it that way. Juanshi pulled a bitter face and muttered to himself. I can hear everything you're thinking. Asterisk. When Su Juanhao opened the door, the atmosphere from the corridor's walls and ceiling became slightly sharper. Is there anything you need? Facing the servant who came to inquire, Su Juanhao spoke up. I'd like something to eat. Must you go out to eat? If you'd like, I can have the food brought to your room. This level of service rivals a top-tier hotel. Then prepare a meal for me. Oh, by the way, can I have dessert too? Of course. As Su Juanhao conversed with the servant, Juanshi, using the night travel skill, slipped out through the door's gap. Returning to the room, Su Juanhao closed his eyes and began synchronizing with his senses. Better than I expected. After using night travel, Juanshi used the dual motion ability to drastically lower his body temperature. There's only one benefit to doing this: to evade thermal imaging cameras. He seemed fully immersed in his stealth role, even wearing a black mask on his face. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for Juanshi to gather the right intel. Su Juanhao reviewed his memories from this period. As expected, is this the state of Earth now? The players who once challenged Su Juanhao's difficulty on the 4th floor are starting to return one by one. Of course, they're the ones who've used up their 3 chances and were eliminated. However, even so, they've achieved astonishing growth. Under Su Juanhao's difficulty, the timeline is different. Spending months or even years inside might only equate to a few weeks in reality. This is truly a rare opportunity. A player's effort can lead to remarkable growth. The kids are out. It'll probably take some time for his friends and companions to come out of that world. It'll take at least a few months. Su Juanhao's thoughts raced. Before they ascend to the 5th floor, their chessboard must already be partially set. After the food arrived, Su Juanhao and Shui Li shared the meal. How's the taste? Not bad. Especially this pastry. It's really good. Chewing sounds. After finishing the meal, Shui Li happily played tossing games with Wei Susu. Juanshi asked thoughtfully, main body, where should I start cleaning? Su Juanhao thought for a moment. The Martial Alliance's library pavilion? Or the inner cabinet where important affairs are handled? Or the separate residences where martial artists live? He made his decision and answered firmly. The Alliance Leaders Hall. The Alliance Leaders Hall. Alright. Oh. Su Juanji leisurely strolled inside the Martial Alliance. In fact, his initial target was the library pavilion of the Martial Alliance. The archive. He didn't expect to head straight for the Alliance Leaders Hall from the start. What a gutsy move. But the main body's thinking was easy to understand. Indeed, if they didn't act now, there might be no more chances later. Nangong Jintian was currently attending the Alliance Leaders Conference. If not now, it would be very difficult to sneak into the Alliance Leaders Hall later. Truly bold. This was the brilliant thinking fitting of my main body. Su Juanji walked casually toward the Alliance Leaders Hall. Even the gatekeepers here were so strong. If it weren't for night walking skills, with just his strength, there's no way he could get past these heavily guarded martial artists. Even the security measures were this tight. There was also red magic security, fingerprint and citizen code verification, and layers of barriers. Only by passing all these could one enter. But Su Juanji, taking the form of a shadow, easily slipped past all the obstacles. This is truly fun. Sir. Su Juanji hesitated slightly as he entered the Alliance Leaders Hall, because there was absolutely nothing inside. Could this be the popular minimalist trend? No, even the most extreme form of minimalism, a space like a charging station, would at least have a chair. This was simply too strange. Su Juanji's gaze sharpened as he began inspecting every part of the Alliance Leaders Hall, the long corridors, the living room, the rooms, the kitchen. There were no signs of furniture or human presence anywhere. Su Juanji's expression suddenly turned serious as he pushed open the Alliance Leader's bedroom door. The place didn't look like a bedroom at all. It looked more like a library, filled with old books. Does the Alliance Leader not sleep? There's not even a bed. As long as someone is human, they have to sleep. Even players approaching superhuman levels, though they can go a long time without sleep, completely avoiding sleep would impair brain function. But if it's a machine, then the situation changes. If Namgung Jintian is mechanical from head to toe, then it would make sense for him not to sleep. Juanji, look for the Alliance Leader's journal, or any recent orders he issued. Upon hearing the instruction, Su Juanji got to work immediately. A journal. There are so many books here. Su Juanji casually picked one up and began to read. This isn't it. Neither is this. He had flipped through dozens of books, but they were all history books. Was his childhood dream to be a historian? Why would a bedroom be filled with these old history books? Growing increasingly anxious, Su Juanji was just about to check the next one. An unexpected voice came. I don't have such dreams. Crack. At the same time, a rough hand grabbed his neck tightly and slammed his face onto. So it was a little mouse that slipped in. A voice spoke in a gentle tone. Su Juanji turned his head. Facing him was Nangong Jintian's emotionless face. Su Juanji twisted his body, trying to resist. He wanted to break free from that hand. Don't you get it yet? However, as soon as the Alliance Leader finished speaking, a beast-like groan came from Su Juanji's mouth. At some point, the tendons in his limbs had been severed. His body twitched helplessly, like a puppet being manipulated by the Alliance Leader's hand. He's not the person I imagined. Looks much weaker. Nangong Jintian slowly reached out to remove the mask from Su Juanji's face. Just as Nangong Jintian grabbed the mask, his eyebrows twitched slightly. It vanished. The bloodstains, the corpse, and the mask on the ground all disappeared without a trace. It wasn't a mouse. Nangong Jintian looked at the scattered books and murmured, asterisk. Boom. Dozens of martial artists stormed into Su Juanhao's guest room. They held weapons, ready to attack at any time. Search. A sharp-eyed man gave the order. The subordinates immediately spread out to search the room. Creak. At that moment, everyone's eyes focused on one spot. Su Juanhao came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, rubbing his wet hair with a towel. He looked around and frowned. What's going on? Breaking into someone's guest room without permission? The sharp-eyed man stared intently at Su Juanhao. To be precise, he was carefully observing Su Juanhao's skin and hands. There was still enough moisture on his skin. His fingertips were wrinkled from soaking too long in the bath. Considering they had arrived within a minute after receiving the order from the alliance leader, he clearly wasn't the culprit. The man lowered his weapon and hurriedly cupped his fists in salute. My apologies. I'm Huang Baoa, head of the Azure Dronzer. Such an important figure. Why would he come to my room? There was an intruder in the alliance. To ensure the safety of all our guests, the alliance leader issued an emergency order for inspection. I see. Su Juanhao showed the most regretful expression in the world. A thief, huh? Looks like I'll need to guard my belongings more carefully. Yes. Please do be cautious. Please give my thanks to the alliance leader. Understood. Huang Baoha motioned for his men to leave and cupped his fists once more before exiting the room. As he looked at the closed door, Su Juanhao's gaze turned icy cold. As expected, contractors are the first to be. I told you before, didn't I? You'd be the primary suspect. Why are you talking to me like that? I told you this would happen. Su Juanhao said. So I cleared their doubts, didn't I? Didn't I? Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. You don't understand. What kind of person the Martial Alliance leader is? What kind of person is he? A genius who became the 57th Alliance leader with just his pure body. He's known for being stubborn. Once he suspects someone, he rarely changes his mind. Pure? Are you talking about pure? Su Juanhao let out a light chuckle. There is a bit of a smell here, after all. I was planning to take a bath after you came out too. Why did you have to embarrass me like that? The Frost Queen, misunderstanding, hurried into the bathroom. What are you talking about? So, the smell you mentioned was about me? After all, I did spend time at the landfill. No, what are you talking about? Su Juanhao said helplessly. I was talking about the alliance leader. The Martial Alliance leader, Nangong Zhentian. I find him suspicious. Why do you suddenly find him suspicious? Listen to me. Su Juanhao told Wei Susu everything Juanji had seen and felt, as expected. Indeed, it makes sense. After hearing the story, Wei Susu nodded in agreement. She spun in place. Su Juanhao stroked his chin and voiced his concern. There's one thing bothering me. What is it? I'm willing to listen. I know the alliance leader is hiding something, but what exactly is it? A house with no furniture. Therefore, Su Juanhao thought the alliance leader definitely wasn't pure. Someone like the alliance leader, if he were of pure blood, he should at least be sleeping on a luxurious bed for the sake of his health. Not to mention that the room was filled only with historical books. He's practically just a history fanatic. On this point, I completely disagree with you. Disagree? Wait. Don't tell me you've ruled out that possibility? Wei Susu showed a look of disbelief and continued speaking. Those books might not even be history books at all, or rather, they're diaries. Chapter 377, Little Demon, Part 4. Those history books were actually diaries. That idea from Little Demon was truly unexpected. Su Juanhao was momentarily speechless, not because it sounded ridiculous, but because he was utterly shocked. Hey, Little Demon. Do you even understand what you just said? Of course I do. Wei Susu responded. It means, the Martial Alliance leader has been deceiving the public for over 700 years. From a technical standpoint, is that even possible? Not entirely impossible, though it would be nearly so. Explain in detail. Wei Susu paused to think, then continued. First, it would require immense wealth and power. The first alliance leader after the new city was built likely had enough resources and influence to fake his own death and promote a new body to be the next leader. He'd need help. In other words, the Martial Alliance leader couldn't have done this alone. It would be extremely difficult. There were definitely people helping him. Su Juanhao's mind recalled 10 names. All of them could have provided assistance. The heads of the 9 great sects. Not all of them would side with the alliance leader. How can you be so sure? The fewer people involved, the better. It not only reduces the risk of leaking secrets, but they also get a bigger share when the spoils are divided. Besides, I've also started to change my thinking. Change your thinking? I said this before. Today's royal family and the Martial Alliance are parasites draining this city's lifeblood. They're forces with no value left. You really did say that. But what does that have to do with the current situation? Su Juanhao suddenly realized something and shouted loudly. As expected, it doesn't make sense, right? Exactly. That point is very important. It means the Martial Alliance leader has lived for 700 years. Either the successive emperors permitted it, or the emperor himself has also lived for 700 years. If neither is true, then it's something the Martial Alliance leader has done on his own. For now, it's just a hypothesis. Su Juanhao's mind became chaotic. If the Martial Alliance leader really has existed for 700 years, what do you think his ultimate goal is? A line flashed across Wei Susu's LED screen. By monopolizing the 4 first chips in New City, he could become the true absolute ruler. Monopolizing the first chips. 2 chips containing 3,000 cycles of inner power, the 5 elements chip recording all martial arts of the Martial Alliance, and the system chip controlling everything in New City. Su Juanhao let out a twisted breath. If one person could possess all that, a scene floated in his mind. 6,000 cycles, 6,000 cycles, possessing 360,000 years of inner power, an absolute martial artist mastering all martial arts, plus immortality, an all-powerful and unique existence, a god. People would call such an existence a god. Yes, perhaps the Martial Alliance leader's ultimate goal is to become the god of this world. First, let's calm down. Su Juanhao stood up. This is still just a hypothesis. To confirm it, we need solid evidence. Evidence that proves the Martial Alliance leader has really lived for 700 years. At the moment, there's only one place where we might find such evidence. Su Juanhao looked out the window. The very center of Nueo City. The towering skyscraper reaching into the clouds. The Royal Palace. That place must have the answer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alliance leader. Player Su Juanhao has left his guest room. Has he already left the building? Yes. He left a note saying he wanted to explore the city. Should we send someone to follow him? Namgung Jintian, who was sorting through documents, shook his head. What's the point of chasing a shadow you can't catch? Let him go. But, are we just going to leave him unchecked? Namgung Jintian turned his head, glancing at the speaker. There's no need to arouse suspicion on purpose. Besides, he stepped in front of a wide ceremonial window and said briefly, no matter where Su Juanhao goes, he won't go against my will, even if he jumps and flies around elsewhere. He's still bound to this city. He gazed down at the city with a satisfied expression. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Heh. Tears, snot, and sobs all mixed together, emitting a nauseating stench. But Tianma asked without emotion, without even blinking. Can you unlock it? Why yes. But I need time. How long? At least 5 years. No, 7 years. So there's no end in sight. Tianma stood up, his face unusually displeased. Then he gave the order. Isaac, bring in all the technicians at once. Yes, sir. Isaac. Doer snapped his fingers, and the tightly sealed doors slowly opened. Outside the door, dozens of figures entered from the corner of the room. As soon as they smelled that strange odor, they immediately frowned. Damn it. What's that smell? Who took a dump or pissed here? Ugh. At that moment, the technicians noticed something piled up in the corner of the room. It was a small mountain. A mountain made of corpses and machines stacked together. What is this? This is insane. If it were just a pile of... They wouldn't have felt so disgusted or terrified. But seeing human bodies dismantled and stacked like machine parts, how could they not feel fear? At that moment, Isaac displayed a holographic blueprint to the terrified technicians. Come on, technicians, pay attention to this diagram. What's this? It looks like a chip structure. I didn't think such a delicate and complex chip could exist in this world. Oh my god. While the technicians were drawn in by the blueprint, the heavenly demon spoke. I want to ask one question. How long will it take to unlock the encryption on this chip? The technicians looked at each other, because they already understood why those who had entered before ended up dismembered and piled in the corner of the room. Isaac. Yes, Lord Heavenly Demon. From now on, anyone who doesn't answer my questions, cut off one of their arms. Understood. Madman. That was the word that floated in the minds of all the technicians simultaneously. The Heavenly Demon asked again. I want to ask one question. How much time will it take? 4 years. 5 years. If everyone works together. 3 years. No. 2 years. If you push yourselves to the limit, maybe a year and a half could do it. As if being filmed up close. The technicians, desperate to survive, kept compressing the timeline. Only then did the Heavenly Demon show a satisfied expression. Isaac. Why do people only obey when pushed to the brink? Indeed. What pitiful creatures. Isaac chuckled lightly, reading the Heavenly Demon's thoughts. He spoke up. All right, dear technicians, you have 6 months to crack the code. What? 6 months? Impossible. That's simply unreasonable. It's absolutely impossible to complete. Really? Is it truly impossible to complete? Isaac asked with a smile. At the same time, a sticky, unsettling murderous aura enveloped the technicians. In the instant he responded, an instinct told him that if he left things as they were, he might be brutally killed. The crowd fell silent. Isaac turned his head. It seems 6 months is the limit. 6 months, huh? Though not entirely satisfactory. Compared to those crazy technicians, ranting about 10 or 15 years, this is somewhat tolerable. Let's proceed. Understood. Isaac led the technicians toward an underground area. At the same time, the Heavenly Demon spoke up. Chef. Yes, Master. What happened last night? It must have already spread throughout the city, right? Of course. I can already sense it. Wolinglong's men are monitoring nearby. It's definitely troublesome. We must guard the 4th chip for at least half a year. Relying only on the other 3, aside from myself, might not be enough. The Heavenly Demon issued a command. Post a recruitment notice for new warriors. Are you planning to create new puppets? I will assign them fragments and teach them the demon cult's martial arts. With just a little guidance from you, we can cultivate barely usable sacrificial pawns. It's a wise decision. A grin stretched to his ears. This was the perfect opportunity to test the new theories he had learned in the demon realm. Half a year. Yes, exactly half a year. During this time, it will be boring. The heavenly demon closed his eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The street leading to the royal palace was exceptionally clean. It was a flawless, spotless street, without a trace of dirt. There was also a strange sense of déjà vu. Hey, are you really going into the palace? We have to. Because we need to dig up intelligence about the alliance leader. But Wei Susu spoke cautiously. She knew her stealth skills were excellent. But inside the palace, there were warriors even stronger than the martial alliance leader. Little hero, do you know about the genie way of the palace? Jinui. What's that? Their official name is the Genie Imperial Guard Command. In simple terms, they're the Emperor's personal guard. Each member has the talent and martial prowess to lead a sect. They're the largest armed group in the nearby star systems. This is the first I've heard of them. Su Juanhao furrowed his brow. Wait. If such an organization exists, why can the martial alliance leader act so recklessly? In that case, the claim that he's lived for 700 years seems hard to believe. The Jinui might have disbanded. Their last appearance was 30 years ago, around the time the Emperor's condition worsened. Did Nangongzhentian make a move? Unclear. But no matter how strong he is, he couldn't possibly confront the Jinui head-on. Are they that powerful? From what I've learned through Juanshi's experiences, the martial alliance leader, Nangongzhentian, is indeed strong. Incredibly strong. If he truly lived for 700 years, of course he'd be powerful. He'd master all martial arts and possess profound inner energy. It said every Jinui member has reached the supreme pinnacle realm of martial arts. Supreme pinnacle? That's the realm Master Xianbai occupies. However, even among those at the supreme pinnacle, there's a vast difference in skill. Personally speaking, by this world's standards, I'd also be considered supreme pinnacle. But Master Xianbai is not someone I could handle. Su Juanhao silently gazed at the palace. If he and Wei Susu's assumptions are wrong, entering now would be extremely dangerous. But what if their assumptions are correct? If the martial alliance leader truly lived for 700 years, and the Emperor's body has weakened to the point of collapse, gradually wasting away, before the alliance leader secures the cities for prime chips, we must make the necessary preparations. No, you're still hesitating about this? This could cost you your life. Wei Susu shouted in frustration. Xuanhua silently tapped the mechanical. The little heavenly demon only throws tantrums. You have to hit him to calm him down. Ow. That hurts. Stop hitting. Stop it. Besides, you know too little about us contractors. Shirley smiled faintly, watching Su Juanhao's pensive back. He really is a fool. A fool you can't help but like. Perhaps this time, he'll choose the path everyone advises against. If he has to choose between a heavenly lie of peace and a hellish, difficult truth, he'll undoubtedly choose the hellish truth without hesitation. Why go to such lengths? Wei Susu truly couldn't understand. Over the past few centuries, the only one who stood up to save the suffering people was his father alone. Despite countless powerful beings from other worlds visiting this place, none of them stepped forward for this cause. Why? Because there's no benefit in doing so. It's truly baffling. Even I feel puzzled. Why do they go to such extremes? After deep contemplation, Su Juanhao, as expected, began walking toward the palace. Wei Susu, who had been staring at her without blinking, asked, "What did that person do on Earth?" Facing this innocent question, the Frost Queen couldn't help but laugh for a long time. Then she replied, "A hero. She was a hero who was unafraid of the thorny path." Chapter 378. Black Moon. 1. A hero unafraid of the thorny path. Su Juanhao looked around. So clean. Not only the streets outside the buildings, but even the inside of the palace was spotlessly clean. It was as if not a speck of dust was allowed to exist here. Clean, clean, spotless, spotless, clean, clean, spotless, spotless. Cleaning robots were moving neatly and orderly on the first floor, carrying out their cleaning tasks. Silently watching this scene, Su Juanhao looked around. Why are there only robots? There wasn't a single person on the first floor. Feeling a bit eerie, Su Juanhao followed the stairs up to the second floor. No matter how high he went, the situation remained the same. Confirm command protocol. Eliminate crime. Eliminate crime. After entering Neo City, the royal security maintenance robots he encountered in the alleys were patrolling throughout the city. Road police robots were checking for traffic violations. Medical robots working in hospitals were treating people. This is insane. The entire building was filled with robots. At least up to the 70th floor, where Su Juanhao was, he hadn't seen a single person. Contractor. Something feels wrong. The Frost Queen hugged Wei Susu tightly, muttering to herself, "Wei Susu, why are you calling me?" Her response was a beat late. That meant she was confused too. Su Juanhao asked, "Was the royal palace always a place for robots only?" No, it wasn't. In records from just 3 years ago, we could still see the emperor and her many attendants. Your father was a member of the royal family, right? Did he ever tell you anything specific? No. Royal family members will die if they leak any related information. There's one thing we can be sure of. The citizens of Neo City have no idea that something changed with the royal family. That doesn't make sense. How could such a major change go unnoticed? Maybe it's due to the palace's unique nature. Su Juanhao looked at Wei Susu with a questioning gaze. Ordinary citizens are not allowed near the royal palace. Even nobles need permission to enter the palace. And even then, they must submit a formal petition. So has no one submitted a petition in the past 3 years? It's not like that. But every time, the emperor refused, citing health reasons, and declined to meet. The Wolin Alliance leader would receive them instead. The last time anyone saw the emperor was 3 years ago. Since then, he's never appeared again. But no one found it suspicious. The Wolin Alliance leader must have interfered, or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Wei Susu admitted her mistake. Whether it's the Jinyui or anyone else, the palace might already be under the Wolin Alliance leader's control. But didn't you say earlier that no matter how powerful the leader is, he can't stand against the Jinyui? I didn't expect things to be like this. If the Jinyui were still around, the palace wouldn't have ended up like this. We'll have to go up and check. The palace is a 99-story skyscraper. As Su Juanhao climbed to around the 98th floor, he suddenly felt a force. Magic. And an extremely powerful one. It was magic, of an extraordinary realm. Magic belonging to a super peak level. This design is clever. The lower levels can't sense the upper level's magic. How cunning. Even if you climb up cautiously, once you sense this force, it's already too late to run. Of course, Su Juanhao had no intention of running away. He thought it might be an ally, but it turned out not to be. At the end of the corridor stood a skinny middle-aged man, holding a club in his hand. Wei Susu, do you know who that boy is? I remember seeing him at the Alliance Leaders meeting. Yes, I know. The leader of the galaxy's top gang, Lujuan Gai Gang. Su Juanhao looked at his outfit, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. A beggar, huh? It's the first time I've seen a beggar with such good skin. His clothes were made of fine fabric too. Fine fabric as well. Produced only in cotton Silverstar. Even I like it. Lujuan slowly approached, and said, as expected, the rat rummaging through the Alliance Leader's store was you. Su Juanhao. It wasn't me. It was Juanchi who did it. Why is everyone mistaken? Everything's a mess. Lujuan blinked, and continued. No matter how pitiful the excuse, it's useless. While speaking, he quickly scanned Su Juanhao's body. It was said the Alliance leader had severed the tendons in that boy's limbs instantly. But Su Juanhao standing here looked completely unharmed. Not like someone who had been injured. Seems you have healing ability. He sounded confident, but he would soon realize it was useless. Before you can heal, I'll turn you into a puddle of mush. Lujuan swung his baseball bat. It had been so hard to find a safe place to escape to, only to run into a dog here. Truly the height of bad luck. But that wasn't the case. Su Juanhao hadn't come here to seek safety. He fled to this place. On the contrary, he knew this was the most dangerous place, yet still stepped in without hesitation. Even if you were wrong, it seems my decision was correct. The Wolin Alliance has appeared here. That's now a confirmed fact. The Wolin Alliance leader, Nangang Zhentian. That old monster has lived for centuries. Is the imperial throne really all he's ever wanted? Lu Zhuan remained silent. Not even a change in expression. Su Juanhao sneered with disdain. Acting calm won't help you. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Alliance leader has lived for centuries. Are you crazy? If you really didn't understand what I said, your expression should at least show surprise or confusion. When someone hears the person they serve has lived for centuries, who wouldn't be shocked? You must have practiced in front of the mirror. Quite a bit, huh? Go to hell. With Lu Zhuan's furious roar, the air seemed to tear apart. He raised his bat and aimed at Su Juanhao. In a sinister tone, he whispered, this time, the Alliance leader was wrong. Someone like you shouldn't be alive. I'll end you right here. The third time, you're wrong again. Su Juanhao smiled and drew White Dragon. You haven't killed my reasoning yet. You ignorant brat. Do you know why martial artists undergo cybernetic modifications? Die. The high-grade suit Lu Zhuan wore slid off like silk. At the same time, 8 mechanical arms hidden inside his upper body were revealed. It was to make the impossible possible, to gain power. 10 hands. Are you an octopus? Contracted octopuses only have 8 legs. Squids have 10. Then you're a squid. Lu Zhuan's face twisted. When he heard the word squid, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. I'll split you in half with my galactic baseball bat technique. No. You think adding galactic in front makes it impressive? You think it sounds cool? Su Juanhao sneered contemptuously. Then from now on, this gun will be called the Galactic White Dragon. White Dragon thought it was real, and almost jumped up with joy. No, of course I was lying. What's there to be so happy about? White Dragon became depressed, and the chill it emitted weakened. The joke ends here. Holding the baseball bat, the 10 arms struck different poses. Taste the despair of face. Slowly savor it. Swoosh. Lujuan sprinted down the corridor. His arms moved like lightning. Delayed strike attack. It was a technique he had mastered while teaming up with Juanchi. Sure enough, the 10 bats in Lujuan's hands flew out one after another. Humph. Su Juanhao, as if treading on clouds, lightly swung White Dragon and deflected them one by one. Not bad. Seeing that his opponent could handle the attacks better than expected, Lujuan grew excited, and his aura shifted. Then let's see if you can handle this. The 10 bats that had only pursued speed suddenly changed their trajectories, like performing magic tricks. Some became heavy, some became soft, and some began to mix and change. The 10 bats in Lu Zhuan's hands made him feel like he was facing a master from the realm of the abandoned. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao's hands and head began to feel dizzy. This was due to the lack of ascending martial skills mentioned by the heart guard on the second floor. Puff, puff, puff. The attacks he couldn't completely fend off began to leave marks on his body. Haha. With just this level of skill, you dare to oppose the martial alliance? How utterly foolish. Foolish, you poor brat. You're really arrogant. Red Dragon let out a thunderous roar. Su Juanhao stabbed White Dragon into the ground and spat out blood from his mouth. Bing. Are you connected to the martial arts of the Beihai Armory? You've been wrong twice in just one breath. No matter how much the other rambled on, Su Juanhao had already achieved all his goals. So this is the strength of the number 1 among the 9 top-tier martial sects. I've seen enough. After all this, it's more than enough. Without hesitation, Su Juanhao withdrew White Dragon. Putting away your weapon? Are you planning to surrender? No. Looks like I won't need to trouble Phil anymore. At some point, the sword in his hand was no longer White Dragon. It had become a chain forged from darkness. Noticing something strange, Lu Zhuan looked down at his ankle. The ankle bound by the chain was gripped by immense pressure. When did this happen? Before he could think further, he reached out, trying to remove the chain. What? Though the pressure was real, his hand passed right through the chain, as if it were made of air. Shocked by the bizarre phenomenon, Lu Zhuan shouted, "Dark magic! You're using dirty tricks. You've got 8 arms. And you're calling me dirty?" Several black orbs appeared in front of Su Juanhao. Black spheres. He flicked his finger. The black orbs shot toward Lu Zhuan's upper body like arrows loosed from a bow. For someone with 10 arms, this attack was laughably weak. He couldn't help but sigh. Is that all you've got? Of course not. The number of orbs began to grow. Impossible. As he kept deflecting them, the number had risen to several hundred. In the narrow hallway, there was no room to dodge or block them all. Eventually, the black orbs started slipping through the gaps in his defense, one after another. Every time he was struck, it felt like his bones would shatter. His spirit nearly collapsed. His body froze instantly. But he couldn't just give up like this, because the next ball flying toward him would strike again. Damn it, damn it. Su Juanhao slowly wrapped the chain around his hand. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to Lu Zhuan. Mechanical surgeries were indeed very tempting. It was a technology that allowed ordinary people to gain superhuman strength. But that was only on the surface. I don't want to cut off my own... Nonsense. You're using dark arts. Dark arts. Lu Zhuan spat blood and roared as he deflected the black ball. However, the howls of a loser could never become a real threat. Damn it, damn it. When Su Juanhao finally reached Lu Zhuan, the latter had already become a pile of bloody flesh. Kneeling on the ground and twitching slightly, Lu Zhuan gave a warning. If you kill me, the alliance leader will never let you go. Die. The magic-enhanced blade instantly severed his neck. He won't. If I were afraid of that, I wouldn't have taken action in the first place. Su Juanhao coldly looked down at Lu Zhuan and, as expected, the result was exactly as he expected. There were 4 assistants around the martial alliance leader. They were trying to become gods of this world. A large portion of the memories were deleted or locked, proof that the alliance leader didn't fully trust even his own subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't regularly wipe their memories. So you were spying on me. At the very last moment, Su Juanhao confirmed in the memories that Nangong Jintian was sitting before the alliance leader. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see battles happening dozens of kilometers away. It was obviously by hacking into the chip in Lu Zhuan's brain to observe. In that case, information about the Night Guard and Shuang had already been leaked. Although he didn't know much about the enemy clearly knew everything about him. This was an extremely disadvantageous battle. Perhaps this man was merely bait to assess the strength of those invading the palace. That's just too despicable. Doesn't this mean he discarded his loyalty over hundreds of years like an old shoe? If he's that kind of scum, then the code of the martial world demands we erase him from existence. Leaving Lu Zhuan's corpse behind, Su Juanhao entered the highest floor of the palace. 2. Nangong Jintian, who had long remained still like a priest, slowly opened his eyes. As he moved his steps, a deep voice imbued with magic came from his mouth. Looks like someone took the bait. His voice was transmitted directly to the other 3 assistants. Moments later, the assistants, having gathered their thoughts, voiced their opinions. Should we let Miasha take action? I'll seal off the palace area. Everything will follow the leader's orders. Though the top-level expert Lu Zhuan was defeated, no one panicked. Of course, Su Juanhao's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. No one thought Lu Zhuan would fall so quickly. But no matter how strong he is, he cannot surpass the true power of the Wulin Alliance and Nangong Jintian. Just sealing the palace isn't enough. Nangong Jintian shook his head. Even the tavern restrooms players use to enter the city must be sealed. As expected, a wise move. You intend to cut off all escape routes. No matter how strong players are, they can't win against him because he alone controls the inner palace of this city. Even now it remains so. Nangong Jintian was displeased that the demon cult had acquired the beta internal energy chip. So, he couldn't help but laugh. Finally, I can settle all these problems in one go. What do you mean by that? Starting now, announce that player Su Juanhao is an enemy of the martial world. Enemy of the martial world. Even the assistants were shocked by his blunt He had always valued reputation, always acted with caution. What's the reason? Su Juanhao is currently with the little demon, Wei Susu. This is a golden chance to wipe out the demon cult. As expected, fate is on our side. The assistants lit up with joy. They had been tirelessly working to brand the demon sect as an evil force. As long as they detonated those bombs, the demon sect would be irreversibly branded, a stain that could never be washed away. And the player traveling with the little demon king would also bear this mark. Even if the martial world regarded them as public enemies, they would have nothing to say. An assistant cautiously asked, "Is just sealing them off enough? If Su Juanhao wants to learn, let him." Lan Gong Jintian thought for a moment, then said firmly, "This is a karmic tie that was severed 700 years ago. Even if the successor of that martial art reappears, the final victory will still be mine. In this city, no one can surpass me." Lan Gong Jintian put down and resumed writing in his diary. The top floor of the palace was an extravagantly luxurious hall. It was adorned with all kinds of glittering objects, like a space from another world. However, due to the lack of human presence, the place felt eerie and sinister. Contractor, why was that beggar guarding the staircase earlier? Who knows? Even in the memories of the dead, there was no mention of guarding anything. But the strong sense of guarding was clearly felt. Is it finally my time to shine? What are you talking about? Just a pile of scrap metal. Just a pile of scrap metal. Even after being hit by Shuang, Wei Susu did not back down. Unknown foreign queen, your underestimation of me ends here. With a loud noise, Wei Susu's LED eyes turned blue. Her gaze quickly scanned the interior of the room. Over there, there's a space behind the emperor's throne. Su Juanhao was quite surprised by this unexpected discovery. What? You actually helped? Of course. Indeed. Occasionally, very occasionally, you're useful. Su Juanhao, but picked up Wei Susu instead. Her status has been elevated. You're talking about behind the bed, right? Look closely at the dragon painting there. My intuition tells me this is it. This is the place. Press the dragon's eye. The wall cracked open, revealing a hidden space. A space like this. They were surprised it was much larger than expected. Once Su Juanhao stepped inside, the door behind him shut automatically. Contractor, little hero, you're both elves and machines. Why are you afraid of the dark? She comforted these two hard-to-understand beings. Speaking of, Wei Susu, lights on. All right, I'm mechanical. Wei Susu's eyes emitted a bright light, illuminating the path ahead. The Wolin Alliance has already been here. She had hoped she might be the first to find this place. Looks like she underestimated the Wolin Alliance. Machines and equipment bearing the Alliance leader's insignia were scattered around. Oh, young hero, please look over there. Wei Susu shouted loudly as she faced forward. Time had passed, and on the rust-covered steps lay a booklet and a hollow cavity. A book in a hole? Su Juanhao's first thought was a trap. The Wolin Alliance had already been here multiple times. Why would such a book still be left behind? And it was a book that looked suspiciously valuable at first glance. Too luxurious to ignore. Be careful, contractor. My intuition tells me it's fine. Su Juanhao slowly stepped up the stairs. It's rare to see such an odd combination of books and a hole. Maybe this hole was once the emperor here. Su Juanhao slowly reached out his hand, moving toward the hole. The Confession of the Dead. *****. Holy sunlight streamed through the windows into the grand hall. A martial artist knelt on both knees and spoke loudly. I beg your majesty to see clearly. Your voice is still so loud. Have you been eating well alone? That sharp voice came from the emperor. The emperor rose from the throne and slowly walked down the steps. Everyone says this is supreme power. Why do you, the Grand General, refuse it? The man pressed his lips tightly and remained silent. The emperor squatted before him, looking up at his downcast face. Grand General, do you not wish to become my sword? That's not it. On the contrary, he longed to bear this responsibility more than anyone. Commander of the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's sword and shadow, a post that wielded great power, envied by all. However, after the fall of the Jinwu Guards from the Central Plain, the Emperor never revived the institution. Your Majesty, if you allow it, I will surely restore it. Allow it. Ah, you want to cut off Jinchuan's head? The Emperor chuckled, sitting casually on the ground like a boy from the mountains. Your Majesty, please uphold the royal dignity. That kind of thing, you can guard it yourself. The Emperor softly hummed and continued speaking. Grand General, the Grand General is strong enough to kill Jinchuan. Even I understand that. If that's the case, can you guarantee that you'll take his head without harming the city? If you answer that way, I'll grant you permission right now. Faced with this sharp question, the man couldn't respond. He had battled that opponent in his mind countless times. He knew better than anyone that opponent couldn't be defeated in just a few moves. The man remained silent. The Emperor gave a bitter smile. This city is a flower that bloomed through destruction. The last hope of the Central Plains. If the Grand General clashes with Nangong Jintian, the damage will far exceed what the city can bear. When monsters fight, it's the people who suffer. The inner force stored in the palace chip would also be drained. That would be like digging a grave for this city, now known as Neo Metropolis. The man understood. He understood it all, very clearly. And yet, why? Why would you give your life for this? His throat tightened, unable to say the words. Grand General, back then, you didn't believe either, did you? That this land of despair could once again rise? You didn't believe it back then, right? I understand it all. That's from a practical point of view. Yes. From that view, it did seem impossible. Yes, it truly seemed impossible. But now, it's right here before our eyes. So please believe in me this time, too. Your Majesty, the Emperor gave a faint smile and spoke. His once gentle voice had disappeared, replaced by the commanding tone of a sovereign. Grand General Tianguang, raise your head and receive my order. I accept your order. Tianguang raised his head. Looking down at him, the Emperor gave the order with an expression of joy and sadness intertwined. Appoint Grand General Tianguang as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Be sure to fulfill your duty faithfully. I am willing to devote my life and follow your Majesty's will with all my heart and strength. That day, the last emperor from the Central Plains, who also became the first emperor of the new city, quietly retired, all to ensure that Nangang Jintian could never claim this power. Su Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. All the mysteries that had plagued him were finally solved. Perhaps the same could be said for Wei Susu in his arms. Look, I really didn't know all this. It's not just you. No one knew. Shili or Izwa Shuang wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Such wisdom. Truly a great ruler. Even I feel I should learn from him. Indeed. The emperor of the new city chose to end his own life because he knew that Nangang Jintian's control was based on system chips, and in reality, he could not stop it from happening. No one expected he would choose to become an AI. At last, one of the new city's secrets was revealed. For the past 700 years, only one emperor had ruled this city. The last emperor escaped his confrontation with Nangang Jintian by turning himself into a machine. What can one even say? In the end, his attempt succeeded. For the past 700 years, even though Nangang Jintian repeatedly attempted hacking attacks, the system chip remained unharmed. However, from another perspective, this city had fallen into despair, and now, the one spreading despair was only a step away from gathering all the base chips. Su Juanhao gazed once more at the hole. At first, he thought it was the emperor's remains, but it wasn't. It was Grand General Tianguang. Until the very end of his life, he remained the emperor's sword and shadow. He was an unyielding warrior, and this book records the martial arts he used in his lifetime. Su Juanhao reached out and picked up the book. Of course, there's only one reason why such a precious book has been preserved till now. Target confirmed. Pure. Grand General Tianguang's trial is about to begin. Please survive to the end. When facing the recorded data, his once empty pupils suddenly changed. The vast sky filled his view. This was a training arena. A pillar of light descended from the first recorded opponent, Jinui Officer Li Su. Su Juanhao looked up, gazing at the young man before him. He took out the ambition sword from his backpack and muttered to himself, I will carry on your will. Now it's finally clear who is good and who is evil. Sound distortion / glitch. Hey everyone, did you see that report? What's this 129 about? Why are they calling Su Juanhao the enemy of the martial world? I heard it's because he acted together with that so-called Tianma. Now the city's security measures have been tightened significantly. Lots of areas are under lockdown. The community was in an uproar. Earth's hero Su Juanhao had been labeled the enemy of the martial world. Not just players. Others also saw the report. This is a report you might be interested in. So, Isaac, Dole's question made Tianma chuckle quietly. Yeah. This man always amuses me. 6 boring months suddenly became exciting. News of Su Juanhao being labeled an enemy and being hunted quickly reached Earth. The first to catch wind of it was Cram. What do you think? Not bad. Tianma Yahello, president of the Signature Guild, didn't want to miss this chance. I can't help but feel like this is fate's gift to me. It's not a conclusion drawn from just a few reports. Right now, about 100 members of Cram's guild are active on the 5th floor. The conclusions were drawn from the reports they each submitted. Little Demon King and Wei Susu, just as expected. A new force that grew rapidly through illegal data. Already notorious for committing various crimes. He is the successor of the demon sect. Tianmei Youhao immediately understood how to use this information. This should make for a great piece. It might be the last chance. Now many players were challenging Su Juanhao's difficulty level. Even the 5 heroes who once gave him trouble, and the Demon King himself, were absent. Quick and decisive. Time is life. Having made his decision, Tianmei Youhao immediately began controlling the media. On the 5th floor, Phantom and the miners joined forces. Why? The climbing group Cram insisted they were merely climbing the tower. Misunderstanding or distortion? The Martial Alliance on the 5th floor declared Su Juanhao a public enemy. Youhao stopped right there. He did not resort to slander or deliberate defamation of Su Juanhao. He only planted seeds of doubt, and that was enough. Su Juanhao had many allies, but just as many enemies. Those who normally dared not oppose him would now change their minds, because we have just cause on our side. The Martial Alliance on the 5th floor, the host for the players, had personally declared him a public enemy. Moreover, there were dazzlingly rich rewards involved. A bounty of 1 million credits, and 3 A-rank martial arts manuals. Capturing a regular wanted criminal would only earn a player 1 to 2,000 credits. But the bounty on Su Juanhao, the martial world's public enemy, was 1,000 times higher, and that's just counting credits alone. If you include the martial arts manuals, the value was even greater. Under Su Juanhao's difficulty level, Send all guild members to the 5th floor. Understood. Should the goal be to capture or to kill Su Juanhao? Tianmei Youhao looked at his subordinate with disdain. Are you crazy? Even if he's about to die, he's still a phantom. Even as an enemy, he's one of the greatest players in Earth's history. To confront such an opponent head-on. Not long ago, the Destiny Guild's intelligence department submitted a rather interesting report. That would be the player rankings. This ranking doesn't just consider level, but also incorporates attribute counterplay, physical capabilities, and intelligence. According to this report, his martial skills are now on par with Lord Thunder's peak era, comparable to Phil. Though it's shameful to admit, with the current strength of Destiny Guild, it's impossible to hunt a monster like him. So Tianmei Youhao decided to change strategy. Contact the Wolin Alliance. See if they need assistance, even if it's for justice. Once it's over, there may still be public backlash. And this case is exactly like that. The guild that takes down a world hero, even with good reason, will still face public scrutiny. We don't need to volunteer to play the villain. We'll just assist. Only assist. If things go south, we can always pull out. After a satisfied smile, Tianmei Youhao contacted all members of the Cram forces. Scene transition. The first recorded data. Isu, a man as free as the wind. When he swung his twin blades, sharp winds followed. The force was so great, it caused Su Juanhao's body to tremble violently. Such masterful skill, even with intuition assisting him. Predicting the attack path was extremely difficult, because his swords were like the wind, moving however they pleased, wild and unrestrained. At the moment the two blades clashed, Su Juanhao bowed his head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Crack. Isu's limbs froze instantly, unable to fight like a true warrior. "Forgive me." Isu's hologram shattered into countless fragments. Not a word spoken. Then, the next recorded data appeared. So sturdy. If Ishu was like the wind, then Xuanmu was like a giant tree. He was like a deeply rooted tree. No attack could. Were all these outstanding people members of the elite guard? How did they end up failing? Lijuan, who called herself the galaxy's #1 beauty, couldn't even deal with one of them. Su Juanhao had fought these people 9 times. Of course, his magic power had not recovered. It was like scooping water from a jar. The water would not refill itself. However, what was the point of such endless duels? Su Juanhao shook his head, puzzled. Maybe Grand General Tianguang didn't want the weak to learn his martial arts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strong enemies appearing one after another. 10th data recording. Facing Jin Iwei officer Dan Qingxia. Here he comes again. This man exuded the aura of a true powerhouse at first glance. Su Juanhao glared at him, silently making a firm resolve. As long as he endured, there would be an end. He firmly believed that. Without hesitation, he swung his longsword. 79th data recording. Facing Jin Iwei officer Qinggang, Su Juanhao's breathing grew erratic. The once raging wildfire within him, and the black sword aura it fueled, had now shrunk to a pitiful size. Was this a trap? Perhaps Grand General Tianguang had never intended to pass down his martial arts to anyone from the beginning. Maybe all of this was a scheme to lure out Nangong Xintian. Until now, he had fought against 78 Jin Iwei officers. It was indeed an incredible feat. Even though they fought one-on-one, it was equivalent to defeating dozens of top experts in a single battle. Huff, huff. However, the fight was not yet over. Each time he defeated an opponent, another enemy eagerly leapt forward. Su Juanhao was squeezing out while his opponent poured out their full strength without reservation. The scales of victory began to tip. Lionfire. Zhu. This may be a proper name or title. No need to say more. Give up. You've already. Continuing may put your life in danger. I told you, your life is in danger. A weak voice echoed from deep within. The overclocked state had long ended. Now, if he wanted to defeat Qinggang, he probably couldn't even summon sword energy. He blamed himself. Was I too careless? After reaching the 5th floor, he had wasted a great deal of magic power, fighting the Thunder Sword formation, summoning Juanxi, and dueling Lu Zhuan. Was I blinded by my emotions? He once thought his magic was limitless. He once believed this power was like an endless ocean. But what was this really? His power was only this much. Only 78 Imperial Guards defeated, and his magic was already gone. How small humans really are. When fighting against Shuang, he seemed to manage with far less magic. Now, in this delayed regret, he was being overpowered. Qinggang swung his spear infused with immense magical power. Su Juanhao could no longer use 100% output overclock, nor unleash powerful sword energy. All he could rely on now was his body. Huff. Su Juanhao's body trembled as if he were dancing. His arms, legs, and body all moved with remarkable agility. Cough. Qinggang's spear grazed his shoulder, and he drove his sword into the opponent's heart. The entire sequence was as fluid as flowing water. 80th recorded data. Facing elite guard Pajun, a new opponent appeared. Su Juanhao gripped his sword without hesitation. The tip of his opponent's sword wavered heavily, as if weighted down. It shook under the After briefly staring at Su Juanhao, the enemy lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Damn it. Su Juanhao closed his eyes. This was not a virtual reality game. This was a hologram. That could cause real pain and leave real wounds. If he died here, he would truly die. I always knew that one day I would die, but not now. Not here. Not such a meaningless death. Su Juanhao opened his eyes again and raised his left arm. Kill. The opponent's dagger pierced through his arm, heading straight for his face. Su Juanhao's arm was pushed back step by step. This was the gap between someone with magic and someone without. Crack. Pajun's eyebrow twitched slightly. Su Juanhao bit down fiercely on Pajun's arm. At the same time, he felt gravity suddenly reverse. His body was slammed to the ground. Su Juanhao, using his good arm, smashed his elbow into Pajun's face, crushing it. Crunch, crunch. After finishing this, his body no longer felt like his own, completely out of control. Sweat dripped into his eyes, blurring and stinging his vision. When was it? The last time he fought after exhausting all his magic? Now he was fighting purely with his physical body. Ugh. Su Juanhao, nearly vomiting from exhaustion, saw new information appear before his eyes. 81st data recording. Facing the elite guard Mage Stone, he could no longer hold on. His mental strength was still okay. After all, he had the will of a hero. So he could barely endure. The problem was his body. This damn body. Move, move. Asterisk creak asterisk. Asterisk creak creak asterisk. Mage Stone dragged its massive greatsword, slowly approaching. He had to get up. He must stand up. They say the mind controls the body. That's only half true, because relying on willpower alone, you can't move a body that's out of fuel. Mage Stone came to a halt. Its eyes fixed on the human, who barely managed to stand and clench his fists. It was something impossible. For the first time, Su Juanhao's opponent spoke. Your stamina and magic are already depleted. Even willpower has its limits. Then what? What kind of power lets you stand up again and again? What kind of fuel does this challenger burn to keep rising over and over again? Mage Stone struck Su Juanhao's face with the flat of its blade. A cracking sound followed the breaking of bone. He collapsed to the ground like an insect, twitching slightly. Powerlessness. That feeling overwhelmed him. If it all ended here, maybe he'd feel a bit relieved. Asterisk smack asterisk. Mage Stone looked down. However, the challenger had not given up. He reached out and grabbed its ankle. Even though he had no strength left, it was just a light touch, but it showed he still wanted to fight. A complex emotion surfaced on Magistone's face. What was this emotion? Was it regret? Over something he couldn't achieve? No. He had done his best until the very last moment. He proudly declared that he had lived a life without shame or regret. It was admiration, surprise, respect, and reverence for a true warrior. Magistone gently waved his hand. The sky and the training ground began to shatter into pieces. Feeling satisfied, Magistone, or rather, Grand General Tianguang, who had experienced 81 battles, opened his mouth and said, Congratulations, challenger. The successor of my will. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Su Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. A strange ceiling. Contractor. Wake up. Wake up. Should I stimulate you with electricity to wake you up? Would that help you regain consciousness? Before even seeing anyone, his cheeks were already numb. His whole body was tingling. Wake up. Wake up. Slap, slap. He heard the sound of waves crashing beside his ears. Turns out it was Wei Su. Now he understood why his whole body was numb. That bastard Wei Susu had used electricity to shock him. Oh. He opened his eyes. We did it. Your Majesty, the Queen. At that moment, a ridiculous notification appeared before Su Juanhao's eyes. Due to damage caused by beating, he had acquired the lowest level of anti-beat resistance. No way. Just how many times did you slap my face? It takes 100 slaps to build up this kind of resistance. Su Juanhao glared at her. Wei Susu pouted and turned her head away. I don't know anything. You not waking up was your own fault. I just wanted our little hero to wake up sooner. That's all. Su Juanhao rubbed his numb cheeks and asked, What happened? Was I eliminated? Eliminated? I don't know what you're talking about. You just fell asleep while reading the book. Is that so? Then everything was just a dream. Su Juanhao silently looked at the book in his hands. At that moment, a message window appeared again. Trial of Grand General Tianguang passed. You have obtained the martial arts manual, Black Moon Dance. As he held the manual, Su Juanhao's heart trembled. He finally understood the condition by which Tianguang chose his successor. Someone who never gives up. Someone who can light hope even in the depths of despair. Su Juanhao smiled faintly and said, Isn't that me? Chapter 381. Woolly Merit. 1. MMPH. Your Majesty the Queen. I'm ready. Please wait a little longer. A queenly pair of legs stepped on Wei Susu's body, and she leaned forward to look out the window. She said, A moment later, she let out a quiet sigh, and slowly began to cry. It seems that the area around Huangdao is full of people, at least 1,000 of them. The outcome was already sealed the moment Lu Zhuan was killed. It was destined to be the future conclusion. Su Juanhao gently pulled down the blinds. He gazed into the distance at the Martial Alliance's building. Even without looking, he knew Langong Zhentian must be at the top floor of that building right now. scheming something in his mind. They're planning to trap me here. But they probably can't get in either. Because he wants the citizens to still believe that the emperor is alive. If the emperor is clearly awake inside the palace, and yet the martial artists forcibly intervene, using military force, people would inevitably be moved. Thanks to that, we have managed to buy some time. We should be able to hold out for a short while. But as time passes, Su Juanhao's situation will become increasingly unfavorable. The encirclement will probably grow tighter day by day. Moreover, they are fighting with a numerical advantage. The situation is quite dire, because magic power cannot be recovered in Star AO City. Contractor, how much magic power do you have left? About 78% remaining. For now, it's still plentiful. Luckily, the trial of Skylight took place inside a dream. That was a blessing. Learning the martial arts of Skylight here, I must break through that heavy encirclement no matter what. Are you ready? Facing the determined gaze of Queen Shuanghua, Su Juanhao tightly shut his mouth. Just as mentioned earlier, after mastering the martial arts, he must break through that encirclement no matter what. What she is asking about is the process. She's asking if I can bring myself to kill those innocent people. After all, they are victims too. Nangong Jintian and the Martial Alliance firmly believe they are upholding justice. Of course, they also believe they are executing justice. Can I kill people like that? I don't know. The Frost Queen stared at Su Juanhao's side profile. She sighed deeply. As expected. You still haven't made up your mind. Your hesitation is obvious. This will be a difficult path. I'll do my best. After replying, Su Juanhao turned around and looked down at the book in his hands. Black Moon Dance, a martial art that stains the moon black. What kind of technique is this exactly? Does this book contain the advanced that Lord Hart insisted I learn? Taking a deep breath, Su Juanhao opened the book. Rustle. He turned the pages, but what met his eyes was a blank page. Huh? What's going on? Su Juanhao showed a puzzled expression. Inside the book was a chip no large. Who would have thought that when Tianguang was searching for the ship, he left the martial arts manual in chip form? No, wait. Given the era we're in, that actually makes sense. But still, what am I supposed to do with this? He stared at the chip, confused. Wei Susu spoke up. It's just a data chip, right? You know how to use it? Of course I do. Wei Susu replied confidently. A small slot suddenly appeared on his body. I'm the latest model of mechanical worker. I can not only read chips, but also perform hacking. Oh. So this heavy-looking orb actually has a use like that? Su Juanhao excitedly inserted the chip into the slot. Beep, beep, beep. Wei Susu's eyes suddenly turned golden. A holographic projection appeared before them. Whoa! The Ice Queen gasped in surprise, because the figure shown in the hologram was General Tianguang. Tianguang stared at them and began to speak. Black Moon Dance is a martial art created to change the world. Next, it seems we won't be able to communicate. This feels like an online course. It just records content about martial arts. Su Juanhao began to listen attentively. Simply put, Black Moon Dance is an extremely profound martial art. It's completely different from what I imagine martial arts to be. Officer Hart said, the reason advanced dance techniques are terrifying is because of the complexity of the moves. However, the teachings of Skylight are completely different. This martial art was created to change the world. Once you complete it, not just the techniques, you will no longer be bound by any worldly rules. The Black Moon Dance technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, empty, empty, empty yourself. The second stage, shed form, break free from the established frameworks of the world. The third stage, unique, become a complete and independent existence. Shine alone. Remember, the first step to changing the world is to start by changing yourself. This is very difficult. Even though the explanation sounds simple, the meaning behind it is extremely profound. No. Is this really an explanation of martial arts? I thought a martial arts manual would teach me how to memorize moves. But this sounds more like a philosophy class. Schwanger, can you understand any of this? No, I don't understand martial arts. It just gives me a headache. Even the well-informed Frost Queen shook her head. Even I can't describe it in words. It's too profound. Even the most skilled martial artist, Wei Susu, surrendered. In the end, the rest of the path is hers to interpret on her own. Sit down. Guide your inner energy to the spot I indicate. Tianguang then taught her how to use the Black Moon technique. Fortunately, Su Juanhao could fully understand it. She could only barely grasp it. During her training in the Black Moon technique, Su Juanhao was repeatedly astonished. Was I a caveman before? She realized how inefficient it was to circulate magic through circuits. But before now, she had no other choice. Even though the technique was available on the frontier, it was typically passed down through prestigious families. No matter how much money or favor was offered, unless you were part of the family, they would never share such a treasured skill. Though difficult, it's worth learning. Sweat trickled down Su Juanhao's forehead. It was the process of breaking long-established habits. Of course, adapting was extremely hard. Magic often got lost in the circuits. I'm going crazy. Su Juanhao sighed in frustration. Is being a contractee that tough? It feels like I'm dying. How do I even describe this kind of struggle? After a moment of thought, Su Juanhao spoke up. It's like breathing through your nose your whole life. and now having to inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose instead. Is that so? Asterisk huff. Huff. Asterisk. After a few tries, the Ice Queen frowned. I give up. I'll just keep breathing through my nose. It's tough, right? That was just a metaphor. It's actually harder than that. At least with the first, you can push through with willpower, but with the latter, it often doesn't work at all. Lately, I have to focus entirely on internal training. To be precise, this was all he could do. Su Juanhao opened his backpack. He checked the food supplies. If he rationed it carefully, it should last for about a week. Only a week at most. No matter the outcome, leaving after 15 days was the best option. After all, he couldn't consume all the food here before leaving. 15 days. Within that time, he had to fully master the technique. Su Juanhao closed his eyes, focusing all his attention inward. Focus, focus, focus. I can't believe he's lasted this long. Guo Yuanshan, head of the Huashan sect, shivered at the thought. He was the trusted aide and loyal subordinate of Nangang Jintian, leader of the Martial Alliance. Of course, their views on the Imperial Palace couldn't possibly align. I always tell you, you're worrying too much. Nangang Jintian smiled and gently chided him. Half a month had passed, yet Su Juanhao seemed to have settled into the palace, with no intention of leaving. However, if he actually mastered Skylight's martial arts, that would be troublesome. I've already said this, haven't I? Nangang Jintian turned his head. Even if that happens, it's no big deal. Though it would be a bit annoying, it wouldn't be enough to make me afraid. The martial arts I have mastered far surpass such low-level techniques. That being said, as the leader's gaze sharpened, Guo Yuansh, the words he couldn't speak lingered in his heart. Hundreds of years ago, Skylight's martial arts were indeed incredibly powerful. The Alliance leader had fought him, and only let go after he died. He believed that directly confronting him still carried risks. But as time went by, Skylight eventually died. No matter how powerful martial arts are, nor can one defy the laws of nature. Death. Alright, I believe Nam Kung Jintian will soon become a god of this city, and I am the one chosen by such a man. By the way, how are things going with the Earth side? Much smoother than expected. Guo Yuanshan gave a slight smile. We gained the support of about 400 players in Clem. At what cost? No cost. The ones who approached us were from the 1,000-People Guild. They only asked that their identities remain confidential. Nam Kung Jintian nodded. He seemed to have grasped the gist of the situation. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke in a low voice. A protruding stone will always get knocked around. We've completed the intel gathering on Su Juanhao, Earth's hero, the legendary player who saved the world. He has countless admirers, but also many enemies. Such is the fate of the exceptional. At the same time, I think I'm starting to understand Su Juanhao. To be able to tolerate so many enemies, he must be a sentimental man, or maybe he just finds it too troublesome to deal with them. You don't get it. Nam Kung Jintian smiled faintly. Someone at the top can do whatever they want freely. However, he dared to let those who opposed him live. What a stubborn man. Nam Kung Jintian spoke again. Are the supporting players all arranged? Not yet. I was just about to start the deployment. Send them all over to the tavern. The tavern. Guo Yuanshan frowned. Although the supporting players are fairly skilled, there's still no match for the elites of the Martial Alliance. I doubt they'll be able to stop Su Juanhao on their own. It's fine. Nangang Jintian said confidently. After all, he can't kill those players. Even if he does make a move, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It would actually be quite interesting. The fall of a hero has always been a fascinating sight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Contractor. The Frost Queen took some food from the pile in the corner and handed it to him. Su Juanhao slowly chewed on the dry rations he had brought. Don't be too discouraged. Although I don't know the full details, I know that learning advanced martial arts in a short time is very difficult. Receiving some comfort, Su Juanhao gave a weak smile. The reality was that in the past 15 days, he hadn't even fully mastered the inner energy technique. I didn't expect it to be this hard. In these 15 days, he hardly slept properly, constantly practicing magic circulation. In this world, it's called Qi training. Qi training. Thanks to his decent talent, he had made some progress. But only just. The Black Moon technique itself was excellent. In terms of experience, it should at least reach an A-rank level. The problem was maintaining the use of this technique. Skylight had also said that using the Black Moon technique should feel as natural as breathing. But right now, if he lost focus even a little, the technique would break. Forget about fighting. Even walking while maintaining the technique was difficult. Su Juanhao let out a soft sigh, and the food was almost gone too. It was time to move. Shaking off his lingering attachment, he stood up. He looked out the window. He frowned. What is this? He had expected the encirclement to tighten over the days, but instead, the number of people had decreased. It had become loose, as if they were urging him to leave quickly. It's definitely suspicious. Wei Susu observed from the side and said, it is indeed suspicious. As long as he can get out of here, he can use Night Step to move freely through the city. Everywhere except the Martial Alliance. He can go wherever he wants. They're not stopping me. The 9 sect leaders I saw at the Alliance meeting are all gone. Most of those surrounding Huangdao now are top-tier dancers. Of course, there are hundreds of them, not to be underestimated. But he has the night step technique. Maybe they think you can't maintain it for long. If that's their misunderstanding, then lucky me. Would Nam Kung Jintian really be so careless? Su Juanhao thought for a moment, then headed downstairs. Is the contractee's destination set? Let's check out the tavern first. If the enemy, they'll definitely station sect leaders there. If there's an opening, I'll escape through it. And if there's no opening, in that case, I'll have to live a fugitive life in this city. Su Juanhao activated his clone ability. Juanshi, I'm counting on you. You only ever call me at times like this. Not even a single meal for me. Juanshi pouted, rolled his neck. Even if the main body asks me, I have no choice. After all, who else could pull this off? He kicked open the palace gate. Hundreds of eyes instantly locked onto him. Juanshi stood with one leg tilted, raising an eyebrow. What? First time seeing a handsome guy? Geez. All I said was to draw some attention. I didn't say to go this far. Shili clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. She shrugged her shoulders. Humph. What does it matter? As long as it works, it's fine. Yeah. The results are pretty good. Hundreds of dancers' eyes flared with anger. They began chasing Juanshi. Chapter 382. Martial Alliance Attacks. Part 2. Huff. Huh. Huff. Roar. Su Juanji ran with all his might. Catch him. Drive him that way. He's too fast. Block the retreat routes. Whips flew from all sides. Ropes, weapons and arrows, and hundreds of first-rate masters swarmed in. The situation was extremely dangerous. Su Juanji glanced at these people, thinking seriously. This is truly an unprecedentedly thrilling experience. The tension was like being chased by zombies. It made him extremely excited. Of course, he could cope so easily, because he kept his mind and body relaxed. So these are what they call first-rate masters. The future of the martial alliance looks bleak. At the moment, he could only exert about 40% of his full power. Even so, he was confident that if he wanted to, he could defeat all of them. Forget it. Let them be. If his magic power fully recovered, he would have a 100% success rate. This single concern made him a little hesitant. All right. So what should I do now? Taking these spoils to the tavern? Besides, there might be troops stationed at the tavern too. I can't afford to waste all my energy here. All right. I'll take out half of them. Once he made up his mind, Su Juanji's movements changed. Just moments ago, he was running like a timid rabbit within the encirclement. Now he turned into a wolf in an instant. Whoa. Is that a lion? No, a tiger. From a distance, Su Juanhao watched everything unfold. With a furrowed brow, he muttered, that kid said he just boosted his honesty stat. Why does it feel like his IQ dropped too? Could it be that his brain only operates at 40% of my capacity? How ridiculous. Su Juanji sneered in disdain. He leaned back slightly to dodge an incoming arrow. Maintaining that posture, he lifted a knee, kicked the attacker's hand away, and caught a flying arrow midair. The moment he released the arrow, the atmosphere changed drastically. His smile vanished, like a seasoned player evaluating his prey. Yeah. Doesn't seem like a big problem. Wasn't worried to begin with. After all, he's just a clone. A very confident clone. Su Juanji began effortlessly taking down elite martial alliance fighters one by one. Ugh. So strong. And I got humiliated by a perverted creep like him. What the? He's dropping them one by one. Su Juanji easily knocked each opponent unconscious with precise strikes, then suddenly paused for a moment. He pointed at his own face with a finger, and blinked his big eyes. That pervert. Such a shameless bastard. Still trying to deny it? No. Long Gong Jintian, that guy. He deserves the title of public enemy of the martial world. Seriously, sending martial alliance fighters to pursue him is fine. But surely there are some lines that shouldn't be crossed. Su Juanji looked extremely aggrieved. The martial artists gritted their teeth at the sight. His acting was flawless. You colluded with a minor demon Wei Su Su, and assaulted many young girls in the southern region. The evidence is irrefutable. What nonsense. Is that true? Su Juanji shouted furiously. That's not right. Not even once. Shut up. You pervert. Su Juanji deflected the weapons flying at him from all sides, his eyes blazing with anger. He launched a fierce counterattack. The Frost Queen and Wei Su Su turned their gazes to Su Juanhao. Ahem. Little hero Su, feeling sympathy isn't wrong. Ahem. Were you busy saving the world at the time? Receiving their mysterious comfort. Su Juanhao smiled slightly and closed his eyes. Su Juanji, upon returning, was made to stand facing the wall for 10 hours. In a rundown tavern. A man sat there, completely out of place with his surroundings. He was dressed in a pitch-black suit. He asked, where is Phantom? Well, he's already torn through half of the Martial Alliance's Skynet. Ah, is that so? Listening to the report, Krim Yamashita, leader of the Guild of Dark Evil, and head of Eye of Evil, known as the top assassin bloodlord on Earth, laughed disdainfully. I don't know whether to say thanks or call it stupidity. You calling me stupid? Of course. You said that guy tore through the Skynet? Yes. There were 700 people surrounding Huangdao. If half of them went down, that means at least 300 were knocked out. Knowing Phantom's personality, He probably didn't kill anyone. Most likely, he just knocked them unconscious. To confirm, Bloodmaster asked again. No one was injured, right? Right. Well, yes. They say everyone is just unconscious. Heh. As expected, he wasn't wrong. His research on Phantom had reached a level of obsession, and there was only one reason for it. If he ever needed to assassinate Phantom, he didn't want to fail. What's more, he also had a personal grudge against that guy. During Cha Shun's assassination request, he lost 2 top-tier assassins, including a wind mage with S-rank wind attributes. That death was a heavy blow. It wasn't about petty revenge. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. That was the creed of the assassin guild, Dark Blood. Staring into Bloodmaster's burning eyes, his subordinate asked, "But, Bloodmaster, what is it? This may sound strange, but why does the Martial Alliance trust us so much? What are you trying to say all of a sudden? They only sent 10 people to guard the area, and they're all second-rate fighters." After a moment of thought, Bloodmaster replied, "Maybe it's thanks to Tion my Yahello. That old fox handled things well. If not for that, it wouldn't make any sense. If they didn't trust us from the beginning, they wouldn't have sent the elite strike force of Fierce Tiger, along with elites from the 4 divine beasts and the 9 sects. Also, Bloodmaster, what now?" Bloodlord, growing increasingly irritated with the conversation, asked impatiently, "You even summoned all the agents who were on missions to come here. Can we really handle Phantom?" In fact, he had considered this question many times himself. He assessed that Phantom's current strength was at least equivalent to Rady at his peak. The odds were 50-50. The subordinate's face grew dark, because he realized today might be the end. For Dark Blood, Earth's top assassination guild. Let me finish. Bloodlord smiled faintly. He also glanced at the players crowding the tavern. What I'm saying is, if we act alone, the odds are indeed 50-50. But, yes, everyone in the tavern is a top player on the leaderboard, and for their own interests, they would not hesitate to attack Phantom. No problem. Even if it wasn't Phantom, even if it was Phantom's grandfather, he wouldn't survive either. Bloodlord showed a baby-like smile. Hee. Focus, focus, focus. Hee. Su Juanhao looked at the smiling Bloodlord, as if he were a lunatic. Contractor, this person is not right. Yeah, don't look at people like that. Let's go. Let's go. Su Juanhao covered Shuang's eyes with his palm, and quietly walked toward the restroom. Although this scene was a little different from what he imagined, it wasn't a big deal. At that moment, Juanqi was working hard to attract everyone's attention on Huangdao. As long as I make it downstairs like this, Nangong Jintian will be powerless to stop me, like a chasing dog. Maybe I gave him too much credit. He's lived for hundreds of years. He's an old monster after all. That's why I've been so tense. I originally thought the leader of Willing Dragon would be here for sure. Maybe he thought that once I deployed the players, he couldn't kill me. But so what? If he doesn't want to fight, fine. Su Juanhao entered the restroom with the smile of a victor. The stalls here actually served as dimensional elevators. When he opened the door to one of the open stalls, a fist-sized orb appeared on top of the toilet, catching his eye. The orb was flashing red rapidly, emitting an ominous aura. Partner. Magic power. Raise your magical defense immediately. At the same time, a never-before-heard voice of intuition rang sharply in his head. Rough and urgent. Boom. The massive explosion engulfed not only the restroom, but nearly destroyed the entire building. Asterisk. Alliance leader. It has bloomed. Has it? At the Central Martial Alliance in Neo-Austral City, Nam Kung Jintian was calmly writing in his diary. He spoke with composure. Give me the report. Yes, sir. He finished the entry in his diary. Su Juanhao, hero of the martial world, massacred hundreds of players to survive. Nam Kung Jintian was once again convinced that everything was under his control. Asterisk. He slowly began regaining sensation. First came sound. His ears were tortured by a sharp, tearing mental scream. Then came touch. He could feel both his arms and legs against the ground. Damn it. However, the world still spun around him. Even though he was lying on the ground, it felt like he was riding a roller coaster. The intense floating sensation rocked his body violently. Asterisk cough. Asterisk cough. Asterisk. It was like a faucet had been turned on. Blood gushed from his mouth, mixed with shredded fragments of internal organs. This is bad. Before the bomb exploded, he had barely managed to mobilize magic to protect his body. The white night path enveloped him instantly, but the shockwave pierced through his body even faster. Ugh. His entire body ached as if he had been brutally beaten. Although the overwhelming pain almost knocked him out immediately, the hero's mental fortitude, wouldn't allow it. Guh. Arg. Su Juanhao let out a sound mixed with pain and tears. He struggled to move his body. First, he turned his head, scanning his surroundings. Damn it. Fucking hell. He couldn't control his emotions. Cursing internally, the building that once housed the tavern had vanished without a trace. In its place was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Bodies piled like mountains. Blood flowed like the sea. Nangong Jintian. That lunatic. There were fewer than 400 players gathered here. Although they may have been hostile toward him, they were still Earth's players. They were beings entrusted with the sacred mission to ascend the towers and prevent Earth's destruction. And yet, they had wasted their precious strength just to capture one person. Damn it. Su Juanhao struggled to stand. His body swayed unsteadily. His left elbow was badly injured, the bone clearly visible. He endured the pain, staggering forward. First, he needed to get out of here. At the last moment, Soso quickly packed the items into the backpack. Fortunately, the system classified him not as a living being, but as a machine. What a relief. Not a single strand of his hair turned white. Clearly, he had been summoned to the elf realm. At this very moment, the Martial Alliance's assault squad is probably on their way here. He was someone who could objectively assess himself. With his current condition, he couldn't even handle a single sect leader. Damn it. Damn it. Partner. Close your eyes, and it'll all be over. Pull yourself together. Even though his instincts screamed at him to stay awake, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier on their own. Too much blood loss. From excessive bleeding, he had entered a state of shock. He should have lost consciousness already, but thanks to sheer willpower, he had reached his limit. With a loud crash, Su Juanhao's vision blurred. He saw the slanted ground rise up beside him. He's over there. That's Su Juanhao, the martial hero. Capture him. But as hurried footsteps closed in, the dancers were quickly approaching. Was this really how it would all end? As overwhelming exhaustion took hold, Su Juanhao's eyelids grew heavy once more, and slowly closed. But as an unfamiliar floating sensation emerged, someone gently picked up his body. Juanshi. No, it couldn't be Juanshi. Su Juanhao tried several times to open his increasingly blurry eyes. Eventually, his consciousness faded away. Why? But he never found the answer. Chapter 383. Public Enemy of the Martial World. 3. Several dancers carefully surrounded the man holding Su Juanhao. Unlike the low-level dancers fighting Juanshi on Huangdao, the 4 Divine Beast squads each only had 50 members, but they were all top-class dancers. The Martial Alliance's most elite strike force. The man quickly scanned the 200 dancers surrounding him. 4 men and women stepped forward to put pressure on him. I am Huang Baoha, head of the Azure Dragon Hall. He is Su Juanhao, enemy of the Martial Alliance. From now on, the Alliance will take over. If you refuse, we will assume you are an accomplice. Please make a wise choice. The man shook his head. The Hall Master's eyebrows twitched slightly. If you choose to assist the Martial Alliance's enemy, then even if you think I'm from the Han family, so be it. If all it takes is drinking ritual wine, then I have no choice. The Hall Masters drew their weapons and gave the order. Attack. Slay the Martial Alliance's enemy, who killed hundreds, and the one protecting him. Do not hesitate. The 5 of them drew their sword aura and lunged toward the man. The man glanced at them coldly, then gently lifted one foot. The movement was graceful. With a clear sound, hundreds of cold weapons surged from the ground, scattering across it. These weapons. How did you really think such a shallow trick could buy time? The 5 smirked and swung their weapons. What? Suddenly, the hundreds of weapons seemed to come alive. They began to dance gracefully. Even weapons imbued with sword aura were no match against the dancing weapons. Are you using magic? The speed isn't that fast. If you can move quickly enough, keep advancing. Just as a dancer was about to shout attack, it was like being hit by a truck. He was sent flying backward. If it were a player, they would have recognized it immediately. His ability was the extremely rare psychic power. The man looked down at Su Juanhao, whose body temperature was rapidly dropping. He needed treatment, fast. Although his ability was excellent in close combat, this was the 5th floor. Here, magic couldn't regenerate. Clearly, there were limitations. Asterisk cough asterisk. Under the fierce assault, the wounded dancers coughed up blood and collapsed. At that moment, I felt it. I could see it. Those underlings. To me, they're all the same. What kind of screwed up situation is this? Seeing their subordinates die enraged the sect leaders. They rushed forward in a fury. Letting them get close would be dangerous. The man stepped forward again. Hundreds of weapons suddenly gathered together, forming a massive ring. Weapon hell. Weapon hell. The ring began spinning like a carousel. Slowly at first, then faster, until it reached a terrifying speed. Voila! The spinning ring shredded everything that came near it. After all, every inch of it was a killing zone. Damn it! Fall back. Don't get close. What a stupid way to die. The sect leaders could only retreat with their forces. Inventory. Teleportation scroll. After confirming it, the man clenched the magic scroll in his teeth. He tilted his head back and tore it open in one pull. Wait. Hold on. Sect leader. Damn it. A halo depicting a hellish scene instantly collapsed, being sucked into the man's inventory. In the blink of an eye, the man and Su Juanhao vanished from the battlefield. The Hall Masters could only stare helplessly, gritting their teeth. In their lives, they had seen countless martial artists use strange attack techniques, but that man just now was completely beyond the norm. Sigh. Looks like this will cost us dearly. Go file an application with Mengli. Request additional Martial Alliance merit points. Don't forget to submit the impression data of that guy stored in your eyes. The so-called elite strike force. The 4 Divine Beasts unit of 200 unmanned fighters suffered 47 casualties in a signal. Clatter, clatter. Amid the sound of dishes clinking, Su Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. The damp cave's ceiling was covered in moss. It came into view. Bright. He briefly searched his memories, then suddenly sat up. The wound on his abdomen tore open, and blood soaked through the tightly wrapped bandages. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. He looked around. Where's this place? He clearly remembered falling into Nangong Jintian's scheme, barely clinging to life. After barely regaining consciousness, he instinctively took a step, trying to leave this place, but ended up collapsing mid-step. Suddenly thinking about the cave, there seemed to be a gap in his memory. It felt like he had forgotten something important, as if he had seen something he shouldn't forget. What was it? Frowning deeply, he tried to remember. Footsteps slowly approached. He heard someone walking toward him. Inventory. He drew the white dragon sword, just in case, ready to act in an instant. Suddenly, a helmet popped out. The front of the helmet was completely covered by a black visor. Hello. Though Su Juanhao wore a welcoming expression, his eyes were visibly heavy with caution. Yes, now I finally remember. At the last moment, he recalled who had saved him. And he understood why seeing him made him so flustered. Su Juanhao remained on guard, and asked, "Why did you save me?" He was part of the player group hostile toward him. The guild master of May's guild, and one of the 2 masterminds behind the Clem incident. Answer me. Mr. Suit. Mr. Suit. That man was indeed Mr. Suit. Faced with the question, Suit looked a bit awkward. He just brushed it off with a few words. Don't try to dodge it. I know the May's guild and signature were behind the Clem incident. Underscore. Suit pretended not to hear, placing the lunchbox in midair, then tried to slip away. On the floating tray that drifted over lightly was a bowl of carefully prepared porridge. Su Juanhao furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't understand why the man was being so kind to him. A mysterious man, the man in the suit. Someone who hadn't publicly revealed any information in decades. And yet, this ability of his was even more shocking. Could it be his ability is telepathy? Why would he so openly display that power to me? That made Su Juanhao furrow his brows even deeper. Next to the bowl of porridge was a small note. If you don't eat the porridge soon, it'll go cold. It's just a natural phenomenon. Fine. As Su Juanhao hesitated whether to pick up the spoon, his intuition spoke up. It seemed safe to eat. No sense of danger. Really? But that man. He feels like someone your partner knows. You know him? Su Juanhao, about to pick up the spoon, asked in a surprised voice. Among the players he knew, there was no mind reader. I have that feeling. But I'm not certain. What does that mean? How useless. Although Su Juanhao didn't say it out loud, his stomach growled loudly. Clearly starving. Let's eat first. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge and put it into his mouth. The rich aroma of rice immediately filled his mouth. It's delicious. He didn't expect the other person to be this good at cooking. In no time, Su Juanhao finished the entire bowl of porridge. Then he checked his condition. It was terrible. The bomb Nangong Jintian prepared was extremely vicious. It could blow up an entire building. Surviving that kind of attack was a miracle. If his intuition's warning had come a little later, just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. He would have been completely obliterated. A trace of belated realization flashed in Su Juanhao's eyes. Because of wearing the Martial Alliance mask, he almost forgot. Shinao City was far more advanced than Earth, handling future technology. Naturally, weapons like bombs were far more powerful than expected. Here, Su Juanhao realized another fact. Nangong Jintian was only one step away. This city had several strict rules, like the non-aggression pact between the government and the Martial Alliance. It was clearly stated that only the royal family could use guns and firearms, yet this ban had now been broken. Nangong Jintian had accessed the system chip. Judging from it, the chip's security hadn't been fully hacked yet. If it had been fully breached, he wouldn't be hiding so quietly. Damn it. Su Juanhao clenched his fists in helpless frustration. Nangong Jintian's wounds were healing thanks to cellular regeneration. Effect A has fully healed. But the abdominal wound will still take 2 more days to recover. Most important of all, his mana. When blocking the explosion, he nearly used up all of his mana, and even built multiple items. As a result, only about 6% of his original mana remained in his body. Everything went dark. There were still more than 2 weeks before he could receive the next spirit flower, and he only had a pitiful 500 hyun left. His situation was dire. Suddenly realizing something, he opened his backpack and took out Waizusuo. As he shook the terrified Waizusuo, he cautiously opened his eyes. Young hero Su? Yes, it's me. What was that explosion just now? Where's the queen? Syria can't be summoned right now. There's not enough mana. Once summoned, he'll begin consuming mental energy. If that explosion hadn't caused reverse summoning, he could have been a powerful asset. Wait a second, let's confirm our location first. Waizusuo connected to the internet, and after checking something, suddenly turned around. Oh no. We're outside the city. What? The landfill where we first met. This is even farther than that. It's the wilderness. Su Juanhao's expression faltered. The reason people don't live outside Neo City is simple. Toxic gases. Constantly lingering outside the walls all year round. Could this be the reason? Did Mr. Suit bring me here to abandon me now that I'm out? Then, that so-called final meal. The Last Supper. Su Juanhao grew increasingly anxious. He suddenly stood up from his seat. However, contrary to his expectations, the man in the suit slowly walked toward him, with a huge floating box behind him. Self-isolation. What? Su Juanhao looked at the box that had landed on the ground. He glanced inside, finding it filled with water, compressed biscuits, oxygen masks, and other supplies. Why are you helping me? The path of companions is the path we walk together. The man in the suit straightened his clothes, then opened a system window. 5th floor. The dimensional elevator of Neon City has been destroyed. A new dimensional elevator has been randomly installed. The location of the new dimensional elevator has been shared. The man in the suit, ready to leave, gave Su Juanhao one last look. It's late, but welcome back, my hero. After saying that, he disappeared along with the scroll. After seeing him off, Su Juanhao showed a dissatisfied expression. Who the hell was that guy? I thought he was an enemy, but he suddenly came to save me. I expected an intense fight, but he acted like a docile puppy. And then he said, my hero. Hearing something so cringy. Maybe he really was someone I knew from before, but I don't remember anyone who would go to such lengths for me. Su Juanhao scratched his head, tightening the bandages on his abdomen. Once my wounds heal, I'll focus on training. In my current state, if I return to the city, I'll just get captured by the Martial Alliance. There's only one way to turn this around. I have to get stronger here. The Black Moon Dance. I must master it. In this chapter, Su Juanhao revisits Tianguang's teachings. Chapter 384. Public Enemy of the Martial World. 4. The man in the suit took the dimensional elevator to Earth Layer 1. The artificial island in the Pacific Ocean was packed with an unprecedented crowd. Please line up. Please show your player qualification certificate. Hey, don't you know who I am? I do. But for identity verification, please cooperate. The man in the suit exiting the elevator also had a security tag attached. He awkwardly requested, welcome. Sir, could you please show your player qualification? Normally, just seeing the helmet would allow passage at checkpoints. But now inspections were stricter than expected. After confirming the man's certificate, the guard nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. Welcome back to your home planet. Thank you. As he exited the checkpoint, his subordinate, the transporter, approached. You have arrived, master. The man in the suit nodded in response, and headed for the Labyrinth headquarters in Silicon Valley. After entering his own office, he immediately operated the Vika device to connect to the internet. Where is Su Juanhao now? After killing hundreds of players and escaping, World Players Association still shows incompetence in the investigation. Dimensional elevator security has been tightened to a historic high. Families of the victims protest in front of National Player Associations. Deliver justice to the murderer. As expected, news reports flooded in. After all, he had rescued Su Juanhao 2 days ago. RRRing. The man in the suit answered. A holographic video call from the secretary's office. Master, the signature master requests a private meeting. What should we do? What must come has finally come. After a slight nod, the scene quickly changes. Sitting in the chair is Tianmei Youhao. He began speaking. You seem quite busy these past few days. Did you hear? What a shame. Half the forces we painstakingly raised have been wiped out. The man in the suit didn't respond. That was his silent signal, indicating he wanted to get straight to the point. I called to ask you something. I heard an interesting rumor. Did you know? The man who rescued Su Juanhao from the explosion site 2 days ago was wearing a strange helmet. The man in the suit showed a look of hearing this for the first time. Seriously? Was it you who rescued Su Juanhao? The man in the suit remained silent for a moment. Then a line of Japanese appeared on his face. Who knows? The 5th floor is a cyberpunk-themed world. Those kinds of helmets should be common. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. I see. I was just asking casually. Just casually. Youhao slowly nodded, with his signature annoying smile as if he knew everything. Got it. That's all I wanted to say. Get some rest. You must be tired too. The call ended. But the man in the suit continued to stare silently at the darkened screen. Just as I thought. Youhao used the word tired, which means he knows I used the dimensional elevator. I took action fully prepared. The signature guild isn't stupid. Since I acted personally, there's no way they wouldn't know. What a shame. It's still not the timing is just too bad. What if something unexpected happens? That's why I decided to come to the 5th layer. I didn't expect Nangong Jintian to blow up Su Juanhao along with the players. It's time to wrap up this show. Destiny, who outwardly maintained an alliance, would part ways with him starting today. From now on, whatever he did would cause friction with them. It didn't matter anymore. He had no regrets. Those feelings had already burned out completely 27 years ago. He would never make the same mistake again. What should he do? Su Juanhao closed his eyes and fell silent for a long time. How should he act to rescue Su Juanhao? I can't do it alone. Because of the mana issue. If the delay lasted any longer this time, he would be easily caught. In that brief time, he had already depleted 30% of his total mana. Then, who should he rope in to increase his chances? No need to think much. There was only one answer. Su Juinhao stood up and operated Peter. He had already troubled them once. Now coming again, he felt truly sorry, but he still asked for help again. Of course. Where's the destination? Hearing the transporter's question, 5 letters floated into his mind. Priya, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wei Susu rolled into the box like a ball and checked inside, clicking her tongue. Oh dear. Seriously, that man with the ridiculous hairstyle was really cold-hearted. Why say that about Su Juinhao? Look at the food. The box was packed with bottled water and compressed biscuits. Those compressed biscuits were really hard to eat. Of course, good food is nice, but in this situation, I wouldn't expect luxury. Su Juinhao was quite satisfied with Su Juinhao's thoughtful preparation. Hundreds of space-saving compressed biscuits were far better than a few delicious meals. Even in my era, we didn't even have things like this. We couldn't get any at all. When the strategy inside the city gates was disrupted, and all food was exhausted. I'm not joking. We really had to eat leaves. Of course, I knew leaves had no nutritional value, but the pain of an empty stomach was unbearable. To fill it, we had to eat something. To think you went through something so harsh. Ah, so to me, this is already a feast. Crunch, crunch. Su Juinhao chewed on a hard nut cake, slowly swallowing it down with a mouthful of water. Although it was only the size of a finger, it was an excellent food for satisfying hunger. Alright, let's begin. Su Juinhao sat cross-legged on the ground and focused on cultivating his inner method. Magic energy flowed swiftly through the carefully constructed circuits. It was no longer the simple circular rotation of before. It was more refined and detailed. Su Juinhao's wrists and hands followed the incantation taught by Tianguang. He guided the mana along the marks left behind. Even just this was enough to feel a significant improvement in mana efficiency. However, the issue appeared in the final stage of the inner method. Asterisk crack asterisk. The previously smooth flow of mana suddenly overturned like a derailed train. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Su Juinhao gasped heavily, his brows tightly furrowed. The final phase of the Black Moon method was to gather all dispersed mana into the Dantian. This part always seemed to go wrong. Where exactly was the problem? Su Juinhao's arm acted as a high-speed bump, bringing the mana flow to a sudden halt. It became hard to even breathe. Every other part worked smoothly, except for this segment, which kept failing. At first, I thought it was just unfamiliarity, but after hundreds of practice sessions, that belief collapsed like a sandcastle. Was there a problem with Tianguang's mantra? Every time he lost direction, Su Juinhao would confront Tianguang's holographic image through Wei Susu. He always spoke with the same posture, expression, and tone. This martial art was created to change the world. Su Juinhao raised his arm high and memorized the mantra, yet the result remained unchanged. This fact made Su Juinhao anxious. Why wasn't it working? There was no time to waste. Nangong Jintian must still be advancing toward his goal. One more time, Su Juinhao closed his eyes. Once again, mana circulated within his body. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Interview requests kept flooding in. Media continued sending reporters. They were extremely persistent. Families of the victims camped out in protest in front of the building. They seemed unwilling to leave easily. Sigh. Shen Dijiu, who was listening to the reports, felt exhausted with every piece of news. He couldn't fully grasp the current situation either. I only know one thing. Juinhao would never do something like this. Unfortunately, all he could do was trust his friend, continue to reject all interview requests, take no action against the protesters. Understood. The association's Their slumped shoulders showed their exhaustion. The employees were beginning to waver, because they didn't know Juinhao as well as he did. They knew Phantom through the media, and respected him based on that information. But now the media was slandering Phantom, calling him trash, a villain. It was natural for their faith to waver. In fact, the reason this could happen was because Shen Dijiu had been shouldering their trust all along. Sigh, how should he solve this problem? He didn't even know Juinhao's whereabouts, didn't know if he was still alive, or if he was seriously injured. No information at all. He vanished, and there's been no news since. President, a message from the secret communications room made him open his closed eyes. What is it? A visitor is here. I already said. I'm not seeing any guests for now. But this guest insists on meeting with the president. The master of the maze. The master of the maze? Mr. Suit. Shin Dijiu furrowed his brows. One of the two masterminds behind Clem. Why would someone like that want to meet with me? After thinking for a moment, Shun Dijiu spoke. Bring him to my office. Understood. As he returned to his office, there was a knock at the door. A man wearing a helmet and a neatly pressed suit entered. It was none other than Mr. Suit, president of the Korean Players Association, Shun Dijiu. Hello. After shaking hands, Shun Dijiu sat down and immediately asked, So, what reason do you have for coming to me? If it's something trivial, I'll send you back right now. His firm attitude didn't waver even in front of the leaders of the Big Six. Mr. Suit remained silent for a moment, then pulled out a device and scanned all corners of the office. Wait a second. What are you doing? Checking for bugs and surveillance cameras. There's nothing like that in my office. Just as Shin Dijiu said, the device didn't emit any alert sound. After confirming this, Mr. Suit got to the point. Su Juinhao is still alive. Shin Dijiu's eyes instantly sharpened. You expect me to believe that? I know it's hard to believe. After all, I'm one of the forces behind Clem. Since you know it's hard to believe, why bring it up at all? Because I'm the one who saved him. Shin Diju was momentarily speechless, because he remembered the report from the Dabite organization about Su Juanhao. Mr. Phantom was rescued from the scene after the explosion. The clue points to an unknown man wearing a helmet. Upon hearing this news, the first person that came to mind was the man in the suit, but it seemed he had no reason to do this. If he just stood by, the martial alliance would have ended Su Juanhao. Why save him all of a sudden? Evidence. The man in the suit tapped the device. A photo of Su Juanhao eating in a cave appeared on the screen. At the same time, DGU clenched his fist tightly on his knee. He's alive. Although I never thought he would die, I didn't expect him to be completely unharmed either. I heard it was an extremely powerful bomb, exploding in front of hundreds of players. What do you want? Cooperation. Cooperation? DGU's gaze sharpened. He originally thought he would use Juanhao as a hostage to threaten him. He didn't expect a sudden proposal of cooperation. After a moment's thought, DGU spoke. Saving Juanhao. As a friend and as president, I am deeply grateful. But what kind of cooperation? I know nothing about you. A clear enemy is less dangerous than an unidentified ally supporting from the shadows. The man in the suit said nothing. If you know nothing about him, then he might as well tell you. Death. As the wind blew and smoke billowed, the helmet was removed. A face unseen for decades was finally revealed. A rough voice followed. Long time no see. DGU stared at his face, his expression gradually turning to shock. My God. A strong chill seemed to pierce through the top of his head. Shin Diju nodded, his body slightly trembling. There was no doubt that the man before him was a reliable ally. Chapter 385, City of Sand. 1. Rumble. The earth and sky erupted with scorching heat. After the flames passed, where the insect once stood, only a massive, unidentified object remained, lying silently. Oh, so hot. Gao Shusha gasped and retracted the flames. He quickly pulled out cold water from his backpack. Splash. He poured the water over his head. As his body cooled, the long-awaited notification appeared, calculating player Gao Shusha's performance. Clear time. 2 years, 3 months, 3 days, 5 hours, and 12 seconds. Normal bugs defeated. 82,751. Special individuals defeated. 813. Overall rating, a rank. Level up. Level up. All stats increased by 9 points. Congratulations. You've successfully cleared the Su Juanhao difficulty. You will no longer be able to enter Su Juanhao difficulty again. I told you to come, but you didn't. Gao Shusha clenched his fists and raised them high, because I finally beat it. Whoa. He jumped and twisted like an excited battling bug. As the embarrassment gradually caught up to him, a long-forgotten smile finally returned to his face. He had spent a full 2 years and 3 months in this world. Very different from Su Juanhao's experience. Mr. Su Juanhao, is he even human? How did he survive here for 17 whole years? Once he returns, he plans to write a long letter praising his greatness, and have a meal with him too. He won't say no. If he refuses again, I swear I'll burn all my hair off this time. 2 years and 3 months. Only possible because the difficulty dropped drastically. That must be why. The Erebor I encountered before emitted an aura several times stronger than what I just faced. Thinking about it this way, it's a bit regretful. I could have done better. Thinking about saying goodbye to this place forever. He couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. If someone asked whether he would want to do it all over again, he felt he might slap that person on the spot. Bright. Too dazzling. A strong light accompanied by a sense of movement. As his long eyelashes slowly lifted, he saw the elevator doors. He had reached the first floor. The doors were opening. Iced tea. Red bean ice. Watermelon slush. Gao Shuxiao excitedly rushed out and tilted his head in confusion. So many people? Could news of my release have spread? Impossible. While curiously surveying the noisy security checkpoint, a security officer approached. Security checks will now be assisted by us. Oh, okay. Gao Shuxiao straightened his back, his eyes wide open, staring at the officer. Normally when he did this, they would recognize him and let him pass. But the officer sighed and reached out his hand. Please show your player qualification certificate to proceed with the security check. Here it is. Fumbling through his backpack, Gao Shuxia handed over his certificate with both hands. His shoulders slumped. His face flushed red, full of embarrassment. All right, raise both hands high. Walk over slowly. Wait a second. Stop. The security guard, having noticed something, raised his radio seriously. This is checkpoint B13. I repeat, this is checkpoint B13. Suspicious individual spotted. Requesting backup. Me? I'm suspicious. I'm not suspicious at all. Gao Shuxiao protested indignantly, but the guard drew his weapon, keeping his distance. Warning. Move and we'll strike. Even so, he obediently complied. Though his face was full of grievance, he stood stiff as ice, waiting silently. Before long, a group of security guards ran over. What's going on here? Sir. This person seemed suspicious. The guard handed the ID to his senior as he spoke. Wait a second. Isn't this Lord Gao Shuxia? I'm a member of his fan club. What the heck? Why is our princess being told to raise his hands? He's the vice captain of Team 2, from one of the big 6 guilds, Ghosts, one of the top experts among top-tier players. He's been in the spotlight since his debut. Gao Shuxiao is one of the world's most famous stars, but the rookie guard insisted firmly, I think it's a fake. Because the ID says his height is 161 centimeters, but the scanner shows 156.8 centimeters. Enough. That's far enough. The senior guard patted the rookie on the shoulder and said heavily, followed by a collective sigh from everyone around. The senior guard stepped forward and returned the ID to Gao Shuxia. A bitter smile hung at the corner of his lips. You may go now. It's fine. Hang in there. What do you mean it's fine? That wasn't encouraging at all. I can't muster any energy at all. Gao Shuxiao wore a dazed expression, like a martyr who had lost his country. He staggered away. Sitting on a bench outside, he watched the drifting clouds. Trying to calm his panicked heartbeat, he took out his terminal. Everyone, why is the security at the Pacific Artificial Islands so strict? Did something happen? Moments later, comments poured in like bamboo shoots after the rain. It's all because of Su Juanhao. Yeah. Things got really strict after that incident. Speaking of which, it's already been a month since that happened. Gao Shuxiao tilted his head in confusion. That incident? He tapped the screen with his finger and left a comment asking, excuse me, what incident are you talking about? I don't know much about it. If you don't know, you need to study. Just open the search bar and set the date to a month ago. Got it. I already told you. How can you still not know? Did you just get out of prison or? Don't mention prison. You can hear news from outside, even in there now. Teacher, how do you know so much? Humph. I have a pair of hands too. You could have just told me directly. No need to be so stingy. He muttered as he carefully read the news. Huh. This news. His expression grew serious, just as he suddenly stood up from the bench, ready to call someone. Miss Shuxia. Two players, wearing badges of the Korean Players Association on their chests approached. Is something wrong? I'm very busy right now. The president is looking for you. Could you spare a moment of your time? After thinking for a moment, Gao Shuxiao nodded. Lead the way. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After arriving at the association building via teleportation, Gao Shuxiao stepped into the elevator. Through the rapidly rising elevator window, he could see the crowd gathered in front of the building. Who are they? They're protesters. A group composed of relatives of players who died on the 5th floor. They firmly believe that Su Juanhao caused the deaths of their loved ones. The protest has been going on for a month, but there seems to be no solution in sight. This way, please. The teleportation guide led him to a floor no one had ever accessed before. It was originally a conference room off limits to outsiders. As Gao Shuxiao stepped inside, his eyelids trembled slightly. These people. He recognized every single one of them. Some of them, he even knew very well. Please take a seat over there. With a confused expression, Gao Shuxiao sat down and asked, Master, what is going on? We'll explain the details later. Shen Chenxian spoke quietly. Everyone is here. From the head seat, President Shen Dijiu began to speak. He looked around at the people in the conference room and continued. We will now begin the briefing on the Phantom Rescue Operation. Gao Shuxiao's eyes widened like lanterns. All right. After the meeting ended, the players all left their seats, but Shen Dijiu rubbed the bridge of his nose, remaining seated. Are you okay? Arthur, the leader of the Night Watchers, handed him a can of coffee and asked. Over the past month, Shen Dijiu's workload had far exceeded human limits. Thank you. To be honest, I'm not doing very well, but I have to hold on. The one who's really suffering is probably still alone right now. Shen Dijiu turned his head and asked, what do you think of this operation? After a brief pause, Skya finally spoke. The plan itself is solid, but there are some prerequisites we need to address, such as, let me ask you, the person who told you Su Juanhao is alive and gave you his location, can you really trust him? Ramatut. Gilberto. Both Jilin and his son Arthur turned their gazes toward him. Shen Dijiu silently endured their stares and nodded. He can be trusted. Then why hide his identity? Gilberto asked. If this person is truly trustworthy, why keep his identity a secret? There are complicated reasons for that. You'll know in due time. We believe in you, but we won't blindly trust your information source, especially when we don't even know a name. Even more so. Facing Ramatut's advice, Shen Dijiu showed a self-mocking smile. He glanced at the Vita's clock and looked out the window. Almost there. He thought of someone currently on the other side of the Sea of Japan. Aomori Prefecture, Japan. In these steep mountain forests, there was a family of tree cultivators with a history of hundreds of years. Master, the young lady has arrived. Hearing the servant's words, Tianmei Youhao slowly opened his eyes. Let her in. A low command. The door opened. Tianmei Meishu walked in. Upon seeing her, Youhao frowned. The main house has its rules. To honor the spirit of our ancestors, one must wear traditional Japanese attire in the main house. It's the family rule. However, Meishu was wearing a striking combat suit, the kind only players or warriors would wear. I'm just here to listen. Isn't that fine? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'll follow the rules once I'm actually in Rome. Long time no see. You sure talk a lot more nonsense now. Youhao clicked his tongue in disdain. I heard what happened on the 4th floor. You dueled and took command. That's right. Can't exactly kill everyone present, can I? So even in times like that, you know how to use the family rules, Yahello said mockingly and straight to the point. I need your help with something. It's about the second floor. I'm busy. What? Yahello frowned in irritation. Can't you just listen for once? Look at how your brothers handled things. Do you know why I don't understand? Why you're He clearly wants to stop the fifth floor from going out of control. Yahello sighed and said, that guy's a criminal. Do you really want to cover for him? Jiwanhao isn't that kind of person. He despises crime. Huh? So everyone on the fifth floor is lying? Yes. You're insane. Part of me finds it ridiculous, and part of me is envious. If Meishu trusted me like that, I wouldn't have ended up on the blacklist. You're definitely not the same as before. Even if I yell, you don't listen anymore. When you were little, just being a little stern, you'd cry and do what you were told. Now that you've grown up, you're not like that anymore. You've changed your tactics. Just look at yourself. I bet you really like him, don't you? Meishu bit her lip tightly. Whenever the family argues, you always get so uneasy. If that child were still alive, we wouldn't be fighting like this. That's enough. Meishu suddenly stood up. Don't call me over for things like this again. This is a mission entrusted by the emperor. Refusing would shake the family's position. Even Ichibu wouldn't want to see that happen. How long do you think I can keep holding on? In order to leave you an unshakable fortress, the family must strengthen its power now. So I'm asking you please. Tianmei Yahello looked at Meishu with pity. Meishu looked down at him, the expression on her face gradually twisting. He had grown old, once so dignified, so fearsome. Her father had aged so much over these 27 years. I was too naive. What was I expecting? When I came here, a conversation between father and daughter after 27 years turned out to be this absurd and laughable. It felt like a huge hole had been dug into her heart. Expressionless, she muttered to herself, this will be the last time. Thank you. Truly, thank you very much. Take care of yourself. Tianmei Yahello watched Meishu leave in a hurry and smiled gently. Still a child, easily swayed by emotions. He feared that until his death, she would never refuse his requests. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Feeling down, Meishu squatted by the pond, watching the swimming carp. She thought she could force herself to forget, but those memories still flooded her mind. Tianmei Ichibu, the third son of the family, her youngest brother, always trailing after her, such a lovable little brother. If not for that accident that day, he could have grown up outstandingly. He was the kindest child in the family. The reason she had to agree to the family's almost unreasonable demands was also to atone for him. Ichibu. A man watched her from afar, head lowered. He was quietly sobbing. A servant spoke up. Is there a problem? The master is waiting for you inside. The man shook his head and walked down the corridor. He entered the room Meishu had just been in. To be honest, I'm a little surprised, Tianmei Yahello said with a surprised expression. Didn't expect you to come see me. But misunderstandings must be cleared up. We are allies, after all. Mr. Suit showed a shameless grin. Chapter 386. City of Sand. Part 2. A man sat on the couch with his eyes closed, as if meditating, trying to calm his increasingly chaotic mind. Asterisk pop 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 asterisk. Something kept hitting his head. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing obsidian-like eyes full of displeasure. Sun Kaiyuan felt that stop bothering me glare. She said, Ji Yuzhong. First of all, stop throwing popcorn at my head. Ji Yuzhong shook the popcorn from his hair and warned seriously. Second, especially onion-flavored ones. Those are unforgivable. The powder gets all over. What should I do then? If you keep acting so stiff in front of me, I can't help but laugh and throw popcorn. Sun Kaiyuan smiled and continued. So, why is our guild's ace in such a bad mood again? Ji Yuzhong pressed his lips together. Sun Kaiyuan widened her eyes. What? Don't tell me you're upset over popcorn? I'm not upset about that. And I wasn't in a bad mood to begin with. She frowned and turned her face away, muttering to herself, people really are too much. Oh, so you're feeling indignant for Lady Phantom? She's made noble sacrifices all along the way, yet people still treat her like this. Why? I actually find it rather admirable. It seems that after becoming a human hero, the amount of criticism has indeed decreased. This is what you call a decrease. Ji Yuzhong's eyebrows twitched slightly. Do you know that just today, 981 new hate comments appeared on the major portal sites? No way. You actually count them every day? Sun Kaiyuan asked, looking at him in disbelief. How much free time do you have? Sun Kaiyuan continued. The people criticizing Phantom can be roughly divided into 3 groups. She raised 3 fingers. One group is reporters, either bribed, or just those who love writing sensational articles. The second group would be the families of the victims? Exactly. It's hard for those who have lost loved ones to stay rational. Ji Yuzhong expressed his understanding. However, blaming it all on just these 2 groups doesn't fully explain the sheer number of articles attacking Phantom. What's the last group? What else could it be? Just haters. Sun Kaiyuan shrugged and countered with a question. Think about it. If the rumors said it was you or Shun Changxian who killed hundreds of players, what do you think people would say? Ji Yuzhong seriously thought about it, following her words. Probably get cursed just the same. Of course, we'd be cursed, but it was far worse than now, far more intense. People have always admired and envied the Big Six. Once that envy grows, it turns into reverence and longing. But if you're not careful, it can also become jealousy and resentment. Lord Phantom saved humanity many times. That's why people are still withholding judgment. In this world, even if you do 100 good deeds, just one mistake, and you'll be condemned for it, let alone a crime as severe as allegedly killing hundreds. Sun Kaiyuan sincerely sighed. Over the past month, she had constantly been amazed by Phantom's influence. Even so, seeing Ji Yuzhong still frowning, she patiently comforted him. Yuzhong, humans are emotional creatures. They easily empathize with others' situations and feelings, and are deeply affected by them. That's both a strength and a weakness. Right now, the leaders of the protest are all grief-stricken victims' families. What they need isn't the truth, but someone to vent their hatred on. The Martial Alliance and Climb simply exploited that need and planted a target for their resentment. President Shin Diju handled it well, refraining from taking rash actions against the movement. Ji Yuzhong gave a small nod in agreement. On that point, she had to admit it. If the association had responded harshly to the victims' families' protests, public opinion would have only gotten worse. After all, they're victims' families. No matter how excessive they get, people will think it's too cruel. Voices of sympathy would spread rapidly. When it comes to issues that don't affect them directly, people usually choose to side with the weak. That's true. And this was exactly the situation the enemy wanted. Shin Diju accurately saw through their scheme. Thus, he endured for a whole month. Even though his friend was falsely accused of being a murderer and scum, he endured it all. 1 month is a long time, long enough for people to shift their attention away from things unrelated to themselves. At the same time, it gave the families of the victims enough time to calm down. You heard today's plan, right? The arrangements are quite thorough. Don't worry too much. After hearing you say that, I'm no longer worried. It's just, personally, she felt dissatisfied with the current situation. Everything felt as fragile as a sandcastle. Su Juanhao, Phantom, how many times has he saved this world? In that dark era known as Dagoite, he lit the flame of hope. He defeated the Frost Queen who had terrified everyone. He eliminated Zunabai and declared a new beginning. He wiped out the Magic Seal Association from this land completely. He risked his life to battle the Demon Lord, saving countless civilians. He endured 17 years of hardship and ultimately slew Erebus. This was his path. However, over the past month, at least online, his honor and achievements had been denied. Whether it was the opinions of bribed individuals or the comments of jealous and resentful haters, the very existence of these voices was already upsetting. If he returned and saw these online comments, he would be hurt. I'm not your mom. Why worry so much? I'm not talking about your mom. What? Ji Yuzhong's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. He simply closed his eyes again. If they came to visit, that must mean they're a friend. They should be a friend, right? Probably. Asterisk. Shinda Koei believed he had to shift the current public opinion. When I finally rescue Juanhao and he returns, he must not see this situation. He's already walked a hard road. If he were to be condemned by the people he risked everything to protect, he might fall into deep despair. As long as I still draw breath, I won't let him witness this. Shinda Koei looked out over the building with a calm gaze. He checked the time. 3 p.m. When the hands of Greenwich Mean Time hit 6 a.m. It began. On every major global portal site, articles began uploading indiscriminately, and all of them involved Su Juanhao. However, this time, the articles were entirely different from before. 2,138 journalists, including Dan Jock from the New York Players Press, accused the Signature Guild of accepting billions in bribes. Signature Guild suspected of monopolizing factional arts. The World Players Association issued a subpoena to Signature Guild for special threat violations. Exclusive footage obtained of Tian Mailiang's bullying and violence. Shinda Koei's lips curled into a slight smile. This is the fong, meant to sink into the throat of a careless Signature Guild. Mr. Sood, it's fortunate you're not my enemy. He had unleashed the Pandora's box he had secretly built over decades. By now, the Signature Guild should be completely overwhelmed by the sudden wave of accusations. They will try to refute the articles and launch a counterattack. Let them try. No, either way, they definitely will. Shinda Koei showed a ferocious smile and quietly prayed. Asterisk. What the hell is going on? Tianmei Youhao's furious voice echoed throughout the conference room. The high-ranking executives gathered in the headquarters meeting room silently lowered their heads. Liang. Yes, father. Tianmei Liang jumped up like a spring, immediately bowing her head in salute. Slap. Even though she was slapped, she quickly straightened her posture, as if nothing had happened. How did you handle it? How did you let such a video leak out? I'm sorry, I will do my best to retrieve it. Retrieve it. Youhao poked her chest with his finger. Compared to physical pain, the psychological blow was much harder to endure. Billions have already seen that video, and now you say you want to retrieve it? Are you trying to make a bigger fool of yourself? It was my lack of foresight. Liang's tightly shut lips trembled slightly. Although being humiliated in front of everyone made her feel ashamed, she was more worried about losing her right of succession. Tianmei Youhao coldly warned, if this incident causes the family and the guild to lose face, don't expect a good outcome. Yes. The originally hostile meeting room suddenly fell completely silent. No one dared go against Yahello's will, not even daring to make a sound. This was proof of how, over the years, he had single-handedly controlled the family and the guild. Bring out a solution. Seeing the executives exchanging glances, Yahello slammed the table. Are you deaf? Mute. And no, it's not that we have no way. The executives gradually began. After hours of meetings, Yahello's anger slightly subsided. So for minor matters, apologize and deal with them quietly. As for the rest, just let it go. Yes, if the bullying incident involving the second son is handled discreetly for a few years, its impact will gradually fade. Meanwhile, engaging in public charity activities through the media will help restore our image. Additionally, to shift the focus, we need to keep publishing articles labeling Su Juinhao as a murderer. Tianmei Yahello fell into deep thought. Despite dozens of people racking their brains, faced with this sudden storm, they couldn't find a perfect solution. Discard what needs to be discarded, and seize what needs to be seized. Yahello, as always, made a rational judgment. Liang. Yes, father. I'll arrange a press conference, issue a sincere apology, and handle it discreetly. Father. Liang's face showed a wronged expression. He knew his father's personality. If he didn't show remorse, he would be abandoned. What's there to cry about? Did you cause this mess? Huh? Hearing his father's scolding, Liang tightly bit his lip, slowly lowering his head. I'll do as you say. Of course you will. Even though his younger brother is being used as a sacrificial pawn, Tianmei Aoja, as the eldest son, remained unfazed. I'll prepare a rebuttal article. Will a standard rebuttal even work? I'm heading to the 5th floor. What for? Seeing Yahello's interest, Aoja confidently replied, I'll discuss with the Martial Alliance, align our stories, and fabricate evidence. That'll be more convincing. This approach is better than expected. The Martial Alliance also lost hundreds of players, so they'll likely cooperate. Consider it an apology. You have 2 days. Go handle it. Yes. After the meeting ended, Tianmei Aoja took the guild's private elevator and secretly headed to the 5th floor. Tianmei Yahello sat in his chair, watching the constantly updating news reports, gnashing his teeth in anger. These filthy dogs dare to bite their master back. He clearly remembered the media and individuals slandering Tianming. Tianming will not fall because of this storm. Over the past few centuries, Tianming has always stood tall. No matter how great the oppression, it ultimately achieved victory. Tianmei Yahello's eyes glinted with murderous intent. If Tianming can stand tall again, after this typhoon passes, they will have to face his wrath head-on. Chapter 387, City of Slaughter. 3. Tianmei Aoja, arriving on the 5th floor, headed toward the Martial Alliance. He requested a private meeting with Nangong Jintian, but couldn't see him immediately. Hey, how much longer do I have to wait? Please wait a moment. I'll notify you. For the next 5 hours. He received the same response from the attendant. Sitting quietly, he waited for permission. For him, this was quite a torment. Especially for someone used to always getting approval. It was even more so. Please enter the inner chamber. Permission for a private meeting came only after another full 4 hours. Entering the room, Aoja gave a slight bow. Is this the leader of the Martial Alliance? This old man had no special aura, like a stone by the roadside, giving off a peculiar feeling. Nangong Jintian spoke. So, you're from Earth? Yes. I am the vice president of the Tianming Guild. Tianmei Aoja. I see. In Nangong Jintian's eyes, there was a hint of indifference. Though this was the first time he'd been treated so coldly, he knew this wasn't the place to show dissatisfaction. Alliance leader, despite the unfortunate events, we hold no grudge against the Martial Alliance. Oh. Nangong Jintian showed a surprised expression, as he had assumed. They would demand compensation for the players who tragically died. It was just an accident, caused by the brutal one. This level of technology even makes Earth pale in comparison. What Oga wants happens to fall into this category as well. With such a technological level, forging a fake video shouldn't be too difficult, right? A fake video? Since the beginning of the conversation, Nangong Jintian smiled slightly for the first time. It seems you really dislike that person. I thought you'd share the same opinion as me. After all, his methods are indeed impressive. I won't deny that. Su Juinhao is a thorn in Nangong Jintian's side. He's also a thorn in my side. He's a thorn in my side as well. Not only because he knows Nangong Jintian's ambitions, but also because he might have mastered Tianguang's martial arts. That's not something that frightens me. But before things get more troublesome, it's best to eliminate him completely. Besides, capturing the little demon Wei Susu is also one of his goals. He's already had dancers searching every corner of the city for a month, but still hasn't found any trace of Su Juinhao. Thus, Nangong Jintian concluded that Su Juinhao has already escaped outside the city. He's probably hiding outside the city, but he won't last long. Outside the city? Oga showed great interest. As far as I know, that's not an environment suitable for humans. Staying there would only lead to death. He had no choice but to leave. Moreover, he can't recover his magic there, and dangerous gases are constantly. Su Juinhao, who has been living outside the city for a month, is facing all these dangers. This is an opportunity. Oga pondered for a long while, before finally speaking. Alliance leader, Are you planning to search outside the city? I do have that intention. Why are you asking about this so suddenly? I think I might be able to offer some help. Oga smiled slightly. Coincidentally, there is a civilization lord in the Destiny Guild. Just right. There is a player in the Tianming Guild who has a talent for finding people. Redacted. Tianmei Aojia confidently returned to the family, bringing what he demanded, a tampered video. The Tianming Guild, treading on thin ice, hurriedly launched a public opinion war. The second son of the Tianming family bowed in apology for disappointing the public with this incident. I deeply apologize. The Tianming Guild issued a statement. After internal verification, other rumors are baseless. Those spreading rumors will face severe punishment. 2 consecutive days of counterattacks. The Tianming Guild stock price rebounded. The Giants counterstrike. The Japan Players Association issued a statement denying the Tianming Guild's monopolistic behavior. With the release of the press statement, the internet, which had gradually calmed over the past month, boiled over again. Pouring oil on a nearly extinguished flame naturally makes it burn brighter. Now we don't even know who to believe. Let's stay neutral for now and watch how it unfolds. Wait, no? Why didn't they apologize for bribing reporters to cover up the actions of the Phantom God? Huh. It said that after an internal investigation by Tianming's top brass, they confirmed there was no issue. Huh. Since there's no issue, of course, no apology is needed. Huh. Did you see his unapologetic? It's hard not to sneer at it. Even in this process, past mistakes were dug up again. Wait, no? But didn't the Tianming Guild have similar controversies before? Yeah. They once caused a huge uproar for bribing the Japan Players Association. What? These guys are really trash. Then how are they still able to act normally now? They brought their parents to apologize and wrote a full 10-page letter of self-reflection. Huh. Since they brought their parents, there's nothing we can do. Writing 10 full pages of reflection. That counts as sincerity, I guess. Hehe. The public still mostly chooses to believe Su Juanhao. After all, compared to big corporations, common sense says we should trust the hero who saved the world. Honestly, I've always believed in Lord Phantom. He's not that kind of person. Teacher. Then why did you write an article a week ago titled, Phantom is a Psychopath? I have already retracted it. Those who posted malicious comments online are now blushing and scrambling to delete their traces. At that moment, the Destiny Guild's official social media account released a video. What is this? Looks like CCTV footage. The video quality is terrible though. However, the video quality was unusually clear, as if witnessing it with your own eyes. Moments later, Su Juanhao appeared in the footage with a blank expression, silently installing a bomb. What? Brother, how could you appear there? Then, the screen changed. Hundreds of excited, cheering Krem players appeared on the screen. Suddenly, a flash of light. A flood of bright light surged forth, instantly engulfing the buildings, the streets, and the once peaceful players. The Life Guild's explanatory text appeared at the end of the video. Although releasing this kind of video doesn't make us feel good, we believe it's necessary. Even if it's an unsettling truth, as a member of the Big Six, we feel obligated to inform the public. We deeply regret the recent controversy that has arisen, but we have never lied. This sincere and painful clarification shook some people. Could it be fabricated? Your face is even blurrier than the video. What fabrication? Huh. Hey, I just logged out of the game. Wasn't I right? That guy really is a scumbag, right? No. Even if the video is real, shouldn't we at least hear his side? Yeah. There's no way he'd go on a killing spree for no reason. Even if your brain got slammed by a door, you'd still believe in Phantom? You're hopeless. Why not just say, the Martial Alliance, just to bury one player, teamed up with the Korean Players Association to forge the entire video? Hurrah! The internet exploded. Those eager to attack a popular player kept clinging to it, while those who trusted Su Juanhao, because of his consistent behavior, began fighting back. At that moment, the Korean Players Association's official account also uploaded a video. What is this? Wait, no, this isn't CCTV footage. It was filmed with a regular camera. A massive explosion happened in the video. Even though the footage was pixelated, the mountain of player corpses and blood was still utterly shocking. Su Juanhao escaped from that place. What's going on here? This is completely different from the video earlier. Could he have planted the bomb himself and got caught in the explosion? Sorry. Mister, Phantom's intelligence level isn't the same as yours. Sorry. My IQ is 900. May I ask if your name is Yahello? The whole world is left puzzled. 2 videos with completely opposite content were uploaded in a short time. So the situation now is the Tianming Guild and the Korean Players Association. One of them must be lying. Right? Everyone's attention is focused here. Redacted. What exactly happened? Tianmei Yohao's face turned red with frustration. He had claimed to have evidence that could bury Su Juanhao, but the situation started to get strange. Sorry. But we didn't expect the association to have that video. The AO family's explanation made Yohao rub his aching forehead and close his eyes. He himself didn't know, so he couldn't blame his son. That slippery guy, Xindgu. If he had released that video when he first published the rebuttal article, they wouldn't have released that forged video. We fell for it. It's like walking into a trap, he said. They just wanted to ruin Phantom, to ruin Soo Jiunhao's image. But when they came to their senses, they realized the situation had spiraled out of control. The Tianming Guild and the Korean Players Association. One of them will fall into the abyss. Meanwhile, people's views on the Tianming Guild grew increasingly cold. Damn it. We both uploaded videos. Why do they only believe him? The AO family tightly pursed their lips. Because in front of an angry father, they couldn't say that Phantom's credibility was higher than their own. It took a full 30 years. 30 years to build the guild to its current scale. Yet all of it now seems meaningless. People are flocking to support Phantom, not Destiny. Yohao was filled with fury, and even felt wronged. These people only chase the false glory of heroes, without a shred of independent thought. If not for Soo Jiunhao and the other 5 heroes, who protected them back then, wasn't it the Big Six led by Ji-Yuan? And now they dare stab us in the back. No matter what, we must win. A ruthless glint appeared in Yohao's eyes, pushed to the brink. Did you really speak with a martial alliance leader? Yes, they said. They'll begin the search outside the city tomorrow. Tianmei Yohao pondered seriously. His choice now could determine the outcome. Though he was rarely nervous, huge beads of sweat formed on his forehead. 10 minutes felt like an eternity. He finally made his decision. Bring those silent guys. And head to the 5th floor. The sound of gulping. The look in Tianmei Yohao's eyes wavered. Now, his father was saying, before Soo Jiunhao returns and exposes the truth, he must die. Father, if I cross that river, there's no turning back. Yohao's father. Yohao grabbed his son's hair tightly, pressing their foreheads together, staring him down. Get it together. Do you think you can still go back to that river? Yohao's father had no answer. Now, there's still time. We can still turn back, but it would come at a great cost. Everything they had built for decades under the Destiny name would vanish like smoke. Son, you must make your decision. If you can't come to your senses here, not only the Destiny Guild, but even the Tianming family will be doomed. If you want to inherit everything I have, you must prove you have the ability. Everything of Destiny was always tempting him with demonic words. Oga hesitated for a long time, then nodded heavily. I won't disappoint you. Chapter 388, The City of Sand. 4. Half a month ago, Soo Jiunhao once again faced a brief farewell. He held a mechanical bow in his hand. Wei Susu's LED face screen flickered slightly. I'm sorry, little hero Soo. What are you talking about? It should be me apologizing instead. Please make sure to achieve your goal. Get some good rest. I will. I'll do my best. After the power was shut off, the LED screen turned completely black. Even though a human soul dwelled within, a machine was still just a machine. When the battery runs out, it can no longer function properly. During this time, what would happen to Wei Susu's soul? Soo Jiunhao cradled the cold mechanical bow, pondering in his heart. Until the battery is recharged, that guy would be trapped in this cold prison. It was truly pitiful. I will recharge it as soon as possible. As Soo Jiunhao placed the bow into his backpack, he silently made a vow. Then he opened the box. It was still filled with a large amount of rations and bottled water. Crunch, crunch. Each meal could easily fill his stomach, but there were some things that food could never fill. The Black Moon Dance. Even though a month had passed, his realm was still stuck at the same place. By now, he no longer knew what was wrong, nor what he needed to do to break through. The remaining magic power. Only about 4% of his total magic remained, just a tiny bit. It was the last bit saved for emergencies. Soo Jiunhao closed his eyes. The world before him fell into darkness, but a bonfire ignited in his heart. King Guang walked over and sat in front of him. As usual, Soo Jiunhao asked, "What is Black Moon Dance?" This martial art was created to change the world. I know. You've told me that hundreds of times. However, not only did Soo Jiunhao fail to change the world, he couldn't even master the Black Moon technique. Haven't I told you? Empty. Empty. You must empty yourself. How exactly do I do that? Shoo. It means not clinging to meaningless things, just like what you're doing now. Easy to say, but hard to do. Completely emptying oneself. Even ancient sages like the Butcher spent decades in cultivation to reach that state. Lately, Soo Jiunhao felt like he'd run into an enormous wall. This isn't the first wall I've faced. To grow stronger, I've overcome countless walls, but this one is too high. So high it feels impossible to climb over. Asterisk crackle, crackle, asterisk. King Guang gazed at the bonfire and said, "You think it's a wall? Because you're looking at it with different eyes." "What do you mean by that?" "The wall is always the same. It's been standing there since the beginning." His gaze turned to Soo Jiunhao. "Empty yourself." As always, he left the same words behind, then vanished. Every time he went through this illusion training, he felt like he was wandering through fog. No one could be sure if they were truly headed in the right direction. Soo Jiunhao closed his eyes, continuing to empty himself. Asterisk. Tianmei's Oga led 20 players loyal to the family, up to the 5th floor, wearing masks that allowed them to operate outside. They left the city along with the elites of 500. At the tallest building, the Huashan sect leader Gui Yuanshan, overlooking everything, asked, "Alliance leader, Is it necessary to bring along these ragtag troops? It's not a bad thing. Earthlings have some interesting abilities. Nangong Jintian turned his head and asked, "Did you find out what I asked you to investigate?" Yes. Guo Yuanshan materialized several files in midair. First of all, the guy occupying the demon cult building calls himself the Heavenly Demon. Interesting. Is it because he killed the Heavenly Demon that he now calls himself that? Nangong Jintian looked at a photo taken on the rooftop of the building. The young man in the photo had long white hair. How skilled are those people? Where did they come from? Sorry, I couldn't accurately assess their martial arts level. After apologizing politely, Guo Yuanshan presented more documents. However, I did find a photo of them when they first appeared in the city. CCTV captured 4 individuals, including that white-haired man from earlier. 3 men and 1 woman. They're players? Yes. Judging from the fact that they came out of a tavern with an elevator, it's certain. Then, just 4 people managed to take over the demon cult. Nangong Jintian showed a slightly surprised expression. The reason he hadn't attacked the demon cult yet was simple. He expected it would turn into a bloody massacre. As you know, there were thousands of demon cult members who had rapidly grown stronger through illegal martial arts modifications and transplants. Around 1,000 had already been discarded at landfill sites. It seems they absorbed the rest of them. How did they manage that? Nangong Jintian furrowed his brows. The original cultists followed the demon lord for one reason only. Because they could grow stronger quickly and easily. That was because the demon lord supported an illegal martial art based on beta internal power chips. Those who pursued power, even after losing the means to grow stronger, still pledged loyalty to their new master. It seems he's no ordinary person. Indeed. If he's from Earth, he might know something. Let's wait for the guy from the Signature Guild to return and ask him. Nangong Jintian nodded and continued reviewing other files. What's this? It's data compiled on missing city code decoders. They were all last seen in the East District. That's right. Many witnesses saw them enter the cult's buildings. Was it because of the internal power chips? Yes. They seem to be trying to unlock the chip's lock. Lock. Humph. Nangong Jintian let out a soft chuckle. Feeling uneasy, Guo Yuanshan cautiously asked, "Aren't you worried? If the new demon lord unlocks the chip, things could get complicated." That won't happen. The reason for his confidence was that he had already cracked the Alpha chip security system. It took him a full 397 years. The chip was jointly secured by him and the Emperor, and it still took that long to crack. That's not something an average technician could do. Then why are they still trying? Because they think they can do it. But they can't. The closer they get to the core code, the more despair they'll feel. They'll come to realize just how advanced IOWN Empire's tech is. In short, the new demon lord is wasting his time. Nangong Jintian said, "Little demon, Lord Wei Susu. She is the key." Wei Susu. The first-generation chip's security system can't be cracked through useless efforts like that. Only someone authorized can use it. The deceased former heavenly demon held this authority and used it to raise thousands of demon cult followers. Thus, it is certain that the one she trusted most was likely her only child, while the one occupying the demon cult is wasting time. We must ensure Wei Susu's safety. If everything goes according to plan, before long, the second-generation internal energy chip will also fall into her hands. By then, she will use the power of 6,000 cycles to destroy the security system of the system chip and become a god with overwhelming, invincible power. However, 10 top-class fighters should be enough. Su Juanhao couldn't even defeat a beggar, although that beggar was weaker than them. Within the martial alliance, he was still considered a fairly notable expert. The top-class dancers sent out to search outside the city this time were all weaker than him. After staying outside for a month, his internal energy must be depleted, and without a mask, he wouldn't last long at all. Nangong Jintian said confidently, "Connect the video feed. I really want to see how he dies." Understood. Guo Yuanshan contacted the top-class dancers outside the city. Squeak, squeak. A moment later, a huge holographic screen began broadcasting the search team's situation. During this past half-month, Su Juanhao had been working hard to empty himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, without drinking a single drop of water, completely motionless, to forget everything, to clear everything. Even though his body had become as thin as a patient's, his senses had become extraordinarily sharp. Suddenly, his senses picked up something. 61 people, 12 kilometers west. Feeling the approaching presence, Su Juanhao slowly opened his eyes. He felt regret. If only he had advanced just a little further. It felt like he was finally about to reach his goal. Phew. Su Juanhao let out a sigh. He tried to stand up from his seat, but collapsed instantly. His legs, unused for half a month, no longer obeyed his will. He wanted to stand properly, but still staggered. What's going on? Su Juanhao let out a bitter laugh. He wobbled as he walked toward the box. Asterisk creak, creak, asterisk. He swallowed a bone-suppressing pill and carefully took a sip of water. Partner. I know. Maybe it was because his senses had become abnormally sharp, but he could feel it, the killing intent radiating from those approaching. Some of them harbored such strong malice that it made him physically sick. Partner. With your body's current state, Fighting off that many people is impossible. I know that too. But there's nowhere left to run. That guy in the suit. He dumped me in this place and never came back once. He probably knows where I am. They're closing in on me fast. Extremely fast. They must be using some kind of tracking tech, or maybe a player is helping them. Su Juanhao braced against the wall and walked out of the damp cave. He hadn't seen sunlight in an entire month. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes. Luckily, the skies on the outskirts were covered in gray fog, bringing him a slight sense of relief. Jigan. Why did you call me? Am I going to die here? Jigan didn't respond, because his ability was never to predict the future. No matter what, you must survive, just as you've always done. Hey, you're talking as if this has nothing to do with me. Su Juanhao took out the white dragon from his backpack. After downing the remaining recovery potion in one gulp, I could clearly feel my stamina gradually returning. Even so, my magic power is now as faint as a rat's tail. Whether I can handle all of them is still unknown. I saw some familiar faces. Su Juanhao scanned the people surrounding him. Among them was one face he could never forget, no matter what. You've come all this way out here. What's your purpose? We have our reasons for coming this far. Tianmei Ao Jia said, drawing her sword. The kid with the vile sand wings. What on earth happened? Are you like a puppy desperate to relieve itself, eager to put me to death? Su Juanhao assessed the enemy's strength. 21 players, 40 dancers from the Martial Alliance. Among them, 10 are top-tier masters. The rest are also above elite level. No warning this time. Surrender. Drop your weapon. If you gave me a warning like that, I might pretend to give up. Probably because we're outside the city. No need to worry about prying eyes, right? Su Juanhao spoke up. Instinct. What's up? Want to go wild with me one more time? Instinct replied calmly. When did you ever ask me? This has always been our way. What's so sudden about it? That's an answer I'm satisfied with. With just a single, pure body. Defeat all these masters. And survive. Just imagining it. His hand holding the white dragon trembled slightly. Was it from nerves before battle? Or from fear of death? Su Juanhao smiled, with a completely relaxed expression. How ridiculous. The piano was emptied, and filled once again. He even threw away all fear of death, without hesitation. You could say he had the spirit of a true hero. The search party captain gave the order without a second thought. Kill him. Chapter 389, City of Slaughter. 5. A surge of malice and killing intent rushed toward him like a tidal wave. His blood chilled at just the right moment. Su Juanhao calmly watched. The enemies charging at him. Game World. Gray's World. Speed Shoulder Unit. Disciples of Pain and Curse. The first to act were members of the Destiny Guild. They each used their abilities to support the enemy. His instincts rang out like a barrage in his mind. Partner. The ground turned slick like it was coated in oil. Confirmed. Tiny ice spikes shot from his soles, firmly anchoring his feet to the ground. Ever since the Speed Shoulder Unit was summoned, the enemy's speed had jumped to a new level. That confirmed it. Their third ability. There had been no information about it. Heroic Spirit Resistance. Yex. Perfectly resisted the Disciples of Pain and Curse. Because he didn't have a fear drug. After the curse failed, the backlash caused a player to spit blood and collapse, completely crippled. Oh no, Lord Oga. This guy is immune to psychic abilities. Keep trying. What? Since he can withstand the pain and curse core, his defense must at least be S rank. Even so, we must continue. Tianmei's Oga decisively gave the order. He stared at the battered beast before him, not daring to relax for a moment. He's just a phantom. If I let my guard down, it'll be me who gets torn apart. Even after decades have passed, that overwhelming aura still remains vivid. In his memory, that phantom was like a living god. He could only pray that today would mark the end of that legend. He prayed fervently in his heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Swish, swish, swish. The white dragon's spear lightly swept through the air, deflecting a dozen incoming arrows. Flash. Su Juanhao's gaze rapidly scanned the surroundings. An opening. The spear shot out like lightning, instantly severing two warriors' wrists. Ordinary. The blood gushed from their severed wrists like thick raindrops. Su Juanhao's figure surged forward. Stop him. Block his movements. 8 warriors rushed forward, blocking his path. Crack. When Su Juanhao's white dragon was caught by 8 arrows, the warriors' faces lit up with smiles. Got him. Charging so recklessly. There are 8 of us here, and only one of him. We can use internal energy, while he barely has any left. The warriors had no doubt that victory was theirs. They had already envisioned knocking his spear away, and stabbing arrows into his exposed chest. However, he didn't move an inch. The warriors panicked, their pupils trembling violently. Is this what they call PU2? Impossible. There are 8 of us here. Even the top-tier warriors modified with machinery felt like they were being crushed under the weight of a massive mountain. Their mechanized bodies made them several times stronger, dozens of times, even. Yet in their cold, steely eyes, it was as if they were asking, is that all you've got? Partner. I know. A heavy sigh of regret escaped his lips unconsciously. To put on an act, he even pretended to charge in like a fool, and only managed to bait 8 of them. Su Juanhao let out a sharp breath and began gathering power. The moment he moved, cracks began to appear. What? That's impossible. A regular weapon without sword aura. How could it possibly do this? As everyone knows, ordinary weapons can't go up against ones imbued with sword aura. But White Dragon was no ordinary weapon. It was a spear forged from 10,000-year cold iron, tempered dozens of times by the dwarves. A weapon of unmatched resilience. Su Juanhao resolved to strike, with his stamina stat reaching 707, his body's muscles, visible even through clothing, swelled like balloons. Die. He swept through the enemy ranks like a violent storm. Everyone scrambled to dodge. Partner. Behind the corpses, dozens of swords pierced through the fallen comrades' bodies and flew straight at him. He had hoped deep down that these people would at least respect their fallen comrades. But not only did they not hesitate, they didn't care at all about the dead. Asterisk clang, asterisk. Su Juanhao swiftly swung his spear, deflecting the incoming blades. In that brief opening, two warriors rushed in. The only weakness of a spear is that, when an opponent enters its effective range, its advantage diminishes greatly. Fully aware of this, Su Juanhao decisively threw away his spear and charged forward instead. The opponent's sword stance wavered slightly at the sudden loss of distance. That hesitation was transmitted through the shaking sword tip. This won't do. With such hesitant, indecisive blade work, he could never tear me apart. Su Juanhao suddenly reached out and grabbed his opponent's neck tightly. Swish. He forcibly ripped out the man's Adam's apple. Gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. In searing, burning pain, the opponent clutched desperately at his throat. A cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Click. Boom, a deafening blast. His head exploded. Blood gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, it blurred everyone's vision. Damn it. I can't see. Where is he? Frowning and blinking, the thoughts of the five warriors came to an abrupt halt. What? A fist that hadn't been there a moment ago now appeared before their eyes like a giant boulder. Boom. The five of them were blown backward. Their chests were heavily struck. Puff, puff, puff. Throwing knives produced by Su Juanhao deeply embedded themselves in their chests. Got them. At the perfect timing, he launched an internal energy-infused surprise attack from behind. The five warriors widened their eyes, like paper lanterns. One of them, who had been aiming for Su Juanhao's heart, saw Su Juanhao standing like a ghost on his own sword. SSSHH. The sword of ambition shot from his inventory, slicing through the five warriors' necks. Their mechanical heads floated into the air. Su Juanhao lightly turned around and kicked one away as if kicking a ball. A thunderous boom echoed out. One of the five who had sneaked up quietly had his chest pierced straight through. It caved in completely. Su Juanhao landed lightly on the ground, his hair covering his eyes. Battle duration. In just a moment, 12 people were dead. 3 lost the ability to fight. The movements of the remaining 5 halted instantly. They had never witnessed such savage, brutal combat. Fall back. You're no match for him. Humph. I was hoping for a fun show, but things never go as planned. 10 top-class experts who had been watching leisurely now stepped onto the battlefield. They pushed the 5 to the rear, surrounding Su Juanhao in layers. An old man with a sharp, ascetic aura said, "Though you're the enemy, this body of yours is truly extraordinary. Who would have thought the human body held such potential?" Beautiful, yes, but merely a fleeting bloom. A woman holding a whip responded with a cold snort. Both her arms and legs had been replaced. If you're thinking of the future, then undergoing mechanical transformation is the right choice. The future, huh? Su Juanhao chuckled. Someone who's limited by their own potential actually dares to talk about the future? You're laughing? The woman glared at him viciously, eyes filled with murderous intent. His instincts sent out a warning. Partner, try to buy time. Right now, the only thing you can rely on is the Endurer effect. Endurer is an S-rank title that can randomly increase a stat by 30 points. The problem is, it only triggers after 3 hours of continuous combat. Under these physical conditions, he shouldn't count on that skill to work. Su Juanhao gave a bitter smile. He knew that relying on that ability now was hopeless. He still held deep expectations. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You've suffered quite a lot of injuries. Looking at Su Juanhao on the screen, Guo Yuanshan spoke his first words. Compared to his appearance a month ago when he appeared before the Alliance leader, Su Juanhao now looked completely different. It seemed he hadn't eaten properly lately. At most, he must have only eaten some bone avoidance pills. Bone avoidance pills could relieve hunger and bring a sense of fullness, but they were definitely not a nutritionally balanced food. Nangong Jintian rested his chin on his hand, watching the battle unfold. As expected, Su Juanhao couldn't use internal energy. Although we already knew, it wasn't that he didn't use it, but that he simply couldn't. Still, even without internal energy, his skills are quite decent. Guo Yuanshan smiled with interest. Oh my. Who would have thought such strength could be hidden in such a thin body? Guo Yuanshan clapped and praised. As the battle went on, Guo Yuanshan's expression gradually turned serious, and his words grew fewer. He had no choice, because the top experts considered the martial alliance's elites were popping like balloons one after another. A beast. That guy was like a wolf thrown into a rabbit pen. That guy slaughtered martial artists. With terrifying efficiency, fully aware of how to kill. Too dangerous. No magic power, yet able to handle top martial artists. Is it really going to be fine? Nangong Jintian responded coldly. Still, he shouldn't lose. Even though the ones we sent are far inferior to a sect leader in strength, they're still considered decent top-class fighters. The only distinction between a supreme expert and a top-class fighter is whether they can use strong chi. Powerful inner force. He stared at the strong chi radiating from the 10 martial artists surrounding Su Juanhao. No matter how sharp a divine weapon, even that couldn't block sword aura, so he was supposed to become a cold corpse soon. That was only natural. That's how it should have been. But reality didn't play out that way. Su Juanhao barely survived the storm-like assault, clinging to life through sheer will. Could he actually win? With that broken body of his, was he really fighting off 10 top-class masters? Nangong Jintian, who had been resting his chin on his hand, sat up straight without thinking. Boom. Fox Rakshasa left a long whip mark on Su Juanhao's back, but had her heart pierced by a spear. The Diamond King shattered Su Juanhao's left ribs, but ended up dead, his eyes gouged out. An eye for an eye. Blood for blood. Brutal. Su Juanhao, covered in blood and grease, was clearly not in a normal state. His body was riddled with fractures and lined with deep sword wounds, yet his gaze remained unwavering. At some point, neither of them spoke another word. The man on screen displayed a battle that left everyone speechless and breathless. A fight beyond words. One that crushed the spirit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Su Juanhao's left arm was severed, but in return, he tore out his enemy's heart. Asterisk wah. Asterisk. The ground was so slick that even keeping balance became extremely difficult. It wasn't an issue of player ability, but of the blood and oil gushing from the warriors he had killed. A monster. A top warrior trembled, muttering in a low voice. No one expected that out of the 10 elite guests, 7 would die here, and all at the hands of a single man. Su Juanhao barely lifted his head and coldly counted the remaining warriors. 21. Even after all that madness, 21 warriors were still alive, and 3 of the top experts hadn't even been defeated. Why can't I heal? Alright. His magic power was gone. The last trace of it had been used up to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. His body was completely drained of magic power. It was the second time. Since using the moon sword during the capture of Xena Bai, he had never been this battered. Due to extreme exhaustion, his vision began to blur. His sense of balance was also fading. No. Even if I collapse, I must defeat all the enemies before me first, then I can pass out. Su Juanhao moved his legs. His body staggered toward the remaining enemies. It seemed he could hear Ting, as if it were an illusion. Empty yourself. Empty yourself. Su Juanhao let out a bitter smile. He glanced sideways with an expression that said, here we go again. I'm already empty. I have nothing left. Empty yourself. How can I possibly empty myself any further? It was as if he vomited out the very last of his magic power and distractions. There was absolutely nothing left to empty. He felt like a hollow shell. A strange loneliness welling up inside him. Beside him, remember, every step that changes the world begins with changing yourself. Su Juanhao gripped his weapon. Or did he? Did he really grasp it? His vision blurred, and there was no feeling in his hand. He couldn't be sure. Boom. His body shook violently. His knees crashed heavily against the ground. Yet the enemies dared not approach easily. His companion, Instinct, whispered in a sorrowful voice. He wanted to shout for him to stand up, but he knew Su Juanhao's body had already reached its limit. Bai Wei, Fengqi, Shueyue, Liangmen. Tianguang recited the incantations of the Black Moon technique in person, even without any magic power. Su Juanhao instinctively followed along with the Black Moon technique. Just as he was about to finish reciting all the incantations, the wall that had always stood in front of him appeared once again. Tianguang looked at the wall and asked, what should we do? Su Juanhao closed his eyes, and an involuntary bitter smile escaped his lips. After letting go of his obsession with learning the Black Moon technique, he was finally able to see the wall without bias. So it really was a wall. It had always been a wall. It simply stood there quietly, never once trying to block his path. I see now. No one ever told me I had to break or climb over the wall. Standing before the wall, Su Juanhao gently touched it. Then he slowly turned around. The wall that once now became a solid fortress behind him. A massive surge of clarity shot through his mind, shedding the old form. Breaking free from the world's framework. That's right. Now I understand. Su Juanhao casually twisted the incantation of the Black Moon technique. In the past, he'd always forced his body to be filled with magic. This time, he opened all his body's pores wide. The boundary between inside and outside vanished completely. Tianguang asked, you twisted the incantation. What do you mean? Emptying is for refilling. But if I want to refill my magic, why limit it to this small body? Tianguang, who had been staring at him, smiled for the first time. Correct answer. Player. When he broke free from the tiny cage of self-limitation, the entire vast world became his sky. An immense surge of magic flowed into Su Jianhao's body, but he didn't try to take possession of it. He merely borrowed it for now. His weary body came alive once again. His severed arm regenerated in an instant. Tianguang looked on at the scene, then slowly dissolved into powder and disappeared. All right. So what comes next? You already know, don't you? Of course I do. Su Jianhao's eyes shot open, a dazzling light bursting forth from them. The only one, the one and only. It's time to shine alone. Su Jianhao's deep gaze swept across the panicked dancers. Then he turned to the message in front of him. This martial art was created to change the world. Wow. Along with that explanation, a vivid memory surged into his mind. This place was the imperial palace he had once glimpsed in Tianguang's memories. At that moment, the emperor descended the stairs and gave an order. General, try to create a martial art. Tianguang knelt and bowed his head. Your Majesty, if a specific martial art is needed. Tianguang's martial arts only come from the martial alliance leader, Nangang Zhentian. He possesses the 5-element chip that contains all martial arts in the world. This matter cannot be entrusted to him. The emperor walked to the window, overlooking the city under construction. He murmured softly. This is a martial art he wishes had never existed in his lifetime. Tianguang cautiously raised his head. He ventured to ask, what kind of martial art does your Majesty wish to create? A martial art that can change the world. Hearing this unimaginably grand dream, Tianguang was momentarily speechless. General, please recall, the world we have lost. A world full of vibrant nature, where internal energy filled the atmosphere. It feels like a distant dream. Recalling that scene, a thoughtful look appeared in Tianguang's eyes. He thought the young emperor must have never forgotten that glorious past. Your Majesty, General, what I mean is, I wish for all people to be able to dream simple dreams, and live in a world where those dreams can come true. Isn't the world? No. The emperor showed a faint, bitter smile. Today, everyone is dreaming and striving for a brighter future. However, the problem lies in the existence of a powerful figure entrenched in the martial alliance, who seeks to devour everyone's dreams. If Tianguang knew this truth, he would surely fly and immediately seek to behead that man. Unfortunately, General, you are still no match for Nangang Zhentian. He is a monster among monsters, a master of all martial arts, a genius among geniuses. Therefore, after deep contemplation, the emperor finally reached a conclusion. He believed that his role was not to produce immediate results. I shall sow the seeds. Someday, someone will inherit my will and harvest these fruits, to create a world that is not controlled by any monster, where all people can freely feel nature, and live in a world full of internal energy, where they can all carry hopes and dreams for the future. Fell asleep with a blissful smile. The emperor smiled faintly and turned his head. General, would you be willing to change this world with me? The brilliant full moon gradually faded. The moon waits in darkness to shine again. In a profound darkness, a martial art, called Black Moon, was thus born. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Su Jianhao responded. What a wonderful plan. He could have stayed content. He could have been satisfied with everything. He was in a position to enjoy it all. But they didn't choose that. For a better future for the people, they gave up a life of comfort and walked under the scorching sun. You all are truly amazing. The seeds they sowed were finally harvested by him. And so, what he must do became clear. I shall inherit it. Su Jianhao read the Black Moon Technique description. Black Moon Technique. Black Moon Technique. Grade S. Effect. Allows you to draw magic power from the surroundings. A short and rather plain description, yet the meaning it holds is extraordinary. Even if my body has no magic power at all, I can draw it from the surroundings. That is exactly his current state. Of course, on the 5th floor, natural magic power doesn't exist, so there's only one source for his current magic. When warriors die, their released magic power in the air is absorbed by me. Originally, the inner force injected by the chip would return to the chip after the owner's death, but the inner force absorbed by Su Jianhao can no longer return to the chip. How interesting. Su Jianhao closed his eyes. He gathered the floating magic around him, a master who could sense the massive flow of internal energy. Death, Venom King. Death, Venom King. His eyes snapped open. The mechanical eye exposed in the process emitted a ghostly blue light. He stared intently at Su Jianhao. No, impossible. His widened eyes refused to accept the reality before him. Minus 21,575. Minus 26,721. Minus 38,498. Minus 57,142. Minus 71,973. As time passed, Su Jianhao's internal power continued to rise. Back then, he had no internal energy at all during a fight. Now, he wielded power comparable to 20 years of cultivation. How could this be? How is this possible? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. To those who treasure fingertip-sized chips like gold, they will never comprehend it in their lifetime. Then let's begin again. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. As the Dark Moon Heart technique activated, the magic within him began to boil, overclocking 100%. Even at the same 100% output, he was much faster than before. Learning the Dark Moon Heart technique was like replacing a regular engine with a sports car's. SSSHHH, plop, drop. The Death Venom King responded like a stretched-out tape, his eyes still fixated on where Su Juanhao had just stood, until his own neck was severed. Impressive. Su Juanhao flashed past him, clenching and relaxing his hands. His whole body was brimming with power, filling him with fearlessness. Gururu. The dark aura spraying from his body solidified, taking the form of a wolf. Ah, it's a dark guardian. Damn it. If you want to live, run now. Members of the infamous Qianmen Guild screamed and scattered in all directions. But Tianmei Aojia shook his head. Ah. Help. Somebody help. Trying to flee behind Phantom? That's basically suicide. Didn't they learn from the collapse of the powerful magic association? In an instant, the wolves tore apart the once invincible Qianmen Guild members. Tianmei Aojia looked around the battlefield. Over 60 people had come. Now only he and Phantom were still alive. It was turning into a tragedy. He tried to speak with the opponent. After all, it wasn't over yet. You failed to kill me. That must feel disappointing. I won't deny it. Aojia nodded and spoke respectfully. Su Juanhao, I'm asking you directly. Please spare my life. What? I can be used as a hostage, and you can make any demands to Qianmen Guild or my family. Why should I do that? Killing me would really break Meishu's heart. Aojia said confidently. Su Juanhao's eyes wavered slightly. He lowered his head. His shoulders began to tremble. Did it work? Maybe there's still a chance to live. Just as Tianmei Aojia was holding on to that sliver of hope. Su Juanhao burst into uncontrollable laughter. What's so funny? Ugh. That really hurt my pride. How could I not laugh? Wiping away tears from the corner of his eye, Su Juanhao seemed to be doing some calculations. 10 times. Definitely more than that. Probably around 13. What are you talking about? Meishu told me he felt sorry, telling me not to care about how many times I could kill you all. Tianmei Aojia was stunned. This is impossible. That child would never do such a thing. You think it's impossible? Why? Su Juanhao smiled warmly as he approached him. Father and brother always lamented not being able to devour him. You think he wouldn't act like that? If that were true, you should have killed me long ago. Su Juanhao coldly whispered as he tightly gripped Aojia's throat. For Meishu's sake, even though he says it's fine, if you die, deep down, it would still cause him pain. Some people know this. And because they know it, they become so arrogant. Because they believe they won't be killed. You shouldn't have treated that child like that. Meishu never asked for much. He only wished to get along peacefully with his family as he did when he was young. Yet you exploited his innocence for your selfish desires. After the 5 heroes disappeared, the Tianmei family established the Thousand Gates Guild. Tianmei Meishu, a family that raised a world-class hero. Riding on that achievement, they quickly expanded their influence, eventually becoming one of the 6 great powers. Yet why aren't you satisfied? Why do you continue to exploit him? Why? If I die, my father won't let it go. Oh really? Su Juanhao sneered coldly. This was your last chance. Too bad you answered wrong. He had never feared the Tianmei family or the Thousand Gates Guild. If they continued to oppose him, he would wipe them out completely. Wait a moment. There's been a misunderstanding about what I said earlier. Sensing Su Juanhao's killing intent, Aojia hurriedly spoke up, but it was already too late. Let you taste the pain your brother went through. Crack. Su Juanhao coldly stared at the frozen Aojia, then turned and left. Crack. Nam Kung Chan Thien smashed down hard with both hands. Black Moon technique. Staring at the screen, Kwa Chunguin Sun's voice trembled. He never imagined that cursed martial art would return. How amusing. Utterly amusing. Nam Kung Chan Thien looked at Su Juanhao with burning eyes. This isn't just a bluff, is it? Even in hopelessness. He resisted to the end, and turned the battle around. He grinned with a twisted smile. Tianguang, a ghost from centuries ago, dared to bother me? I haven't even found that guy's last batch of elite guards yet. Nam Kung Chan Thien extended his left arm, and rolled up his sleeve. His skin cracked open. 3 chips popped out. Kwa Chunguin's son gulped uncontrollably. First-generation chips. Nam Kung Chan Thien removed the system chip, and inserted it into his forehead. At the same time, his eyes turned red. Leader. Don't tell me it's all over anyway. There's no point in holding back now. I had planned to face it all. But that brat enraged me. Kill Su Juanhao. Obtain Wei Su's. The demon sex internal force chip will be mine eventually. He stood up with a bang. Move out. My soldiers. Capture. Meanwhile, all warriors within the Martial Alliance suddenly halted. Before their eyes was a flood of incomprehensible data. Control of their bodies had been transferred to Supreme Administrator Nam Kung Chan Thien, activating automatic flight autopilot mode. Oh no. What's happening? My body is out of control. Damn it. Someone help me stop. A voice that brooked no refusal echoed in the ears of the automatons. Kill Su Juanhao. Thus, tens of thousands of automatons dropped their tasks and charged out of the city. Witnessing all this, Gui Yuanshan expressed his concern. Is this really okay? You seem too agitated. I told you before. This is the mistake he made by testing my patience. He has waited for 700 years. However, when he saw with his own eyes the revived Dark Moon Dancer seizing his internal power, the shackles of reason finally snapped. All the internal energy of this city is mine. I merely gave this thief the punishment he deserves, just as Nangong Jintian was about to calm his anger slightly. So, outside the window, a pillar of light descended across the city. What is that? That phenomenon occurs when players arrive in the city via the newly constructed dimensional elevator. Gui Yuanshan cautiously explained. It seems another player has arrived. It doesn't matter. If they get in the way, kill them. A sense of liberation engulfed Nangong Jintian. It should have been like this long ago. When he finally revealed his long-suppressed ambition, he felt as if he could soar into the sky. So, at that moment, another pillar of light descended from the sky. How annoying. He frowned just as he was about to sip his tea. Alliance leader. Gui Yuanshan called out in a trembling voice. He was staring at the window behind Nangong Jintian. What's the matter? Facing away from him, Nangong Jintian's expression froze. At first there were just over a dozen, then over 20, then quickly multiplied into dozens. In the blink of an eye, the number of light pillars exceeded hundreds. Those countless points of light must be the players entering the 5th floor. What on earth is happening? Nam Kung Chan Thien rushed to the terrace, grabbing the railing tightly. A confused expression appeared on his face. Thousands of light pillars descended upon Nyo'o City like stars in the night sky. It was the first time such a sight had occurred. Chapter 391. The City of Sand. 7. Like stars in the night sky, thousands of light pillars descended from above. Players sharing a common goal emerged from the pillars of light. So this is the 5th floor? It's even more vibrant than I imagined. They wore armor and carried their weapons. These Earth explorers entering a new floor for the first time were all fully prepared for battle. Your Highness, the princess, are you sure this is okay? Gasman asked with a slightly worried expression. What? No, I mean, everyone looks like they're heading into war. The goal of this mission is to rescue Su Junho, not to wipe out the 5th floor. However, looking at the players' momentum, it felt like they could flatten the 5th floor at any moment. Gasman was deeply concerned about this. What if the Martial Alliance sees our attitude and decides we're the enemy? That's a strange thing to say. Han Inho walked up beside him and plunged his massive shield into the ground, then said. His expression just now was exactly as Gasman described, like a soldier preparing for war. Listen up. Gasman, we did come here for war. If war is necessary, then it must be waged. Han Rinhao spoke with a, isn't that right? Expression as he looked at Dao Shuxia. That's not wrong. Dao Shuxia nodded slightly, gazing at the towering Martial Alliance building. They touched something they shouldn't have. They insulted Earth's hero. They incited ignorant people to throw stones, and even tried to take his life. People always get angry when their pets are bullied outside, let alone when they offend the noblest hero in this world. Of course, they wouldn't do this without reason. Simply put, there are only two possibilities. Either Phantom is wrong, or the Martial Alliance is wrong. But Phantom has always walked the right path, even if it meant sacrifice. He chose to sacrifice himself. Gao Shuxia glanced back lightly at the thousands of people surging like clouds. All of them are top-tier players who cleared Su Junhao's difficulty. Just learning about some of the hardships he endured allows one to imagine the path he walked alone. How lonely and desolate it must have been. This is the reason why the people gathered here brand the Martial Alliance as evil and feel such anger. Who dares insult our hero? These exhilarating words came from the mouth of Cui Hanying, the leader of the Red Tower Guild. In the past, Su Junhao had healed Cui Shangxi, the young daughter of the Mingho Guild. Her brother is the leader of this guild. Our Red Tower and Mingho Guild never forget kindness or debts. To repay the kindness from back then, the Red Tower Guild, Korea's 5th-ranked guild, has taken action. They are not the only ones. I personally don't know Phantom, said Che Yuanwu, the leader of the Qinghai Guild, but I trust my brother. At the Flame Holy Gate, Che Mingwu was once saved by Su Junhao. His brother, Che Yuanwu, has always felt he owes Phantom a great debt, because it was Phantom who awakened his complacent brother. That favor was never forgotten. I came here to repay the kindness shown to my brother. We feel the same way. I also owe him my life back at the wheel drum incident. From long-lasting bonds to brief encounters, the small seeds planted by Phantom and Su Junhao have grown strong in unseen places. We all remember. Everyone keeps it in their hearts. This is the final result. No one forced them, but 8,752 players gathered voluntarily. Finally, a chance to repay their debt. To be honest, if we don't repay it this time, there may never be another chance. He did too much all on his own. So now that we have the chance, let's repay it quickly. In another world, nearly 30,000 players had gathered. However, the morale of those united by a shared goal couldn't compare to theirs. I think you're right. Sun Kaiyuan felt a warmth in her heart and smiled brightly. That's what the sandcastle really is. Ji Yuzhong looked at her with a puzzled gaze, as if asking what she meant. Didn't he see the determination in the players before him? Of course she didn't mean those fragile sandcastles on the beach. She meant something built over a long time, meticulously crafted by countless people. An earth fortress stronger and greater than anything else. An earth fortress. That must be what Lord Phantom possesses. A power we could never attain in our lifetimes. Ji Yuzhong quietly watched the players. Could he ever get so many people to act for him? To follow him on trust alone? Indeed, it was true. He admitted it without hesitation. I couldn't do it. He had no interest in this path from the beginning. So what Ji Yuzhong wanted most was to see the expressions of two others. It seemed Kai Yuan had already let something go. But what about Shun Chengxian? He seemed lost in deep thought. Truly impressive. Even after witnessing such a scene, he was still thinking about ways to surpass his opponent. Not bad at all, if he pulls ahead again. Son Kai Yuan, and he must keep up as well. They can't afford to fall behind. Oh. This place is much more interesting than expected, filled with all sorts of wonders. It was a voice like the mischievous tone, heard in American teen dramas, sounding very excited. Hey, you idiots. Play later. First, figure out how to save Juanhao. Is that a gym over there? Arthur, stay away from these fools, it's embarrassing. The spots for the two heroes opened up. Saintess Che lowered her head, looking a bit awkward. The teleportation of all players was complete. Then let's begin. Eye of the sky. The object Skya gently lifted, instantly rose above the clouds. He closed his eyes and focused intently on sensing something. Suddenly, he tilted his head. Ramatut asked curiously, what's wrong? No, it just feels like the magic went wrong. He refocused on the eye of the sky. After confirming he hadn't seen wrong, his expression grew serious. Listen, we need to move faster. What happened? Shen Chengxian approached and asked. There are 91,740 magic-infused life forms, fleeing rapidly, outside the east wall. You said the east side? His brows furrowed. Because that's exactly where President Xian Dekue said. Phantom is hiding. If we rush over there, will we make it in time? Then we'd better hurry. Shen Chengxian pulled a small baton from his chest and said, at least we can catch them by the tail. Redacted. Su Juanhao, walking toward the city's interior, suddenly furrowed his brow. What's going on? He thought his senses were malfunctioning. Partner, this number, yeah. Even you feel it too. Looks like it's not a malfunction. The life forms infused with magic he sensed, numbered in the tens of thousands. They were marching in a straight line toward him. Clearly not just a sensory error. Nangongzhentian, aren't you hiding in fire anymore? Though he didn't know what methods were used, his intuition told him this was Nangongzhentian's doing. What should we do? Su Juanhao showed a troubled expression. The situation isn't great. Yeah. He wasn't lacking in magic. Since the Black Moon technique was still running, his magic remained abundant. The problem was oxygen. The oxygen outside the city was scarce, replaced by radioactive gas. These gases were gradually tightening Su Juanhao's throat. Should we escape back to the original cave? At least it was safe when he was there. No. Break through directly. This intuitive suggestion shocked Su Juanhao. Why are you so surprised? Because you always suggest if the situation calls for it. I would suggest that, but not now. This isn't the time. Now the companion is in the best condition. His instincts strongly told him they should break through head-on. If you're that confident. Su Juanhao snapped his fingers. Magic surged rapidly from his body, forming into a humanoid figure. The summoned Frost Queen groped the ground. The ground is so hard. You were sleeping, huh? The corner of Su Juanhao's mouth curled up slightly. The Frost Queen rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around. Where did my bed go? Who knows? This isn't the spirit realm, after all. That voice, it's the contractor. The Frost Queen's eyes widened, her pupils trembling like an earthquake. She instinctively denied the current situation. I wasn't sleeping. I was just resting a bit. Wipe your mouth first. Hiss. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve, her shoulders drooping down. Sigh. In fact, she hadn't really done anything wrong. Caught in a blast and reverse summoning. She had taken quite a hit too. Are you okay? I'm a little sore, but some fresh air and medicine will fix it. Well done. Su Juanhao chuckled softly and looked ahead. Now it's time to get ready. The enemy is approaching. Enemy. Yes, fight hard and prove your innocence. Leave it to me. The Frost Queen, still in her pajamas, placed her hands on her hips and stared ahead. Today, I will show the dignity of a queen. Besides, I've been fed up with them for a long time. Since signing the contract, she had never left her contractor's side. Yet now they had been forcibly separated. There's not even cake in the Elven realm. How annoying. The Ice Queen glared forward angrily for a moment. Rumble. A raging sandstorm swept across the wasteland. Countless figures came charging toward them, more than I expected. So, you losing confidence? The Ice Queen looked up with a mocking expression. Let me tell you, sis, I am a freezer. I am the Queen of Nibelheim. I'm very powerful. Su Juanhao chuckled darkly and teased her. The Ice Queen lightly tapped her fist against his ribs. You look just like Juanshi just now. Hey now. There are things you should say and things you shouldn't. Su Juanhao looked annoyed. and flicked his fingers again. In a battle like this, there's no way we're not calling Juanshi. I don't want to. No, don't do it. Juanshi, who had just been summoned, immediately refused. Su Juanhao asked helplessly, Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. What are you refusing? I saw it. Those people shook their heads. See, I knew it'd turn out like this. With a sigh, Su Juanji lowered his head and turned to ask, Even if I say I won't, you'll still make me, right? Yeah. Geez. With a resigned expression, Juanshi opened his backpack and pulled out the white dragon replica. The replica stood beside him. Wentai. How many people are over there? Looks like there are thousands of them. Who knows? Left, Juanshi. Right, Frost. Su Juanhao positioned his two reliable companions on either side of himself. He shrugged. Do we really need to know? He once again said the words he always spoke when with them. Chapter 392. The Three-Way Battle. Part 1. Now what? Su Juanhao repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists. He stared at the tide of automatons surging toward him, thinking, should he freeze them all with the aura of death, or slice through them with the blade of death? Either way, he could easily kill hundreds at once. At that moment, the Frost Queen noticed something, and frowned as she whispered, Contractor. Why are those people crying? What? Su Juanhao squinted his eyes. His vision instantly expanded. The faces of the automatons before him became crystal clear as if right in front of him. Crap. It's true, they were crying. Their bodies were moving against their will. Damn it. What's going on? Someone please stop this. The automatons shed tears as they desperately tried to resist their forced movements. Juanshi seemed to understand something and muttered, TCH. This is clearly Nangong Jintian's doing. If he can manipulate internal energy chips and system chips, this wouldn't be impossible. The Frost Queen asked anxiously. Contractor, what do you plan to do? Su Juanhao fell into deep thought. Enemies charging at him solely to kill him. He could eliminate them, cleanly and without hesitation. But, just as Juanshi had said, these people may have already had their bodies taken over by Nam Kung Chan Thien. In other words, they were victims. Nam Kung Chan Thien, that despicable bastard. These people were once guardians of justice, admired by the new citizens. They took pride in their professions and trained day and night, dedicated to eliminating evil from the city. They didn't even realize they had been deceived by Nam Kung Chan Thien. Su Juanhao looked down at his hands. Could he really break the necks of these innocent people with his own hands? Hey, original body, think this through. Juanshi urged him in a firm voice. If we carve a bloody path, we can definitely get into the city. But if we don't, we may not make it inside at all. I understand. Unlike drones with built-in filters, pure humans like me will die if we don't make it in. We'll die. Toxic gas enters the lungs through the airway, and every moment is filled with the agony of death. Even if I can barely survive using cell regeneration, it comes with unbearable pain. Su Juanhao closed his eyes. He knew he was hesitating, choosing between the easy road and the hard road. But on that hard road lay the lives of tens of thousands. What the Emperor and Tianguang hoped for was a world where people could dream of a better future. Even if I make it into the city and create that kind of world, if the people meant to enjoy that future are gone, then what's the point? Seriously, I chose this difficult and troublesome path. As the camel leaned to one side, Su Juanhao spoke. Suppress them. He expected strong opposition, but Juanshi and Shueli simply chuckled. Geez, if it's the original body, of course he would say that. He's someone who excels. The two exchanged glances and looked at Su Juanhao. Foolish original body. Stupid contractor. What the heck? Su Juanhao, now isolated, put on an extremely aggrieved expression. Asterisk. Humph. Alliance leader, Guo Yuanshan stomped his foot. Nangong Jintian, unable to control his rage, had ultimately caused the plan to fail. Even worse, several thousand player reinforcements had arrived on the scene, and judging by their strength, each of them was at least at the peak level, causing inevitable anxiety. No need to make a fuss. Nangong Jintian stared out the window and said calmly, we were going to fight them eventually anyway, but according to the plan, you were supposed to act after absorbing the 6,000 jazi of internal power. That's why I kept urging you to stay calm. Guo Yuanshan, in the middle of his fierce argument, sensed a sudden drop in the surrounding atmosphere and fell silent. He nervously rolled his eyes and met Nangong Jintian's gaze, filled with killing intent. Sect leader, when did you start talking so much in front of me? I'm sorry. Overwhelmed by the murderous aura, Guo Yuanshan immediately bowed his head. Nangong Jintian clicked his tongue as if contemplating something. Then he said, no choice, though a bit rushed. Then we have no choice but to start the plan early. The plan you're referring to is activating the Immortal Legion project. No, the Immortal Legion? Startled, Quachengwen's son instinctively looked up. But your internal power isn't fully restored, right? Though the overall quality may be, it shouldn't be a big issue. But to activate them, we'll need at least an hour, roughly 2 hours to prepare everything. Nam Kung Chan Thien stroked his beard calmly. Normally, I'd have those drones by me time. but the one who ordered everyone's expulsion and commanded them to kill Su Juanhao. Wasn't it me? No helping it. My judgment was indeed a bit rash. I'll handle that delay myself. You're going to act personally, Lord? Kwa Chingguin's son's eyes widened in shock. He had always hated getting his hands dirty, always ordering others around. In the past, there was no need for me to act, but the situation is different now. Pursuing efficiency, Nam Kung Chan Thian issued an additional order, while I blocked the players. Send Danyang and Shusho to take care of Su Juanhao. I've already mastered Black Moon dance technique. Killing him early would be much more convenient. Oh. Those two truly are capable of taking down Su Juanhao. Aside from the Lord himself, they are the two strongest individuals in this world. Then go and begin preparations to awaken the Immortal Legion. Understood. After Kwa Chingguin's son hurried out of the room, Nam Kung Chan Thian stared coldly at the place he left. That guy's lived far too long, and yet, he's still useful. Been alive for hundreds of years. I've even given him quite a bit of internal energy, but his usefulness ends tonight. With the Immortal Legion wiping out Su Juanhao and the players, and destroying the demon sect in the process, then retrieving the beta internal force chip from them, my grand vision will finally be realized. Not just ruling the new city. He could even monopolize all the internal energy of the lower layers through sheer strength. That was his ultimate goal. If everything went according to plan, neither demons nor transcenders would be a threat. In this way, under his rule, everyone could live peaceful lives. No matter what foreign enemies invaded, there would be no fear. He gazed quietly out the window, as his figure slowly sank into the floor. Space Maestro Shun Changxian, after preparing for a moment, gave a warning. All right. Now everyone take 5 steps back. Everyone obediently stepped back. He swung his baton sharply. Crack. The once intact space cracked open. A huge hole suddenly appeared. Through the hole, they could see the backs of the automatons running ahead. What the heck? Did you just connect 2 spaces? Skya opened his mouth wide, utterly astonished. Thanks to the trial on the 4th floor. To be precise, this was a technique he fully mastered while clearing Su Juanhao's difficulty level. You can not only see through it, but also pass through, of course. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble to create it? Impossible. Even I can't do that. Skya screamed. Meanwhile, Shun Chengxian, wiping sweat from his forehead, shouted, Hurry up. I can't hold it for long. So that's what grabbing the tail meant. Ramatut laughed, and was the first to jump into the hole. Huh. I'm first. The result was simple. It felt just like walking through a door. They entered a completely different space. Ramatut turned to look back, gently stroking my chin. How fascinating. You're Skya, aren't you? Your teleportation spells are way worse than this. Just use this one from now on. Idiot. Just as Skya was about to cross the spatial rift, she suddenly felt uneasy. A chill swept in, an eerie cold that made her skin crawl. Goosebumps instantly rose. Danger. Skya instinctively sensed a threat. She quickly summoned magic and twisted her body. Rip. Oh. Pretty quick reflexes, huh? An old man stood nearby with his hands behind his back and muttered nonchalantly. He casually tossed Skya's severed arm to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. They hadn't sensed his presence, nor seen his movements. And yet, by the time they realized, Skya's 7-layer shield had been pierced through completely, and she had lost her arm. Skya. Gilberto roared in anger, and quickly raised his sniper rifle to aim at the enemy. However, the figure that should have appeared in the crosshairs was nowhere to be seen. A gun with real bullets? That's quite the ancient relic. A gentle, amused voice came from the side. The sniper rifle was instantly crushed and warped. Nearby, Arthur was horrified. He immediately used psychokinesis, and yanked Gilberto's body toward him. The ground beneath him had already fractured into dozens of pieces. Oh, your son is he? You've raised him well. If Arthur hadn't pulled him, the sniper likely would have been shredded to pieces, killed on the spot. So sturdy, even if only for a brief moment. But the Elder's astounding power made all the players freeze in place. If you moved first, you'd be attacked. But if you didn't move, you would still be attacked. What to do? What should we do in a situation like this? This was nothing like the encounter with Dr. Era under Su Juanhao's difficulty. At that time, the enemy wasn't this strong. Plus, even if you died, you could revive, like having a safety net. The players from Earth seemed unusually silent. I liked their steady personalities. The Elder smiled and raised his hand, seeing that they were already paralyzed with fear. He felt no need to drag it out. He could finish it in one blow. Dang. At that moment, a powerful sword strike collided with his hand. The Elder Nangong Jintian opened his eyes slightly. Besides Su Juanhao, there were a few players who might actually be useful. This kid's internal energy is quite deep. Kill him. Absorbing his internal energy would be great, said Ji Yuzhong, who had blocked the attack with his sword. Move quickly. After exchanging one move, he immediately realized that the Elder before him was a monster containing cosmic-level magic power. He couldn't defeat him. At most, he could only stall for time. Although this fact brought him immense pain and grief, Ji Yuzhong still bit his lip hard. Quickly heal the great mage and rescue Lord Phantom. I'll handle it. Jae-shin quickly recovered from her stiffness and rushed over to Skya to heal him. I'll stay too. Ramatut, who had crossed through the space crack again, naturally took a spot next to Ji Yujo. We need a reliable tank over here. Phil, you come. Although my strength is limited, I'm willing to help. Han In-ho approached with a nervous expression and whispered softly, hey, these little guys sure know how to entertain. Nam Kung Chan Thien grinned widely, nearly to his ears. Then he waved his hand. All right, players, come on, give it a try? Split the troops into 2 teams. The main force holds off the monsters here. The strike team rescues Lord Phantom. Following Shun Qingshin's quick judgment, several players had already crossed the spatial rift. Master. Why? As Gao Shuxiao was thrown to the other side of the rift and screamed, Shun Chengxian spoke. We're counting on you over there, Captain Gong. But, as the spatial rift gradually closed and finally sealed shut, Shun Chengxian prayed in silence. Let them return safely. Chapter 393. 3-Faction Battle. Part 2. A spear charged with powerful aura shot forward like wind. Su Juanhao stared at the scene and gently peeled the spear aside with his palm, redirecting its trajectory. He kicked forward and tripped his opponent. The dancer who fell looked up at Su Juanhao, feeling the terror of death. Crack, creak. Su Juanhao precisely destroyed their mechanical arms and legs, rendering them immobile. Hey, why? Who knows? Su Juanhao replied while laughing wryly, then turned and spotted a girl wreaking havoc. You all should be grateful for my boundless kindness. Back then, she was barely palm-sized. Now she had grown into the size of a middle schooler. The Frost Queen lightly waved her fingers, and a wave of cold air swept in. The dancers were frozen solid, unable to move. They wouldn't die, but thawing might take a few hours. How exciting. Amazing. Su Juanhao chuckled and moved easily across the battlefield. You guys shouldn't stay idle either. Bite them. The tree lion wolf dashed fiercely through the battlefield, tearing apart the dancers' mechanical limbs. At first glance, they looked like living beings, but in fact, all attacks were being controlled individually by Su Juanhao. Bang, boom. Although hundreds of dancers were destroyed, not a single life was lost. At this point, even the dancers had to realize the situation. Thank you for saving our lives. We heard she was a terrifying pervert, but it seems that was a misunderstanding. Although it wasn't my intention, I apologize for attacking you. No need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. Also, I'm not a pervert. If you have to blame someone, it's for having the wrong boss. But what can you do? Su Juanhao, while knocking down nearby dancers, suddenly looked toward the city. What's going on? Since a while ago, I've been sensing magic power growing stronger from the city. It means a battle is taking place over there. But who could it be? After thinking for a moment, Su Juanhao came to a... Could it be that the ambitious Nangong Jintian attacked the demon sect? It was highly possible. Now, as long as he obtained the beta internal energy chip, there was nothing left for her to fear. At that moment, Su Juanhao suddenly clutched his chest in pain. He felt as if his chest cavity was being torn apart, as if his lungs were filling with water, probably caused by the toxic gas outside the city. Even though she had gained low-level gas resistance, the pain still hadn't gone away. She was still tormenting me. Fortunately, now it only happened once every 10 minutes or so, but after another half hour, she would feel that pain every single moment, as if he read her mind. Su Juanji shouted, Hey! Original body. Ugh, let go already. No, say sorry, and I'll let go. My pants are falling down. Su Juanji grabbed his slipping pants and forcefully shook off the clingy dancer. He walked over. Let's go? We'll use night walking to enter the city, same as always. Throwing me away like an old shoe. So this was a diversion after all. That's an idiom. It means creating noise in the east, while attacking the west. Simply put, it's a bait tactic. Throwing me away. Can you really describe it with such a noble term? Su Juanji blinked, looking a bit confused. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao quickly calculated. Indeed, not many could detect my presence in night walking state here. If Su Juanji could divert their attention, escaping from here wouldn't be hard. Moreover, isolating tens of thousands of dancers outside the city was strategically advantageous. Su Juanhao immediately nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it your way. But at least pretend to refuse once for formality's sake. We don't need so many formalities between us, right? Su Juanji showed an expression like he had swallowed strange soup, his face looking very complicated. Su Juanhao patted him on the shoulder, his whole body shrouded in darkness. I'm off then. Help me draw some attention. But, before he could finish, Su Juanhao and Shuang had already disappeared from the battlefield. Of course, all the dancers, like a swarm of bees, rushed toward the only visible target. Sigh. If I had known earlier, I should have been like Shuang, asking for some sushi or something. Su Juanji muttered bitterly to himself. Asterisks, asterisks, asterisks. Hurry up. Gao Shuxia, ignoring the heat, sped across the wilderness. Faster. Even faster. Shuxia. He could feel the magical fluctuations from the city behind growing stronger. That meant the battle was getting fiercer. He must get back before it was too late. Rescue Lord Phantom, then return to the city with him to regroup with the main force and hunt down that monster. At this moment, Only that thought remained in Gao Shuxiao's mind. Just then, a player walking in front suddenly came to a stop. What is it? Why did you stop? Look at the mana ahead. Mana. Gao Shuxiao tilted her head, closed her eyes, and began to expand her perception. Due to the presence of tens of thousands of dancers, it was extremely difficult to distinguish subtle mana flows. The larger ones, not those faint candlelights, but rather great, blazing torches. Whoa. I felt it. A power greater than torches. Mana shining like the sun. Huh. But there are two. The aura on the right side. There are two of them, just based on mana alone. That aura is even stronger than mine. Clearly the aura of powerful beings. So the one on the other side must be Lord Phantom? A weaker mana flow came from the left. Probably because he's been living outside the city. His condition isn't great. It seems those two strong mana sources are enemies. Let's regroup with Lord Phantom first. That's the wise choice. Let's go with that. Don't move, go left. As they moved toward Juanshi's direction, a silent confrontation was unfolding on the other side. Su Juanhao, in stealth mode, looked at the two men blocking his path. Almost let you slip away. Your sneaky little skills are quite impressive. But we knew all along. You had this kind of ability. They also knew the one near Juanshi was a clone. Who are you people? Su Juanhao exhaled, and asked after deactivating stealth. Sorry for the late intro. I'm Danyang, head of Kunlun. Danyang. And me. Wudong sect leader Su Shou. Sasha. Danyang and Su Shou. The Ice Queen. Watched the two and spoke softly. Contractors. Their aura. I can feel it too. An immense, unbelievable presence. The greedy Nangongzhentian. Nangongzhentian. Why would he grant such powerful auras? It's puzzling. Su Juanhao narrowed his eyes slightly. If it were one-on-one, he might still win easily. But now there were two. He couldn't be completely sure. Facing experts of this level, a split-second judgment often decided victory or defeat. There's no need for unnecessary words between us. Danyang and Su Shou each drew their swords. Kunlun and Wudong. Su Juanhao recalled Wei Susu, mentioning the characteristics of the 9 great sections. The Kunlun sect and Huashan sect were known as the 2 great sword sections. Their sword techniques were as steep and sharp as the ancient Kunlun mountains of Central Plains, fast and fierce. The Wudong sect, being a Taoist sect, valued softness and flow over rigidity and force. In short, one side was agile while the other was hard to penetrate, a truly troublesome combination. Bang! At the same time, a tearing pain in his chest surged up again. Su Juanhao furrowed his brows, barely managing to control his expression, and spoke up. Let's make this quick. If we get bogged down here for too long, Juanshi's sacrifice would be meaningless. I'll support you. The Ice Queen's response drifted away with the wind. No need to stall for time. Su Juanhao instantly unleashed the massive mana he had gathered using the Black Moon technique. Lunar stimulation replication. A garden prepared for the small things. Hundreds of petals bloomed around her, turning the wasteland pitch black. Hehe. Don't frown. As Danyang frowned at the unexpectedly powerful force, the woman standing before her let out a light chuckle and said, as expected of the heir to the Black Moon dance, you've truly unleashed such a powerful attack. But what you may not know is... She swung her sword, drawing a slow circle, once, twice, 3 times. It seemed to have no power at all. I'll shatter it in one blow. Su Juanhao waved his hand gently, and the black ice petals shot forward, just as the petals were about to envelop her. Your attack is powerful, young warrior, but still not enough to harm a Tao god like me. With the circle she drew, the petals began scattering chaotically, as if they malfunctioned. Some flew meaninglessly into the sky, while others were crushed against the ground. Have you heard of Taiji swordplay? It deflects attacks by twisting their trajectory, and not only that. The woman sneered coldly, as the scattered petals suddenly turned around, and flew straight back, towards Su Juanhao. Once you've mastered the flow, you can control all attacks in the world. Contractor. Duck. He quickly bent down to dodge. A massive iceberg suddenly shot up from the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The iceberg rose to the skies. Its thickness was astounding. This guy? When did he gain such power? The surprise only lasted a moment. The surging petals couldn't penetrate the iceberg. They scattered everywhere. Let's see whether your so-called Tai Chi skills can block this attack. With a light flick of Shuangshue's finger, the massive iceberg began to slowly tilt forward. How is this possible? From behind the iceberg came Su Shou's panicked voice. Crash, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The iceberg shattered into thousands of pieces. Danyang soared into the sky. This is one of our sect's ultimate skills, the Taishu dragon-slaying sword technique. A sword art capable of slaying even dragons soaring through the clouds. Its sharpness and precision are unparalleled. But I made a mistake too. Su Juanhao's eyes flashed. He triggered his magic power, summoning the dark spears. These spears, imbued with contemptuous energy, could utterly destroy any part they struck, down to the cellular level. It was an extremely powerful skill. In the sky, my attacks rained down like a storm. You had nowhere to escape. Even the mortal Su Shou was on the ground, trying to deflect the trajectory of the attacks. Without hesitation, Su Juanhao fired the dark spears. The dark spears easily pierced through the factors. At the moment they were about to pierce Danyang's body, something unbelievable happened. What? As if there were footholds beneath him, Danyang twisted his body freely in midair and slowly landed on the ground. Looks like you know nothing about our sex Yunlong Davis technique. Yunlong Davis? Never heard of it, huh? It seemed familiar from when I read martial arts novels during my student days. Was it that technique? Allowing midair body twists. I had originally thought it was just a minor skill, but experiencing it firsthand revealed how tricky it is. Contractor. This guy? Isn't just a fool with strong magic. Su Juanhao lightly bit his lip. Honestly, I thought the leader brought by Nangong Zhentian would at most be on Lu Zhuan's level. It's completely different. Watching two sword-wielding masters approach, Su Juanhao's gaze turned calm. It seems, a quick victory is impossible against such opponents. If I act recklessly, I'll only put myself in a tough spot. Redacted. Gao Shuxiao and his group arrived at the battlefield shaken by intense combat. There. He's there. A familiar silhouette. He fought alone against tens of thousands of dancers. That fearless figure stirred overwhelming emotions. Who exactly are you? So upright. I really want to say it. This thought grew stronger as I faced the challenge of Su Juanhao. Thank you. Despite calling myself a fan, I never fully understood your struggles. I'm truly sorry. No matter what, I want to convey this to you, everyone. Protect Lord Phantom. Healers, prioritize healing that lord. Gao Shuxiao ran toward Phantom faster than anyone, seeing his exhausted face. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. Lord Phantom. Gao Shuxiao, biting his lip, was about to say something when the panting Phantom glanced at him. What's wrong? Shuxiao, I'm about to die. Hurry up. Even the Phantom must have seen it, right? What? Gao Shuxiao responded with a completely bewildered face. She clearly heard the other party call her Shuxiao. What? What is going on? Why are you speaking to me in comments? A panicked Gao Shuxiao kept darting her eyes around. Asterisks. President's Office of the Korean Player Association, Shin Diju, who was working on a plan to completely destroy the Destiny Guild, suddenly looked up. Ah, right. I almost forgot to introduce Juanshi. He blinked and gave a slight smile. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Chapter 390. Triple Battle. 3. Che Shuren couldn't hide her surprised It wasn't just the sudden appearance of an old man that shocked her. Skya. Gilliland's reaction shocked her even more. She had thought he was an impractical dreamer, but even when his arm was cut off, he didn't let out a single scream. Even more astonishing, he calmly requested to have the severed arm picked up and reattached. Seeing him like this for the first time, Che Shuren felt a surge of unfamiliarity. It might hurt a little. It's fine. Just reattach it as soon as possible. Skya. His cold gaze locked onto Nangong Zhentian, who was waving players around. Dozens of magic spells flashed through his mind, only to vanish quickly. How to deal with him? In truth, he was in immense pain. The pain at his wound was so intense it nearly brought tears to his eyes. He even felt... But he didn't scream, nor did he allow himself to scream. That is the weight carried by the title of hero. We must not cry. In the past, even the slightest sign of weakness from them would cause player morale to plummet. Therefore, they had to remain calm at all times. No matter how painful or sorrowful, they had to act like nothing happened, and face it with strength. But it really hurts. So, I'll return the pain twofold, dozens of times over. Cha Shurun, hurry. I'll heal you as fast as I can. As Cha Shurun gathered mana, the wounds quickly began to heal. During that time, Skya memorized every detail of the battlefield. Such an interesting ability. Since the start of the battle, Nam Kung Chan Thien had only used his left arm. Though many thought him overly arrogant, he alone held his ground against 8,722 players, without falling behind. What a monstrous being. It felt like his attacks could never reach me. I thought people like Erebor would never appear again. The players unleashed their skills, trying to choke him out. Even for Lord Phantom. It was a flawless combo. It seemed impossible. However, he effortlessly crushed it all, with pure strength alone. No tricks or techniques. Seeing so many different powers was like stepping into a whole new world. That overwhelming mana, bottomless, immeasurable, just sensing that beast-like aura, made their bodies tremble involuntarily. The players, carrying this fear, continued to fight. Torsion. Whoa. Shin Chengxian swung his baton sharply. It felt as if... Although it consumed enormous magic power, this terrifying attack could turn the target into a lost soul within the twisted space. Turning his back to Nangong Zhentian, he left behind a brief murmur, before being sucked into the space. So, at the same time, Shin Chengxian's eyes, nose, and ears began to bleed. It was a technique still incomplete, with an enormous price. Phew, it's done. As expected of Jiutian, you are a conductor of space. Healers. Heal the master. No matter how strong he is, once trapped in a space rift, he would never return. That day, it was simply unbelievable, like a monster opening its giant mouth. Space tore open, and the old man calmly walked out from within. The scene was so unreal it was hard to believe. An invitation. This space was far too empty. Because it was boring, I came out. What? How could this be? Shen Qingxin's eyes trembled violently. He had thought that completing this technique would make him invincible. He never imagined the opponent could tear it apart. With just magic power, this should be enough. The magic power from Nangang Jintian's body was released. Just by releasing his magic power, he made even top players struggle to breathe. That power was simply unbelievable. That day, intense mana tore through space. Over a dozen players were swept into the storm. I've learned something interesting. Nam Kung Chan Thien chuckled and withdrew his mana. The spatial rift closed with it. The remaining players looked at him in despair. Defeat someone like that? How could I possibly do that? This is insane. Even Zhou techniques don't work on this monster. How are we supposed to kill him? In the minds of over 8,000 players, the possibility of failure began to spread. Healing is complete. Hearing Cha Shun's shout, Skya clenched her gauntlets tightly, though still in pain. It was bearable. Thank you. She removed her cumbersome robe and strode toward the now calm battlefield. With each step, on Skya's hands, a magic circle formed on each. After 8 steps, she, who had kept her mouth shut, finally spoke. Gravity orb, 8-fold stacking. Whoa. It was as if someone grabbed Nam Kung Chan Thien's ankle and hurled him into the air. I've been moved. At that moment, his entire body was enveloped in inner power. Normal attacks and abilities had no effect on him. Faced with this unprecedented phenomenon, his pupils dilated slightly. Skya? Kiralan's index finger pointed directly at him. Magic missile. A wave of sighs rippled around them. A foe who couldn't be harmed by powerful spells was now being targeted with magic missile. That's a basic spell even first-floor mages can learn. However, she looked straight at Nam Kung Chan Thien and finished the chant. 128-fold stacking. A single line was drawn. This calm straight line shattered the boundary of Neo City, splitting the world in two. Staring at the incoming magic missile, Nangang Jintian's eyes widened sharply. For the first time, he instinctively used both hands to block the attack. Since the battle had begun, boom! Just the shockwave from the block instantly wiped out all the floating clouds in the sky. Are you still acting all relaxed? Truly ignorant of your own limits. Skya's provocation made Nangang Jintian's cheeks twitch slightly. He looked down at his peeling synthetic skin, revealing a shiny metal arm. Long time no see. Since you can see beneath my skin, I'll show you every corner of my body. Just wait. I appreciate the sentiment, but you won't get the chance. Adjusting his stance, he slowly descended from midair, as if stepping down invisible stairs. It created a surreal scene. I've already lost interest. Nangang Jintian responded with a bored expression, but his voice was filled with icy rage. Hey, aren't you being a bit too provocative? Ramatut scratched his head, speaking with a tone of complaint. You usually act so clever, but at critical moments you mess up. But he cut off my arm. Skya curled his lips and began stacking magic circles again. Besides, if we want to win, we have to go all out while everyone is still in good condition. I agree with that. Skya's powerful attack dispelled the players' doubts. Looks like we might actually win. For the Grand Mage to pull this off, the others from Zhoutian or the heroes must have hidden skills too. Moreover, we have over 8,000 people on our side. The situation has reversed. The quick-witted Shin Changxian didn't miss this opportunity. He wasn't invincible. He's immortal, just like us. Position yourselves properly. Coordinate like tightly meshed gears. Keep attacking non-stop. Eventually, he'll get exhausted too. The 5 heroes of Zhoutian are with us. Ugh. Nam Kung Chan Thien clicked his tongue softly. We were so close to succeeding. And now we have to start over, because of some crazy woman. What a nuisance. In his lazy tone, the inner energy around him took shape, and began to surge. Disturbing a god, you'll pay for it with your lives. As Nam Kung Chan Thien slowly lowered his hand, the energy gathered in the sky. Fell like a shower of meteors. Asterisk. Gao Shuxia stared wide-eyed at Lord Phantom. What's going on? Why hasn't this phantom disappeared? He tilted his head, reached out with both hands, and pinched her cheeks hard. So soft. She really feels alive. Because I am alive. Gao Shuxia replied without a scratch. Phantom, no. Su Juanji was shocked. You? What are you doing here? Just came to pay my respects, sir. Oh. Are you here to rescue me? As Su Juanji came to his senses, he finally let go of that mochi-like cheek. Sorry, that was rude of me. Forgive me. But, it's fine. Gao Shuxia gave a fake cough to hide his embarrassment, then turned to the dancers closing in. Are they bullying Lord Phantom? Should I wipe them all? No, we can't. The original body said to leave some alive. Original body? Time is short. I'll explain later. Anyway, no killing allowed. We can only disable them. Although I don't understand the full situation, that much I can manage. Gao Shuxia nodded reluctantly and spoke. That's not hard. He stared at the approaching dancers for a moment. Bang! Papa bang! Boom. Mechanical arms and legs exploded in midair. Su Juanji asked in surprise. What? Is that magic? How did you do that? It's a skill I learned while fighting Dr. Air. Injecting elemental energy through my gaze. Heating the injected part. It's called scorching gaze. It works well, but the name is lame. Is it? Gao Shuxiao blushed and hurriedly defended herself. It's just a temporary name. I can change it later. You have to change it. That name is way too lame. Your skill would get angry just hearing it. I spent 2 months on the 4th floor coming up with it. Gao Shuxiao pouted and grabbed his sleeve. Anyway, there's no time. Players in the city are holding back a monster. A monster? An old man, extremely powerful. We have to move quickly. What? Su Juanji's face stiffened. You said there are players in the city? How many people? And the old man. Was he wearing a black and white robe? That old man with the beard down to his chest. Why yes. Gao Shuxiao, crushed by the overwhelming presence, stammered his reply. Good evening. There are over 8,000 players here now. This is madness. Su Juanji's face turned paper white. It must be Nam Kung Chan Thien they're facing out there. His inner strength runs deep, and he's a master of countless martial arts. He's a total monster. Just that alone is enough to instill fear. But that's not all. He's already broken through parts of the system chip's security protocols, which means he can use firearms freely in the new city, even though they're banned, if he plays dumb. And sets off a bomb in a crowd of 8,000. Su Juanji's face turned ghastly pale. Move immediately. Yes. The city side. No, wait, not that way. He turned to face the direction where his real body was. That kid is absolutely necessary. Chapter 395. The third battle. 4. Contractor. Let me handle things here. You take care of the other side. As the Ice Queen grabbed Shusho's arm. Faster. Even faster. Clang. 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 Su Juanhao, wielding the sword of ambition, launched a storm-like assault on Danyang. Fully immersed in the rhythm of combat, Su Juanhao's movements grew faster. Overclocking output, 100%. Su Juanhao, in his relentless assault on Danyang, vanished like a ghost. Even Danyang, locked in close combat with him, lost sight of him in an instant. His speed is terrifying, so fast, but that's all it is. Danyang's shoulders and eyes opened up. Hundreds of cameras read every inch of the surrounding space. Danyang mapped the area early on. Enemy detected. Automatic counterattack initiated. Using the second move of the Taishu dragon-slaying sword technique, Dragon Slash. Clang. Accompanied by a sharp sound, sparks flew. The attack aimed at Danyang's neck was easily blocked. Crazy. Even that could be blocked. Su Juanhao bit his lip hard. He glared angrily at Danyang. He stared at the slowly rising corner of Danyang's mouth for a moment, then quickly retreated to gain distance. Pat, pat. Danyang dusted off his robe. He opened his mouth and said, in the end, the 3 types of humans are still no match for a trained cyborg warrior. The cyborg warriors encountered before weren't nearly as powerful as this guy. No, to be precise, because they were purely mechanical. They were actually easier to deal with in some ways. But these guys are different. With AI-assisted mechanical bodies, even the attacks I missed could be easily neutralized. What's more, their mechanical bodies effortlessly display strength and speed that old men could never possess. Is this the power of mechanical enhancement? Half of the magic absorbed, using the Black Moon technique, had already been depleted. He needed to recharge it. TCH. But to do so, he had to eliminate those guys. Humph. Still, as a pure human, you've survived outside the city. Far longer than expected. Another 3 days should be doable. Although he acted tough, Su Juanhao knew very well. The intervals between painful episodes, the longer this drags on, the worse it is for us. Danyang and Shusho, both seasoned dancers, hadn't shown the slightest opening. To break this stalemate, a new variable is needed. Then, where can that variable come from? The environment. Or his own power? Think carefully. Su Juanhao's thoughts spun rapidly. Hey, main body, can you hear me? A voice identical to his own rang out inside his mind. It was Juanshi's voice. I'm busy. Busy my ass. Juanshi replied, clearly irritated, then got straight to the point. Anyway, I'm heading that way. What? Don't come. That guy's surrounded by tens of thousands of dancers. Even worse. They're all people whose bodies are under Nam Kung Chan Thien's control. You can't kill them. In that case, restoring mana becomes difficult too. The situation will just keep getting worse. Hey, don't worry. I'm bringing reinforcements. Reinforcements? From where? Just as Su Juanhao looked confused, his eyes suddenly widened. Because Juanshi had begun sharing his thoughts in real time. As expected, a new variable was found. Su Juanhao fought to hide the grin forming at Juanshi. Hurry over. You're unbelievable. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As brilliant nebulae poured from the sky like rain, the demon lord quietly watched the battle outside the window. What a dazzling fight. Such an enormous amount of magic power. Honestly, I don't even want them to become enemies. Isaac. Dever's body trembled, as he exaggeratedly complained. The demon lord stared straight at him. Do you have something to say? How's the decoding progress of the beta internal energy chip? No progress at all. Even though a month has passed, the decoded portion is minimal. Didn't you say it could be completed in half a year? I did say that. But now I think it's impossible. Isaac smiled faintly and continued. How about we throw them all to the dogs? That could count as redemption too, right? Let's do that. The demon lord nodded. Then he silently stared out the window, like a child gazing endlessly at a toy Yuri-chan was showing. Isaac immediately understood his master's intent. I'll go get it right away. The demon lord nodded slightly. I'm looking forward to your performance. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He's getting closer. Feeling Juanchi approaching, Su Juanhao began to put his plan into action. The opening needs to be grand. He unleashed all his magic power without hesitation, as if there were no retreat behind him. Even Danyang's eyes showed a hint of tension. The opponent wouldn't recklessly exhaust all his internal power. The amount of inner force he released was like triggering a storm. Han Shuang. Following Su Juanhao's shout, Han Shuang rushed toward him. Can you do that thing from earlier again? You mean the iceberg thing? Yeah. After a brief thought, Shueli expressed concern. But if we do it again, the contractor's head might start to hurt. It's fine. Besides, as long as Daniel, the outcome will be the same, right? No. This time will be different. In front of the confident Su Juanhao, Danyang and Shusho walked over. It's been a pleasure meeting you, young lady. But this is where the show ends. Looks like you've hit your limit. Judging from how eager you are to end this fight, that's not wrong. Every second brings searing pain to my lungs. It's beyond imagination. Surely. Are you really going to do this? Yes. Let's go with this plan. As soon as she finished speaking, Shirley bent down and touched the ground with her hand. Rise. I speak hill. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A massive iceberg rose from the ground in an instant. Danyang sneered lightly. That move again. It seems this young warrior has limited learning ability, young lady. Danyang suddenly kicked off the ground, unleashing internal energy through mechanical veins. Grand Void Dragon's sword technique. 7th form, Dragon Rend. With dazzling swordsmanship, even ice harder than stone, was sliced through effortlessly, just as I thought. A cold smirk appeared at the corner. After all, their resistance seemed utterly feeble. Only after slicing the iceberg into thousands of pieces did he notice something odd. The ice that was solid while cutting had started to melt. Drip, drip, water. From top to bottom, it poured down like a waterfall from the sky. After all, he was drenched by a huge amount of water, and the water began to fall downward. What's going on? Susho looked up at all this. His eyes filled with panic. Several players appeared behind the iceberg. Reinforcements have arrived. Could it be? This wasn't their final struggle. He thought the opponent had been forced into a desperate situation. He thought the pressure had made them misjudge, wasting their inner power. Turns out it was just a smokescreen. It was just a trap to obscure their vision. While they were completely unaware, a red-haired player melted the iceberg. Nicely done, Captain Gong. Is this really okay? Also, why is there another phantom? Which one is the real body? We'll discuss these little details later. Su Juanhao retracted all the magic he had spread around and took full control over it. Ugh. The panicking Susho quickly performed a Taiji sword swing, trying to distort the falling water flow and escape from his current position. It's useless. No matter how fast you are, you can't dodge raindrop-like water beads. As expected, the amount of water Susho managed to swing away was far less than the water soaking him. Su Juanhao lightly flicked his fingers. Freeze. Splash. The falling water instantly froze into ice. Both temporary Danyang and Susho were frozen together. Damn it. This is impossible. This is sorcery. Danyang, who had leapt into the air like a white crane, was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Su Juanhao rubbed his ears, muttering to himself. These guys always blame dark arts when they lose. What was it they said just now? Dragon transport bus. As Su Juanhao mocked behind him, the warlock revealed the power of the dark spear. Let's try that again. If you can, that is. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. This time, the flying spear hit its target dead on. But Danyang, pierced by dozens of spears, died instantly. And no way. Seeing his comrade fall, Shusho panicked. He wildly unleashed internal energy, trying to melt the ice trapping him. But the icy prison refused to thaw. A massive shadow loomed over his head. Oh heavens above. As the desperate Shusho looked to the sky, crack, 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 a frozen waterfall fell straight down, crushing his body completely. Black Moon Technique. Breathe according to the mantra. The inner power of the two. A flawless plan executed. Nice work. Thanks to your support. Careful. Su Juanhao and Juanchi celebrated like a pair of mischief makers. Gao Shuxia stared blankly at the scene, muttering to himself. There's a Lord Phantom next to Lord Phantom, and a Juanhao next to Juanhao. Wait, what? That's not Juanhao next to Juanhao. It's Juanchi. Juanchi blinked and responded. Gao Shuxia froze in place. Juanchi. Who's that? That's me. Su Juanchi. Su Juanhao's clone. To put it simply, he's a clone I created with my own ability. Su Juanhao said as he tousled Juanchi's hair. Ah. I see. After understanding the situation, Gao Shuxia's face turned red, because when he heard Shuxia, he thought someone was being very close to him. His heart almost skipped a beat. However, Shuxia, how did you get here? Let me explain that. Su Juanji briefly explained through shared thoughts. Over 8,000 players have arrived. Su Juanhao frowned. Although grateful, the situation was worse than expected. It seems we have no time to chat here. Moreover, the pain from this step was already unbearable. Then let's hurry back to the city. Just as Gao Shuxia spoke, he suddenly tilted his head, because he saw a very beautiful girl, standing with arms crossed, staring at him without blinking. Who is this student? What did you say? How rude. The Frost Queen slightly raised her eyebrows, straightened her shoulders, and spoke. I'll say it only once. Listen carefully. I am. She's just my Su Juanhao decisively interrupted her. The Frost Queen stomped her foot. No. I want to introduce myself too. No time. Thinking of the players fighting Nongong Jintian in the city, time was running out. Asterisk. How stubborn. Nongong Jintian looked at the fallen players, murmuring softly. Many had died, and many more were injured. More importantly, even after fighting him for several hours, they hadn't been completely wiped out. So these are players? More stubborn than expected, and even more annoying. Crack. Namgung Jintian snapped Ramadat's neck without hesitation. R.A. Mr. Ramadat. As Cha Shun's golden ripple struck him, his snapped neck instantly healed. This was the combined effect of Breath of Revival S and Super Regeneration S. Smack. Ramatut's thick hand grabbed Namgung Jintian by the collar. Don't you ever get tired? What does it feel like? Namgung Jintian looked at him with utter disgust. This undead monster had endured his attacks alone for hours. Even when his arms and legs were cut off, even when he was torn in half, he kept coming back to life. Crack. Namgung Jintian folded his body in half and flung him away, then turned his gaze forward. Huff. The Jotian members who still hadn't lost their fighting spirit, and the useful trash belonging to Bake 6 came into view. Should I just kill them all? No. As annoying as they are, that wouldn't be wise. Because people with strong bodies like these should be preserved. To join the Undead Legion. My lord, it's me, Guiyuanshan. The Undead Legion is ready. We can move at any time. Finally, Namgung Jintian took a deep breath. If he wanted to kill, he could have done it long ago, but he had deliberately stalled just to toy with these useful ones. Send them out immediately. I'm heading back. Yes, sir. Very soon. The slumbering Undead Legion underground will open its eyes and face these people. Valuable players will be captured alive. The useless ones will be mercilessly slaughtered. You'd better just surrender now. Rumble. Hang in there. After releasing a strong shockwave, Nongong Jintian left the battlefield without hesitation. Good job. Upon returning to the Lord's quarters, Guiyuanshan had already prepared a cup of refreshing tea for him. After gulping down the tea in one go, Nongong Jintian sat down. So refreshing. Let's pull up the video and take a look. Yes, sir. The Undying Legion was an invincible. This was the first time he was eagerly anticipating watching their battle. Squeak. The video and communication devices suddenly malfunctioned. Just as he was about to ask what happened, Nongong Jintian suddenly sensed something wrong. His voice. He couldn't make a sound. What the hell is going on? Was it because he hadn't fought for too long? Or had Guiyuanshan poisoned the tea? Gurgle. When he saw Guiyuanshan's severed head rolling on the ground, his doubts instantly vanished. I really like this place. Isaac Duer smiled, walking over while wiping the blood from his hands with a towel. How could I not like a place filled with so many idiots who turn their bodies into machines? Gurgle. Furious, Nongong Jintian's eyes almost bulged out of his face. Even though he had thousands of years of inner strength cultivation, his heart and brain had already been completely replaced with machinery. Facing the fairy blood that could disable all machinery, he was powerless. Judging from the aura I'm sensing, it should be around here. Clack. Isaac dismantled his left arm and discovered 2 hidden chips inside. He couldn't help but smile. 2 of them. After thinking for a moment, he only placed one of them into the device. The order I received from the Demon Lord was simply to bring back the internal energy chip. He tossed the bloodstained handkerchief from Guiyuanshan to Nongong Jintian. As the handkerchief covering his face fell away, the Death Magician has already left the scene. Chapter 396. Martial God. 1. BZZZT. The sound of sparking wires filled the silent Lord's hall. Isaac. 10 minutes had passed since DeWall left that place. System recovery 97% complete. System recovery 98% complete. System recovery 99% complete. System recovery complete. Huff. Ship. After losing the Alpha Inner Power chip, Namgung Jintian's once lifeless eyes suddenly reignited. He panted heavily, a mix of panic and rage on his face. Damn it. It's EMP. What does a cyborg fear the most after being turned into a machine? Exactly the thing that can turn them into scrap metal, an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. Namgung Jintian knew this well. That's why he had installed anti-EMP systems throughout the Martial Alliance HQ. Damn genius. However, that system had been breached in an instant. That meant something. That clown-like guy carrying out the demon order. It meant the EMP he used was unbelievably powerful. I'll figure out how to deal with EMPs later. Namgung Jintian urgently began regulating his breath and energy. He trembled. Moments later, his body trembled like a tree branch in a freezing wind. Because it was all gone. Because his millennia of inner power, that once flowed through mechanical meridians, had vanished without a trace. Namgung Jintian opened his eyes and was met with overwhelming emptiness and loss. Is it over? He asked aloud. Is this really the end of everything? Could he truly accept a reality like this? No. The answer came out before he could even think. There's no way I can accept something like this. Unacceptable. This can't go on. This isn't right. This isn't right. He shook his head with a bitter smile. No, no.